around for some minutes and we'll be starting in soon. Some heartbeats and Imagexx 2022. Welcoming once again everyone over here. Team members, I'm requesting if you can get all the people inside so that we can start. All set? Shall we start? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming everyone. My name is Rapper Maddie. I'm going to be your MC. Let's start the show. You are at Imagexx 2022. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to second edition of Imagexx 2022. PR Summit presented by AdGully. The second edition of the Imagexx 2022 is bigger and richer as we have galaxy of young business leaders sharing their insights and knowledge. In this year's edition, the spotlight will be on several pertinent topics and issues that the PR industry is facing, which will be touched upon by the experts in the panel. We all know that the industry is evolving, but the pandemic has made the industry more resilient, robust, and forward-looking, as they are ready to encounter a new journey post the pandemic, which disrupted everyone globally. We will have over 40 plus business leaders and over 8 scintillating sessions where the industry experts will be sharing their views and insights. The session will be followed by the award ceremony, where awards will be given away to the winners in various categories in the field of PR and communication. Once again, welcoming everyone, all the esteemed guests and the veterans over here. This is Imagexx 2022. Well, let's start the show, and where should we start from? The best place, that's right. I would like to call upon on stage Bijoya ma'am, the CEO and founder of AdGully. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Maddie. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. It feels so good to see everyone, after such a long time. I think the last event we did was Women Disruptor in 2022. I think ours was the last event that we did physically, and after that, more or less, everything shut down. It happened the 6th of March. So good morning again. A very warm welcome to everyone to the second edition of AdGully's Imagexx Summit 2022. This is our first physical event after over 2 years, and it's really exciting to meet all of you in person. In these 2 years, we have found alternate means of keeping in touch, keeping the business going, and nothing beats the human connect and the touch, honestly. In the pandemic period, our businesses have transitioned. We have adopted new behavior, patterns, operations, and technology. While there were no physical meetings between agencies and clients and the other stakeholders, the relations, of course, became much stronger. public relations as an industry where close contacts are so crucial, and have found different ways to kind of maintain engagement and connect. They are learnings that will guide the industry in the times ahead. In the post-pandemic world, the role and responsibilities of public relations have to be on a real-time basis for intervention and quick response. The more nimble-footed and responsive, of course, better. Hence, the theme for Imagexx 2022 is always on real-time PR, here and now. Today, public relations has become future-focused, riding on analytics, bringing more in-depth understanding of various stakeholders, and above all, making businesses more humane, responsive, and responsible. This thought will kind of dominate the discussion that will follow during the course of the day. Before we move on to the day's proceedings, I would like to thank our partner sponsors who have stood by us and have made this event a blissful reality. I would like to thank Mr. Madan Behel for helping me in actually putting up this event. So AdFactors PR, thank you so much. And other sponsors, Gracell PR, Kaizen, Media Mantra, Values 360 Communications, Helen Knowlton, ATDB, Timology PR, Mavericks, Ruderfin, Seraphin Communications, and PR Hub. While I'm not able to take everybody's name, but believe me, I'm thankful to each one of you from the core of my heart to being able to put up this. I would like to thank the gifting partners, M Caffeine, Eco Kari, and Rini Cosmetics. So I've got some gifts, which my team will share with you. Last and not the least, I want to thank each one from my team who's helped me in putting this up. Each one of them have spent endless hours along with me in putting this up. So right from Shanta to Sudhir to Ganpati to Firoz to Nehal to Anupam, Pranay, Yamini, Vinita, and many more who are not here, but they've helped me in putting this up together. Before I leave the virtual stage, oops, sorry. I've been used to saying this for the last so many years. 2 years, actually. Physical, yeah. Virtual stage. So on to the physical stage. I would like to invite Mr. Nikhil De, who Executive Director, AdFactors PR, who has graciously agreed to address the audience with a relevant topic, soft skills for a hard world, the importance of creating an enabling work environment and culture. Over to you, Mr. De. Thank you so much. Thank you. A very pertinent topic, and I'm looking forward to hear you. Thank you.
This is not designed for tall people. They've got a little step over here, which...
I'll help you out. That's definitely not for the tall people.
Good morning, and it is truly a pleasure to be here. And I know what it feels like to be on the other end of this, right? Putting together an event, saying, oh shit, it's already this time, not enough people have come, so on and so forth. All those worries, I'm happy to say I have left behind, thanks to the virtual world, because when you're on a Zoom call or a Teams call, most of the time I've been operating from my son's bedroom, talking to his guitar on the wall. So I didn't know whether I was talking to 5 people, 500 people, 5,000 people, and honestly, I'd got to a stage where I could deliver even if there was nobody on screen, right? Because most people started turning their cameras off. So this is like a large audience for me. So I'm really happy to have all of you here. The other thing that I thought about, and when Vijaya asked me this morning, do you have a presentation? Can we load it? I said, yes, I have a presentation. It's here. So So no PowerPoint slides, but hopefully a few powerful points to make. This topic is something really close to my heart. In a world of relentless performance, right? Numbers, 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 deliver quarter on quarter. Who delivers? We do. You do. We are the people who deliver, right? And these people, managing these people, inspiring these people in your teams, in your organizations, in your client partner organizations, is the hard work. So that's why the soft skills that I want to talk about today, I believe, is what delivers the hard metrics of performance. So there's an acronym, I love acronyms, that I came across in the work that I was doing in the social impact space. And it was an acronym that is SISA, S-I-S-A. It's about creating SISA spaces. So for those of you who have heard it, and I can see some nods, or at least one, but for those of you who haven't, SISA is an acronym for safe, inclusive, self-affirming spaces. And I think that's really the secret sauce. If we can create a safe, inclusive, self-affirming space for ourselves first, and then for our organizations and our teams, magic happens. And I'm going to offer you 3 thoughts related to SISA spaces. And I'll tell you why I believe these are the 3 that are important, especially in the context today is a conference for the public relations fraternity. It's a tough job. It is rated as one of the 10 most stressful careers in the world. So what we do is hard, right? So the soft skills that we need to deliver this hard stuff is what I'm going to talk about. And in this world of high pressure, always on, I think when the topic was being announced, Bijoy used the word an always on, future ready PR professional. We are under pressure. It's a pressure cooker environment. The media doesn't stop. Social media is 24/7. And there's stress. And managing that stress is important. But stress is not bad, and that's what I want to stress today. Stress is often very, very useful if you know how to use it, to harness it, to ride it, right? If you've read the book Flow, there is an element of stress that increases your peak performance, right? When it's just the right amount of stress. But what is always debilitating is fear. And stress is therefore not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Fear is the enemy of a high-performance team. Fear is the enemy of creativity. Fear is the enemy of excellence. And our profession demands this. We have to be creative. We have to be excellent in our delivery. And therefore, if we can find a way to reduce, if not remove fear, that's the first step. So finding fearless is the first thing I'm going to talk to you about. Finding fearless within yourself, finding fearless for your team. So that's a really powerful unlock to creative excellence. The second thing is about finding fantastic. We are super good at finding fault, right? When I proofread a press release, the minute I see, you can pick up all the errors. Or all of us know it, right? We are like error magnets. We can attract that. So when you have this beautiful white sheet of paper, and then there is a splotch of black on it, or a dot of black on it, all eyes go on the black. And we miss that brilliant white space around it. We are so focused on that black dot, and we need to fix it. But in that effort to fix it, our world becomes focused on only the negative and the bad. And I'm not saying that we don't have to improve those areas, but we must focus on the white space, and that's finding fantastic, right? So finding fearless, finding fantastic, and in order to find fearless and find fantastic, I believe we must be mindful around creating psychologically safe workplaces. And this is all the more, I think, pertinent at a time when the world is still navigating a pandemic. It is a fearful time, not just in the workspace, but in the world, right? The world has been in trauma. And when you are operating from a space of fear, where is creativity? It's not. You're in a fight or flight mode. You're not in an expansive growth, creative mode. And our profession demands creativity. So what we can gift to our teams is these three things, right? Finding fearless, finding fantastic, and creating psychologically safe workspaces. So let's dwell on removing fear. What is finding fearless like? There is a much talked about topic, work-life balance, right? Books have been written, webinars have been held, and this mythical work-life unicorn that we are looking for, work-life balance. And my theory on this is, being busy is a blessing. It is truly a privilege to have work today. We are privileged to be sitting here with a job today, with a career, with something to do, with all those deadlines that are crowding in and all those worries. It is still a blessing, because we have seen, if not personally, within our families, in our friend circles, in our neighborhoods, job loss. We have seen the importance, we have seen the helplessness of not having gainful employment, of not being able to pay for school fees, of not being able to put food on the table or pay an EMI. And that is a life out of balance. So when you are busy, when you have work, sometimes too much work, remind yourself it is a privilege to be busy in today's time. So that, I think, is the first fear that we must try and remove from people around us. Anything and everything that we can do to, we've heard the phrase lives and livelihoods need protection. I think the vaccine and much of medical science is giving us the chance to be here maskless and a little brave, hopefully not foolhardy, but at least we are able to continue with some kind of life that we were used to. But livelihoods are still under threat. And if we can remove the fear of that in any measure, I think we are starting to create a space of fearlessness. When I joined AdFactors in January of last year, I joined in a fully virtual world, and I joined at a time where I didn't know what I was getting myself into. What is it that helped me become a little fearless in my world? It was the relentless rigor of transparent sharing of information. So if you're looking for a tip on what can you do, over-communicate, share freely. Monday after Monday, for the entire 2 years of the pandemic, every senior leader, about 500 people were put onto a Zoom call, and the performance of our firm was transparently put there. Every week, everybody knew how we were doing. Now, some weeks were tough, some weeks were bad, some weeks were glorious, but that transparency removed the darkness. There was light, you could see. And when you remove darkness and there is light, fear recedes. So it's not that what you're facing is not tough, but at least you know what you're facing. And therefore, transparency in your context, in your organization, whether it's a 5-member team or a 50-member team, let them know where you are, let them know where you're going, and do it repeatedly, again and again and again. So I think creating transparency and having that report card where everybody knows how they are doing, good and bad, this is not just about calling out the good, is my formula for helping me feel a lot more secure in my new work world. And that was done really well. It did help that the bosses announced that there would be no job loss, and that we demonstrated that we were honoring our commitments by hiring 150 kids off campus. So that gave some signals that, okay, I'm in a secure environment. But not everybody is blessed with that. What you can do is the transparency piece. So that's on removing fear. On finding fantastic, that's an easy one. Look for the good in people. the smallest of things. Like yesterday, I mean, we're all scrambling to hire, 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 hire. There are lots of holes, you know, we need to fill up. And the HR lady in my team did such a fantastic job of making my job of interviewing easier. And it was the small things, right? When she put the attachments of the CVs in the right order, instead of me having to try and figure it out, it was like a joy to just do that. And somebody who took that care, and it was noticed, but not thanked, feels taken for granted. But at the end of that process, when I said, thank you so much, Himanshi, you're just beautiful at what you do, the smile that she gave me earned me so much, right? So that's what I mean by finding fantastic. It's not about big things. It's about the tiny things that you have to find in your teams, in your clients, in your partners, and thank them and call them out. Because the minute they do something wrong, we are quick to catch them. So find the fantastic moment and call it out. That's the second way in which you can create a CISA space. But the actual thought around psychological safety is credited to a lady by the name of Amy Edmondson. And the definition that she gave is a shared belief that the environment is supportive is what makes a safe space. A shared belief that the environment is supportive. So if this is our environment, if we all feel right now that we are in a comfortable space where we can speak our minds without fear of judgment, we are in a safe space. We have created a safe space for each other. And in case you start thinking that this is about being super nice, not addressing conflict, not dealing with the hard stuff, no. A safe space allows the hard stuff to come out, allows an underperformer to be told that they are not performing, but in a non-judgmental but constructive way. So it is an enabling space, not a nice, soft space where slackers and underperformers get away with murder. That's not psychological safety. The last piece that I want to talk about is, all of this sounds good, but in reality, the rubber meets the road when 3 of my colleagues are unwell with COVID, 2 are on leave, and I have this pressure coming at me. And at that point of time, it's damn tough to be creating a safe space, right? Because at that time, I want to catch somebody and shake them up and say, what the hell are you guys doing? What allows me the privilege of doing that is to have what we call a resource surplus environment. We have hired more people than we need because we know we don't have the people we need thanks to the pandemic, right? Because there is going to be some amount of slack you have to create in the system. Now, we are lucky that we are in an environment where we are able to do that. Not all of you could be. So if you're asking me, what can I do? What can we do? I'm going to end now with 4 things that you can do to create a psychologically safe space around you. Again, credits to Mr. Timothy Clark, who wrote this beautiful book on the 4 stages of psychological safety. He said there are these 4. Number 1, inclusion safety. Do you feel included? Number 2, learner safety. Are you learning? Number 3, contribution safety. And number 4, challenger safety. Can I challenge the status quo? Am I confident enough to say that, no, what you said is wrong, boss? Or, Mr. Client, I don't agree with you. And therefore, this is my ask of each one of you. In your own spans of control, in your own worlds, ask yourself these 4 questions. What can you do? What can you do? What can each one of you do to make people in and around you feel included? Think about it. What can you do to make the people in and around you feel included? Question 1. Question 2, what can you do to help people learn? What can you do to help people learn? Question 3, what can you do to enable their contribution? And lastly, what can you do to give them the space to challenge the status quo? Because when we as a PR fraternity are able to do this, each one of us think of us as rivers all leading to the ocean, right? We are the individual rivers, each one of you leading to the ocean of PR talent in this country. If each one of you do this, the creative excellence that we will unleash in the PR fraternity will be magical. So thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Nikhil sir. What an amazing keynote, Nikhil Dey, sir. I think it was very motivational for everybody over here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome at Imagexx 2022. And hereby, I'm announcing the sponsors. Imagexx 2022, presented by Ad Factors PR, co-powered by Kaizen, Media Mantra, Value 360 Communications Private Limited, Graycell, Public Relations, Gold Partner, ATDB Communication, Hill plus Knowlton Strategies, Silver Partner, Teamology, Softtech, and Media Services Private Limited, Bronze Partner, The Mavericks, Personal Care Partner, M-Caffeine, Gifting Partner, Ecokari, Humanizing Fashion, Rini Cosmetics, Innovation Partner, PR Hub, Knowledge Partner, Rudderfin, Support Partner, Seraphim Communications LLP, event managed by Pixel by Pixel. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, which is going to be a fireside chat, and it is going to be on the topic Building in Brands for India. And I would like to call upon stage Mr. Lloyd Matthews, business strategist and angel investor, and Radhika Ghai, founder and CEO of Kind Life. Please come on the stage. Yep. Can we have mics for them? And a big round of applause for everyone who's coming on stage. Thank you. Yeah. Can we have another mic? Thank you. Oh, we have the chairs. And the other one for you.
I think एक ही चाहिए ये इसको साइड में कर दो There you go.
Good morning, and thank you, Nikhil, for that very inspiring presentation. Really enjoyed, I think very relevant. We've got the next 25 to 30 minutes, and I have the privilege of speaking with Radhika. And I think just briefly, the introduction, I think she's been a serial founder of some great startups, Shop Clues, which was, in fact, she was the first woman as a co-founder to, when she founded Shop Clues, that actually entered the Unicorn Club. And now she's on the mission to educate Gen Z into living a kinder life. And we'll gradually get talking about that. But just before we get deep into the conversation, I think just to reflect on some of the points that we've spoken about. I think firstly, this fireside chat sounds a little strange when we are in Delhi and NCR at 42 degrees.
It is a fireside chat.
It is. But I'm saying it's just that, when we're at 42 degrees outside, I'd rather be chatting around a cooler. So I think that's just one point. The second is really, as a bunch of communication professionals, I think being here in person is wonderful. I had the privilege of working with some or many of you actually through my career. So always wonderful. And hopefully we'll be able to, get some insights from Radhika that could be relevant to each of you. So I just want to get started, Radhika, and welcome you to this little chat and ask you a little bit to walk us through a little bit about your journey through the two startups and life before that, and what are the key challenges. So you just want to kind of share it with this group.
Thank you, Lloyd, and it's an absolute honor to be here talking to you. Thank you. So definitely that's a big one, and I have to say, shout out to Bijoya as well. I'm always impressed, guided, and maybe a little bit intimidated by communication professionals because you always know what's the right thing to say, and you guide us. So as entrepreneurs, especially in the startup world, we have a tendency of putting our foot in our mouth sometimes. and when we are talking to the media most of the time. So I've had a bunch of you guide us through, so thank you. Big shout out to all of them. Um, when we decided that we'll come here, I was talking to Bijoya, we'll come here and have a chat. We're thinking about what is the right topic to talk about. And India, I've been active in the Indian startup ecosystem, the Indian consumer ecosystem for the last 11 odd years. Moved back to India in 2011 to start ShopClues, and that's where my journey with India today started. And I'm a serial entrepreneur doing this for the third time around, actually, and find it absolutely fascinating because I feel that the India that we came back to in 2011, where we started ShopClues, is a very, very different country from what it is today. And I don't think that there's any other country out there that has evolved and changed so quickly. So I've had the privilege of working in India in different decades and building out companies or building out ecosystems in India that have pertained to that particular segment of audience that was coming of age at that time. And that's really how I like to think of myself as a consumer person who rides on the dovetail of technology. My career started with, like a lot of you, with Lintas in the late 90s, very, very short stint. Went to the US, decided I wanted to do investment banking. So I'm also one of those people who believes anything is possible. Jo karna hai kar sakte ho. Why not? Try, go for it. Worked with Goldman Sachs for a very short stint. Moved back to consumer, which was my passion. Worked at Nordstrom, which is a designer store, doing strategy for them for an extended period of time. Did a startup in the Bay Area called Fashion Clues. This was 2008, 2009, which was a precursor to the recession or the downturn that we are facing today. That evolved into ShopClues. We moved to India thinking that internet penetration is going to be like a hockey stick, a field hockey stick. It's just going to go up, 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 up. Raised money, was super excited about it, getting Bharat online. But it landed up being a bit of a journey where it landed up being more like an ice hockey stick, flat, 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 till Geo came and changed everything. That was one of the biggest catalysts that's been there in the consumer technology world. And in 2019, exited. I think the second big catalyst that happened was COVID, where wellness came up front for all of us. I'm sure everybody knows what Giloy is. Does everybody know what Giloy is? Did you know what Giloy is before COVID? Little bit. So I think wellness for us, wellness for our families, self-care came up front. And I believe that the next decade is going to be focused on that. And Kind Life is an ecosystem that we are building out for well-being. You should check out kindlife.in, shameless plug, but do check us out. The goal is to be able to bring wellness into our homes, make it easy for us to find the right products, and find the products that match our values and value for the pocket. Long introduction, but that's it.
No, that's fantastic. I think, if I can just kind of look at the three key takeaways, I think what you really mentioned was that the big point of inflection was really that 2014-15 period in the context of India, when Jio made internet services democratic, right? On the base of which today a lot of the digital economy runs. And, ironically, we've been speaking a day after the government has announced the 5G auctions. So the next few years will possibly promise a future that's even more remarkable. So that's a great point. The second, as you rightly pointed out, was what the pandemic has done. It's kind of changed the way we work, we live, and I think that's a great point out. And the third, if I may, would be, in a sense, the opening up of the funding ecosystem, right? So let's say folks who wanted to be entrepreneurs in the 90s, funding wasn't all that easy. You lined up to a nationalized bank, and it was complex. I think these days, it's far easier to be an entrepreneur, though, of course, the hurdles are much more. But also the fact that younger people today find entrepreneurship as actually not a viable, but actually the best option. And I saw that firsthand in my last corporate role at HP. We went to some of the premier institutes, and HP wasn't getting a day 1, 2, 3 status, right? A lot of smaller startups were. And when we went back and did a rethink, in each case it was, there's so much more freedom. You work in a much more fun atmosphere. You get to take decisions. And of course, there's the option of wealth creation and ESOPs. But that's for another day. Just coming back to what you said, Radhika, I really want to dig a little deeper. I think one important aspect, and since we are in a room full of communications professionals, is the importance of building a narrative that can be communicated to the larger ecosystem, primarily your consumers, then of course your business partners, and more importantly in the early stage of building a business, to your investors. And how does one go about building a narrative? So in the context of, let's say, what you're doing at Kind Life, how do you get across the fact that there's a new generation that truly values living healthy, building immunity, being kind of more socially conscious with your environment? I'd like to hear that, and to what extent would you find the help of communications professionals along while you're building your narrative?
So, as I talk about the narrative, let me talk a little bit about what has been my biggest learning from the fraternity that's sitting here, right? As we set out to build companies, and hopefully large companies consecutively, it's very, very important to build out the culture of the organization. And I feel there's nobody better than our current government to learn that from, right? How do you build out the culture of an organization? How do you build out a narrative? It revolves around the stories you tell, right? What is important for you? The heroes you hold high. Who are your role models? Who do you talk about? Is it Greta that we are talking about? Is it the fact that for most Gen Z, being woke is a badge of honor? It's a term that did not exist when we were growing up. And the actions we take, right? Am I conscious about what my carbon footprint is? Am I communicating that to my audience as well? So as we built our Shop Clues, and now at Kind Life as well, and maybe even the culture of my home, I have 2 boys, and how do you build out the right mindset in them? I think these are the 3 things that I'm constantly looking at. The stories you tell. How do you tell them? What's the narrative? The heroes you hold high. Who are you talking about? Who are your heroes? And very important to keep your ear to the ground when you're listening to your own target audience, that who are their heroes? What are the stories they are listening to? And what are the actions that you're taking to be able to portray what you stand for? When we started at Kind Life, we know we're very, very clearly targeted towards the Gen Z, and we hear a lot of pros and cons about the Gen Z, and I see a bunch of them sitting here as well, that they are vocal about it, but you don't see that in action. They will talk about self-care, planet care, but do they really act on it? The fact is they do. I think that this is a more conscious, self-conscious, planet-conscious, eco-conscious generation than we've had before. Maybe in the 1970s, the boomers, that was a generation that believed that a change was possible. And then this is a generation that believes a change is possible. Now, if I'm building out a brand for this generation, I have to be very conscious about, back to the same terminology. What are the stories that I'm telling? What are the actions I'm taking? And what are the heroes I'm holding up high? Constantly keep going back to build the narrative around that.
Great. So just to kind of get a little deeper into that, I think a key point that I want you to kind of point out is, what are the watch outs for a startup entrepreneur when he's getting about his task of building his communication practice? And the reason I say so is that there are 2 aspects. I've been a slightly old world big box marketer, and typically, the big weightage that one gave in the 90s was really to your communication through your advertising agency, right? So, most marketers spent, let's say, 80% of their time with their agency, their ad agency and such like. And very often, and must confess to that, PR was like an afterthought, right? So once you build your campaign and you look at a big thing, let's call the PR guys in and, hopefully they'll help amplify the campaign. I think that has really turned on its head, I would say, pretty much in the last decade, right? Today, I think most brands, the startup ecosystem has learned to realize that the value of a well-articulated communication piece in a mainline publication is invaluable. How does one, Radhika, kind of draw the balance and use PR effectively in building your narrative? And two is, how does one temper expectations of young startup entrepreneurs? And I'll say this because I work with a bunch of them, and the belief is that, I've got, this great idea, great product, now go out and get me this story in Times of India and Economic Times, right? The world is not that simple, it won't work that way. So just some thoughts and pointers in terms of how does one temper expectations of startup entrepreneurs, and some of the learnings on this score, please.
So I'll go back to the culture piece that I talked about. When we look at the startup world in India, a little bit of a misnomer that's been there is any news is good news. Whether you're in news for being too aggressive, whether you're in news for being just plain rude, unfortunately, we are talking about heroes in the ecosystem who have not necessarily set a great example of why they want to be in the news. And that's what's happened with a lot of the incoming entrepreneurs as well. They believe that they want to be in the news, and being in the news gets you attention from your key stakeholders, right? Key stakeholders for being in the news is investors, first and foremost. Second is future employees. And the third one is audience, because our belief, or the ecosystem's belief, is that your audience is someone you can reach out to by paid advertising or paid marketing, not necessarily PR. But for PR, it is mostly investors, right? I think that whole narrative or that whole story has to change. Because when you are in the news for negative things, your customers are reading that too. And we tend to forget that. And I think as PR agencies, as PR consultants, as communication specialists, and especially those who are guiding us, type A, believe anything is possible, very high risk appetite, to temper most of us down and tell us what is possible, what is not, what are the pros and cons, might sound a bit like a babysitting experience, but very, very important for us to hear that from the pros. While we understand, for me, it took me 10, 12 years to understand that media is a double-edged sword. You feel that any news is good news at that point, but it can come back to bite you at any point. I think that is a communication that's not gone through to a lot of younger entrepreneurs. And it is the job of communication specialists to make sure that they are aware about it and they hear about it. I think that's one of the most important things.
Great point. Another point I want to understand a little bit is, to what extent, how does, as a three-time entrepreneur, how do you consciously get feedback on two levels? One about your product and your offering in the marketplace, and the other is keeping a close tab on what I would call broad trends or consumer insights that sway a large part. We were chatting earlier this morning, and Radhika shared with me that one real tangible number that she could talk about in the context of Kind Life is a lot of the business is actually coming from Bharat, as we say, tier 2 and tier 3 towns. And thanks to e-commerce and deep distribution, today you're able to reach that. A startup can reach that. You don't have to be a Unilever and a Nestle to get down to 10 million outlets. How do you, as an entrepreneur, keep interact with social mores and trends that you believe are changing? One, of course, that you are addressing right now is the fact that Gen Z is far more socially conscious. They are conscious about their carbon footprint, about the environment, about doing business ethically, and so on and so forth. And maybe there are a few trends yet to merge, right? A lot of people today are comfortable working from remote towns, from small towns. They see that as a great offer. I mean, they see that a potential employer who can offer that as being far more valuable. So how do you ensure that you and your team keep close track of this? And do you expect the same from your partners like your communication agencies?
Great question, great question. I think as we build out a business, that's really the whole foundation of the business, right? If I decide that I'm going to do something in the well-being space, why did I decide that I'm going to do something in the well-being space? We all start off with a certain hypothesis that this is going to be the next big thing over the next decade. It's my job as the CEO and founder is to keep my eyes open and have a certain vision of what's going to happen in the country over the next decade. I look at a lot of secondary research, a lot of reports to tell me, what the macroeconomic factors are going to be, what's the next decade going to look like, whether it's in terms of economic factors, whether it's in terms of demographic profiling that's going to change, psychographic profiling, et cetera, et cetera. But the rubber meets the road when you see actual numbers. I think Mr. Dave, Nikhil talked about it briefly as well, a Monday morning meeting every week to be completely transparent around the numbers. And for us, we launched on basis of secondary research. Bain ne kya kaha hai, BCG ne kya kaha hai, what are the numbers looking like, what are our GDP growth going to look like, and beautiful, right? The story is perfect over there. Our GDP is going to go from our consumption is going to go from 1.7 trillion to 5.8 trillion over the next decade. Most of this is going to be driven by the audience that we want to target, 500 million Gen Z in India. The numbers all sound fabulous and great. You start a business on basis of that, but you build a business that has to be agile and very, very lean. I think you gave a great example of the fact that for Pepsi, Ms. Nui actually caught the fact that wellness is going to be important very early on, much before Coke did. And for us, that's a very similar mindset as well. I know that well-being is going to be important. How do I know well-being is going to be important? Because I've read the numbers around that. And my job is also to intuitively sit here and see what the PR future is going to look like. How many of the people here are very, very young and are looking at a career in PR going forward? And similarly for well-being, what are the search trends that are happening, et cetera, et cetera. But when I launched, my thought process was that my total addressable market is going to be sitting in metros, large cities, because these are people who have higher awareness about clean beauty, about organic food, conscious consumption, all terms that I thought would fit my business at Kind Life. About 80% of my orders now come from smaller towns and cities, and with a very high average order value. Now, in our world, a higher average order value relates to a more premium consumer, a more affluent, a more conscious consumer. I was expecting some orders to come in from smaller towns and cities, but not to this ratio. What does this tell me? This tells me that gives me further confidence that consciousness, conscious consumption, while that's not the term that they're looking for in smaller towns and cities, but it is prevalent across the country. People want to eat better, they want to live better, and they want to consume better. I have to change my terminology, my language, to make sure I'm including those consumers in our language as well. And I think that's the most important thing. Keep your ear to the ground, see what's coming your way, and be agile enough to be able to move in the right direction.
Fantastic. And I'm just going to, get a little deeper into just one aspect of what you said. I think one part of what Kind Life is doing is really talking to this, evolving new age consumer who's recognizing the importance of, let's say, a socially more conscious existence. The other part is really building out the category, which is, as people are getting increasingly aware of this, how does one push and nudge them to recognize the value of an organic, a healthy, a more kinder lifestyle? And in the context of comms, how do you see public relations playing a role, right? One aspect is you want to build out the category, you want to make this trend come alive, and make maybe youngsters on the fence kind of get to this side. And the other aspect is you want to keep kind life up front and center, which is what your business is all about. How do you draw the balance on this, Radhika?
So great question, because that is my biggest challenge right now. Because what we are doing is category creation, right? There is awareness that all of this exists, but there's no awareness that you can go in and buy it from a single platform. And for us, as we look at category creation, I think it becomes more important for me, my co-founders, our brand ambassadors, to be talking about a kinder lifestyle. Make kinder lifestyle a terminology that's in the future as popular as Google it. I am a kind life consumer. That's very, very, very important for us. And as we look at that, I think the communication specialist coming in and helping us becomes really important, because whether it is the main press or whether it is any of the new medium that's there, whether it is YouTube, whether it is social media, I think it's, of course, the old versions of broadcast and all of that, very important for us to keep communicating about the category, that it exists. Because the first purchase, because the only truth is numbers. We're a business, we're a for-profit business. The only truth is numbers. That's about it, right? And the only truth will happen once you will try out a product for the first time because you feel that it is aligned with your value. You'll not buy it a second time if it doesn't work for you the first time around. So my job is to tell people that try it out because it's better for you, it's better for the environment, but second time around you want to come back. They will come back only if the product is good. So I have to be able to build that trust of the consumer on my platform, and it is impossible for me to do that without a PR, without the communication fraternity.
Yeah, and therefore, coming to the, possibly the last point is that therefore the line between PR and communication in the general sense, the advertising, the paid and the inorganic, is blurring, right? So some part of what you expect from your communications firms is, mass media and, let's say get kind life mentioned in mainstream media. The other part is what very often goes under the broad sense of influencer marketing, which is, do you get the right kind of people speaking about you, not just in mainstream media, but through social media channels and using influencers. To what extent do you see this blurring of lines between traditional communication and PR? And how do you think, let's say more PR-oriented comms folks who are in this room can navigate this?
Again, a question that I ask myself every day. I think the new word for us is amplification. And, 5 years ago at Shop Cruise, I didn't necessarily hear that word. Now it is about, everything is about amplification. Because the concentration of audience on a specific media has gone away. Whether that is print, whether that is social media, whether that is broadcast. So you can be present across many different media channels. How do you amplify that? And I feel that's the biggest support that my PR agency, my communication specialist has to give me. Amplification, amplification, amplification. Influencer marketing, फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि क्या कर रहे हैं, what we are doing, whether it is a news article, whether I'm in Mint, whether I'm in Times of India, or I'm on an influencer page, amplification is equally important. I think there was a phase in between when, I think of today's news is tomorrow's trash. You pick up the newspaper, trash it, and That's gone away, and that's gone away in a very big way. You know, you can take today's news and live off it for the next 30 days if you amplify it the right way. And I do want to hear more of that from this industry.
So one quick, rapid fire, but quickly, what do you think would be the top 3 things you look for in a communication agency's partner?
A true partner, somebody who can brainstorm with me and understand what the space is about. The second one is a foil to what I bring to the table. I understand my business well, and feel free to come back and push back on what my understanding of your business is, because I am not the expert, you are. And the third one is actually going back to amplification. Please help us amplify anything that we do.
In closing, I just want to touch one last topic, Radhika, is really on the personal side. As an entrepreneur, lots of challenges, raising funds, hiring a team, going out, getting partners on board, seeing the trajectory of growth. The last 2 years have been uncertain, lots of setbacks, and you've lived this life, for about a couple of decades now. So if you were to look back, what are the 1 or 2 things you can share out here of how does one pick oneself up from those lows, right? There are lots of highs of being an entrepreneur, the spotlight, the valuations and, having people woo you. But there are also those horrible lows when you look at yourself and say, this is the amount of money I have in the bank, this is my runway, will I make it? What if I fail? How do you handle the lows?
You're right, it's been a couple of decades and I'm still learning pretty much every day. I think I have a very simple mantra, Lloyd. It sounds very, very oversimplistic, but that has held me in good stead. It is just show up. Whether I have had a good day, good year, good month, bad year, terrible day, terrible month, and being an entrepreneur is really putting yourself out there. Success doesn't come easy, because by the time success comes or you read about success, there's already so much that has happened on the personal and professional front that it's taken everything out of you. I think it is to just show up, and that's really the most important thing. And that's also important as a leader, because when things go wrong, I've seen a few people just go into hiding, and that doesn't hold well or bode well for the team as well. So my gut is to just be there, be present with my heart and my head, and to just show up. And that's, it really levels everything out. That's it. It's done well for me, and I hope it does well for everybody who follows it.
Fabulous, Radhika. Thank you for sharing that. I think, yes, a great takeaway. Show up, stand up and be counted. Appreciate that. A great conversation. I enjoyed this chat. I hope some of you guys enjoyed this chat as well. And good wishes on Kind Life.
Thank
Right?
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, both the panel discussion members. We'll be moving to the next session. Make some noise for both of them. I'm so amazed to be over here and hosting this. We'll be having more panel discussions, and they're going to be very entertaining. This was adding so much of value in your lives, and if you're new to PR industry, I'm sure you're going to take away a lot of knowledge from this particular place. Once again, thanking Lloyd Mathis and Radhika Ghai. It was an amazing conversation. I am definitely taking away a lot of knowledge and value, and I hope the other members of the panels would be adding values to this to these discussions. And this is Imagexx 2022. We have a great AV which we want to show to all the members over here. But before that, I would want you guys to just make some noise for yourself. Probably you can clap for yourself for giving us your time. And thank you so much for attending this event. This is Imagexx 2022. And can we have the sponsors AV, please? Before that, I would request them to settle up. All right. Stop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving your time, and we'll be moving on to the next session. But there's a disclaimer towards that, and that is that we have allotted certain amount of time because of the time constraints. और जो भी time हमने दिया है उसी के दौरान आपको बोलना है. हम आपको 10 मिनट पहले बता देंगे कि पैनल डिस्कशन खत्म होने वाला है, और ये मेरी तरफ से होगा क्योंकि मेरे मोढे पे बंदूक चलेगी, जैसा कि हम दिल्ली में बोलते हैं. बट नेवर माइंड, ये होने वाला है. और यहाँ पर अब मैं बुलाना चाहता हूँ हमारे नेक्स्ट पैनल डिस्कशन मेंबर्स को, जो कि हैं चेतन महाजन, फाउंडर एंड सीईओ मैवरिक्स सेशन चेयर, डॉक्टर कुलवीन त्रेहान, कोऑर्डिनेटर पीएचडी रिसर्च, यूनिवर्सिटी स्कूल ऑफ मास कम्युनिकेशन, GGSIP यूनिवर्सिटी न्यू दिल्ली, डॉक्टर सुरभि दहिया, प्रोफेसर IIMC न्यू दिल्ली. प्लीज Dr. Surbhi Daya, Professor IIMC New Delhi, Professor Ramula Kumar, Dean, Delhi School of Communications, Pooja Pathak, Co-founder and Director of Media Mantra, Priya Mishra, Chief Talent Officer, BCW India. मेरी सभी से दरख्वास्त है, प्लीज एक बार स्टेज पे आ जाए एंड सम मेक सम नॉइज गाइस. अभी तो दिन की शुरुआत हुई है, अभी बहुत लंबा शो होने वाला है. चलिए, सारे अतिथिगण यहाँ आ चुके हैं, वेटरन्स अपनी जगह ले चुके हैं, और इस सेशन का जो टॉपिक है वो बेसिकली है हाउ PR एजेंसीज एंड एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स कैन कोलैबोरेट टू ऐड वैल्यू इन द PR करिकुलम. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये काफी ज्ञानवर्धक होने वाला है, और बहुत ही ज्यादा ज्ञानी लोग यहाँ पर हैं हमारे बीच मौजूद, सारे प्रोफेसर्स हैं और सारे कॉलेजेस हैं. सो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी एडिंग अ लॉट ऑफ वैल्यू टू एवरीबॉडीज लाइफ एंड पीपल हु आर इन द PR इंडस्ट्री एंड फ्रेटर्निटी. Off you go, and I think can we provide them mics, please? Thank you, and water as well, because they'll be talking about a certain topic. Can we have some water for them as well? Anupam, can you look at it? All right, once again introducing Chetan Mahajan, founder and CEO of Imagexx Session Chair, Dr. Kulveen Trehan, coordinator, PhD Research, University School of Mass Communication, GGSIP, University, New Delhi, Dr. Surbhi Daya, Professor, IIMC, New Delhi, Professor Ramula Kumar, Dean, Delhi School of Communications, Pooja Pathak, co-founder and director in Media Mantra, Priya Mishra, Chief Talent Officer, BCW India Group. I think everybody knows the topic, and off you go.
Thank you so much, and it's very unfortunate that I couldn't make it to the venue today, down with COVID, while no severe symptoms, but didn't want to take a chance to infect others. So thanks for the introductions, and I will not spend a lot of time here introducing now everybody of the panel. It's a very acclaimed panel, very, very experienced, and I'm so looking forward to this conversation and making sure that we have a good takeaway from this session. So now diving directly into the conversation, the overall quality of talent is one of the biggest challenges we face across multiple industries, and our industry is definitely not an exception. If 90% of the engineers are unemployable, it's only fair to assume that at least 1/3 or half of the communication professionals who come out of the schools and colleges, best of the breed, are still lacking in the overall skill sets which are required by the industry today. While the industry and academic institutes have been collaborating for long, the situation isn't getting better, and particularly so because the demand has been growing very aggressively. So while the broad quality of talent must have improved, but since the number of people we need in the industry, I think that's a big challenge. Most of the agencies continue to spend a lot of time, energy, and many a times a lot of money to make the fresh talent productive in their ecosystem. So in this session, we will deliberate on how the collaboration between academic and industry institutions is helping to improve the curriculum, and what else can be done to strengthen this partnership and create a better pool of talent for the industry. So to start with, we'll go with the free-flowing views and personal experiences of all the panelists here. And can I please request Surbhi to share her views, and maybe 2 to 3 minutes for everybody, ideally without any interruption. Thank you so much. Over to you, Surbhi.
So thank you, Chetan. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Professor Surbhi Daya, and I'm a professor with Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and I would like to thank Ad Guli to invite me here. Um, I would like to express my views on the industry-academia collaboration. I feel that industry-academia collaboration is very, very vital for a sustainable, ecosystem where both the industry and the academia will flourish. And in such a dynamic and in such a competitive global business environment, it really becomes quintessential to ensure the development and application of a relevant body knowledge. And I feel that on one hand, where industry is responsible for facilitating for knowledge transfer between academia and industry, and it's basically a bi-directional channel for this knowledge. On the other hand, I feel that the academia, it needs to ensure a very deep understanding of the industry as well as deep industry focus in their curriculums. So, the need for collaboration between the industry and academia, they are now more than what was ever required before because of the changing dynamics of the industry as well, especially post-COVID. PR agencies, organizations, even the entrepreneurs, they should provide opportunity to even create research modules or curriculum development or live projects or first-hand interactions. And we feel that academia, on its part, they should also reciprocate by encouraging the faculty and students to go beyond the curriculum, to think big, to think out of the box and maintain a deep industry focus. So besides imparting the core and the technical knowledge, I would say academia should also try to focus on other skills, which are the softer skills, which we just heard in the morning. And we should also focus on behavioral aspects, on English language or Hindi language, whatever is required, because having the interpersonal skills, leadership capabilities, having a command over the language, case studies, all these are a part, where academia should also, be a part of and be, responsible for encouraging the students. Another one could be a team spirit, for example. So there are so many startups these days, and there are so many innovative ideas. Some of them being pushed by the government itself. And businesses, they are trying to acquire more competitive advantage, more competitive edges. So what we need to do is that we need to realize that one of the key hubs of nurturing the innovative talent, the innovative mindset, is the education sector. So these institutes, all these institutes, whether they are the J School institutes or they teach advertising, PR, or integrated marketing communication, we should all focus on the commercial viable research as well. So, I have witnessed that these young adults in IIMC and other colleges, wherever I go to, and the J schools, they are thinking big, they are thinking out of the box. So what happens is that when industry collaborates with academia, they get a real-time advantage, they get a real-time, opportunity to learn, to, apply their minds on a real-time campaign. So we, always try and, do more and more collaborations, whether it is in the form of workshops or, guest lectures or industry interface or internships or, carrying out or implementing real-time campaigns with the industry. We always give an opportunity to our students, and I would request the industry professionals sitting here to also think in this direction, that if they can support and collaborate more with the J schools in this manner, they would certainly learn more and serve the industry later or sooner. So thank you so much. Over to you, Chetan.
Thank you, Survi. Kulveen, can I request you to, to share your views now. And then you're amongst the very few people who have, had an opportunity to be on the industry side first, and then be on the, the other side where you have helped more than 1,000 students to be part of the ecosystem today. So it will be I'm very excited to hear your views.
Thank you, Chetan, and good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. Many compliments to Bijoy for conceiving this program, and especially in person. And like Nikhil said, and of course, the talk before us pointed out, many of us today perhaps do not want to identify as just advertising professionals or PR professionals. We are in the communication industry. We are trying to understand integrated communication in a more practical framework. And this is where I like the use of the word collaboration. Collaboration between industry and academia. No, this is not new. Like Chetan pointed out in the beginning, that industry and academia have been working together ever since, media education took off. So yes, all of us have been collaborating, but the roles have been changing. There have been complementary roles of media academia and industry, and then there have been supplementary roles as well. Like for instance, the agencies will point out at certain inadequacies and certain skill sets which are required, and the academia will respond through curricular changes, through practical interventions, through live real-time engagements. All of that has been happening in the last 2 decades. And yet, these are very interesting times. When I say that, of course, I bring into discussion what has been discussed in terms of digital disruption and how that has changed the communication landscape. And not just the consumers. Especially in the public relations industry, I would say that the impact is deeper because in the with the turn of the millennium, we saw, even if I would not like to admit, but we saw the fall of advertising and the rise of PR. Being an advertising professional, I would like to maintain advertising reigns supreme, but no longer the case. Public relations established its validity far more in the last 2 decades, and we can all see how, whether it's a startup, it's a non-profit organization, or the India Inc., everybody has been heavily relying on the kind of content and the kind of communication, and more importantly, the third C, the community engagement which public relations has been able to generate in the last 2 decades. And these are the 3 C's we need to collaborate upon. As academicians, as PR educators, our responsibility is to listen. We need to listen to our friends in the industry when they point out at certain gaps, at certain areas where we need to work together. And they also, I am sure, are very open to listening to how the work we are doing, like for instance, Chetan pointed out that we come from industry and have been into full-time academic research for now more than 2 decades, which is true. And what is my experiences with international public relations agencies and educators tell me that what is benefiting, what is leading to a meaningful relationship between academia and industry in the West, or for that matter, even in Eastern Europe, is perhaps how the kind of interventions, the kind of effectiveness matrices, the kind of barometers in research for PR audit, for PR effectiveness, for PR strategy and tactics, and not just message, media, and market research, which we conventionally undertook, that is benefiting the industry. And we were talking about numbers in the previous session and how everybody is interested in analytics through numbers. I would say, let's expand the definition of data. Data is not just number crunching. Let's look for information within data. Who are the people who are responding like that? Why are they responding? What are the new ways of looking at social commentary, narrative analysis? What are the discourses on social media which is creating this spillover effect and which is leading to this continuous loop of communication and generating conversations, And above all of us, since public relations still in India remains largely about news development, we need to differentiate as educators, we need to teach, and as practitioners, we need to underline the need to establish the difference between news and noise. We have too much information at the moment. Let's continue to tell our students what exactly is news, what is a news value, and then integrate the values we create in an academic environment, the values of business ethics, the macro values. You know, storytelling comes out of who you are. How do you view the world? The content you create is not just 140 characters or 280 characters for short content, or the audio visual you make. Those are coming out of your sensibilities of the sociopolitics of the country, of your understanding of the macro business environment in the world. So we as educators have to be responsible in introducing them to the idea of what are businesses, what is the understanding of transparency, how the communication landscape maneuvers itself through industry dynamics and market adaptability. What is the semiology of culture and communication? Because, you know, even though we are rapidly globalizing, what we are also looking out is the love for the native, localization of content, and not just language, localization of context, localization of subtext in what you write. So whatever we teach them in written communication, in oral communication, in audiovisual communication as educators, we need to actually not just tell them the language in PR, but also the context. And then only they can create novel communication which will allow brands to differentiate from the others. It's a challenge these days for brands across product categories to be different. So as communicators, we need to actually rise up to the challenge. Over to
Thank
you,
you so
Chetan.
much, Kulveer. Very valid points. And can I move to Ramolaji? Ramolaji, you're amongst the most experienced on this platform, and you have had very diverse experience. So it will be wonderful to hear your thoughts.
Uh, I think my young colleagues have said a lot about, the interactive, the research part, the workshops, etc., that they are engaged with at their own institutes and organizations. Two words come to my mind: commandability, accountability. If you have the command of the language, you can command content. And if you command content, you become accountable. So commandability and accountability, very simple formula. But, I find that a lot of, I have had comments from, observations, from senior Wonderman Thompson people and from other PR agencies also. यार मुझे एक कैंडिडेट दे दो, एक कैंडिडेट दे दो जो एक पेज बिना गलती के लिखे, whether it is in Hindi, Sanskrit, local lingua. Radhika wanted 80% of our market is from tier 2. She needs somebody who understands the local person. Okay? So it doesn't matter. You don't have to be English honors literature, please. You just need to be very Desi and Punjabi also. Hai na? So if you have the command of the language, you got it. This is it. But please don't make horrendous mistakes on, ye kya hua. I mean, just do it. It's just 3 words. All is well. Just 3 words. They didn't have any. But look at the way they took that, the world by a storm. Everybody just does it, yaar. आजकल की generation तो just does it ही है ना? So they're wonderful people. I think these youngsters have a lot of energy. I think they have the gift of the gab. They have this little dibba which they're carrying all the day long. है ना? थोड़ा यार मिलके भी बात करो, पता लगता है. Nikhil Dev was so right when he entered and said, "Thank God that you're here, and you're not behind some camera which I don't even know whether you're there or not." So I'm very happy to see all of you, just like Nikhil sir. And I think that, this is the way to command. When you meet each other, when you see each other, when you touch each other, the 5 senses are awake and you can command better. You can express better. All right? And when you do that, you become more accountable automatically. Accountability के बिना कुछ नहीं है भाई साहब. Hello. 7 lakhs का job चाहिए तो तेरी तो काम पे लग जा. काम पे लग जा. अपने आप मिल जाएगा. Am I right? Are we okay? Are we okay with that? Yeah. Yeah, well, Pooja takes my students, so she knows very well where I'm coming from. So I think that, we just need to be a little bit understanding of each other's commitments, and we need to really, if you can just hold my mic for me. It's very easy to do this. It's more difficult to do this, and look at the power it generates. And it's much more difficult to do this. And look at the power it contains. Simple body language gestures, but they contain so much. When you're together, when the industry is together with the academia, this is what it does. So that's where I'm coming from. And thank you very much, Ad Gully and ma'am, for the platform. I hand you over to Chetan sir back.
Thank you so much, Romolaji. I think, in the most simplistic format you have explained, how the collaboration can immensely benefit both the academia as well as the industry. So Pooja, lovely to have you here. And I didn't know that you were also a student of Romola. So it's amazing to have both the teacher and student on the same platform. And you've been in the industry for the longest time. And I'm sure, like most of us, you've had your share of challenges with respect to fresh talent. And if you look at from a dynamics of the industry, I think fresh talent and people who are within 2 to 3 years of experience, they also enable the overall execution engine for the agency. And it'll be lovely to have your views shared with us, Pooja.
Hi everyone. So not student of Ramolaji, but I hire from their college. So
Oh, okay.
I've been associated with the college. So just to start with, Media Mantra is inching towards completing a decade. And since that time, it's been 10 years that I've been associated with the colleges of different nature and only teaching about communication and out of personal interest being associated with the college. And the reason why I feel it's a very imperative to be a part of this journey is because we are looking at talent, we are looking at hiring talent, and it's very important that if we are able to make the education more relevant in context to what the current education system is doing. And I've often seen that when a representative from an industry goes and talks in the college, it kind of adds to the experiential learning of the person. It kind of adds more volume and more depth towards what the person or what the industry actually demands. The institutions are doing a fantastic job. They're looking at a great way of nurturing the students, but any kind of an industry experience is a value addition for the child. Having said that, there are also very important programs like job shadowing programs, mentoring programs, just lecturing programs. So all these kind of things are very important to shape up the entire career for the candidate. I often look at, when we discuss internally about hiring interns, I'm of the opinion that yes, more and more people should be hired because for the organization, it's not such a head-turning expense or an investment, whichever way you look at. But for that candidate, it is surely a career-defining moment. And the reason why I say that is because there are times that you, as an expert, kind of analyze the person's capability more than what the child is actually looking at. There are instances when a person has come to us for a public relations role, but has eventually performed excellent in content or social media. So that is a discussion and that is something which they can only learn when they are in the organization. That is something which I think if curriculum learning can be integrated, and when I say integrated, I mean it should be to a very large extent integrated with a lot of experiential learning, and it should be the responsibility of a togetherness because we are looking at talent, we know where the gaps are, and it is only about organizations who sometimes feel that if I want to be more inclined towards the institutions, then yes, that can be there. But if person wants to devote less time, then accordingly the person can make space for that. And more people within the organization should be identified to look at collaborating with colleges at different levels. So I think this is my main crux of how the collaboration standard should really mushroom going forward.
Thank you so much, Pooja and Priya. You, amongst all of us, I think you have the toughest job. Managing the expectations from a talent perspective, which of course has been the toughest challenge for the industry for over a couple of decades now. So it'll be lovely to hear your views as well.
Uh, Thank you for saying I have the toughest job. I don't think I have the toughest job. I think each one of us does what we need to do. Um, what I would like to share is Genesis PR started off 30 years back. This year we celebrate our 30th year. So
Congratulations.
when we started the firm, we frankly had the honor or the privilege of actually having no talent in the market because there was no understanding of PR. And that has created the legacy of learning being one of our values, learning being one of the key pillars on which we continue to build and operate. And even today, the CEO for BCW India, for the past so many years, she runs programs in institutes, in campuses where she goes in and she teaches PR, and she actually has an Excel sheet. So I go in and I hire and I pick students from the same campus, and then she'll check my scores. Okay, I have the scores and I know which students you should have picked. I don't want to influence your decision because you as the hiring team can go and pick who you think is the right fitment for the role. But she maintains her Excel sheet where she will cross-check that, okay, how did you end up picking this student? So we realized the importance of having this collaboration. We also realize what happens when they join us. There is, despite all this collaboration, the world is changing just so fast. The number of skills that you require, the multifaceted person that you're required to be and to deliver. It keeps us on our toes because we know that the minute we bring in somebody, we then have to work with them to make them fit into the job as soon as possible and to leverage the skills that the person brings. So I would go back to what Ramola ma'am said. We don't teach grammar. And when I'm going to a campus, frankly, any hiring that I'm doing at the fresher level, I'm not so worried about what degree a person came with, what is the person wanting to do. I'm more worried about, is the grammar right? We can't teach English. Is the attitude right? Is the person happy to learn? Once they're happy to learn, we've had amazing examples of people who've come in from sociology batches. We've had examples of people who've come in from international studies. Luckily or unluckily, after international studies, there's actually pretty much no career path unless you actually become an international bureaucrat. So we're happy to take people from all streams as long as they're passionate communicators and they're willing to learn and adapt as fast as the pace of the industry changes. So that's what I would like to say.
Thank you so much, Priya, and I couldn't agree more. But unfortunately, by the time people reach the, degree and post-degree levels, institutes can barely make any intervention from grammar level, right? Because that's the foundation. You can't, intervene and, make somebody's grammar better when they are like 21 or 23 years old. But going back to Surbi, you mentioned you have a practice of engaging students in real-time campaigns. So if you can just throw some light on how those campaigns have bettered the ability of students to come up with ideas which are relatively more innovative and be ready for the industry.
Yeah, Chetan, thanks for your question. So yes, real-time campaigns are very, very important. What we try and do at IMC is to divide the class in 8 to 10 groups, and there are like, 6, 7, 8 students in a group. And we ask them to tie up with either some ad agency or some PR agency or some, brand. I remember I was heading the ADPR department at IMC in 2017, where I tied up for my students, the whole class, with Ministry of Road Transport. So we were given a campaign to prepare campaigns for road safety, right? All the 8 groups that year prepared different road safety campaigns for the ministry. And they were so happy that they gave us 1 lakh rupee as prize money, which I distributed amongst the first 3 groups, and the rest of the groups got 5,000 as consolation prizes on their convocation along with the certificate. So they were really very happy. What these real-time campaigns make them do is to understand the real-time situation in which the client is, and they strategize accordingly. So I always tell them, you do a brief history, you do a concise on what is the status of that brand, whether it is in the initial stage or in the growth stage or in the development stage, or it is at a saturation point, or there's another PLC that's going on from that stage. So you assess the situation, you come to know what is the real budget, you work in that budget, and then you actually try and think out of the box. And young minds are full of ideas, and I always tell them, jot down your ideas because they're going to fly away, and work on those ideas. So 8 of them will work on separate ideas, and then they'll sit together and discuss which ideas are best, and work on 2 ideas first, and then whatever can develop the best, they will work on 1 single idea and prepare that campaign, which is a sort of an integrated marketing campaign. They do the advertising strategies, they do the PR strategies, they make the media plan, and each and everything they try and do and sync with the objectives of that company. So yes, Chetan, I feel that real-time campaigns are very, very important, and they are, really, a learning process. And the outcome is, matchless, and the industry should also come forward to help these students, maybe with smaller budgets, 2 lakh, 5 lakhs, or whatever they can offer. And I'm sure, there are companies who can offer more. It all depends on the students also and the faculty also, how they are coordinating, how they are approaching the industry. And maybe, that's a feat that they can, start with. And I have witnessed many cases where students have become entrepreneurs. Scoop Whoop is another excellent example from IIMC. Scoop Whoop was started by 3 classmates of IIMC, and I was writing a book previously on Indian media giants, which has just been published by Oxford and came last week, and it will be available on Amazon from next week. So they asked me to write another book on entrepreneurial journalism in India. And I was really happy to do it, and I just completed that book. So and I've submitted, maybe it comes next year. So I interviewed those people, those students of IMC as an entrepreneur, how they have developed. So they said, like, I was talking to Rishi Pratim and others, and they said, ma'am, I was doing a job, and one night I just thought that, let me write this. And I just wrote an article, which was a funny article. And next morning on Facebook, and next morning, it had 500,000 views. And my boss was asking me, who is this? And I had no guts to say this is me. So it turns, your life sometimes. So real-time, working and campaign planning and, doing a strategic work is excellent, and I'm all for it. And I make sure that 2 people, at least from a class of 70 that I teach, must become entrepreneurs, because I know that they are going to give, other people also jobs. Today, Scoop Whoop is, I think, they've hired around 170 employees. So I'm proud of that. and let's get going with
Wonderful. I
the
think that's a great
industry
example,
academia collaboration.
Kuldeep. Fantastic example. So let's check with the industry. How excited are they to get kids beyond internship and put them on live campaigns? Because more often than not, what happens, with 1 month, sometimes just 20 days of internship, it's just dabbling with very administrative kind of work, execution kind of work, and nothing more strategic or campaign led. I could be wrong, but that's coming purely from my experience, and also because the time frame is so limited. You don't have the wherewithal to give them an opportunity which can extend to a couple of months. But working on live campaigns can offer that opportunity. Is the solution in the fact that the internship period could be extended to 2 to 3 months, or could be done parallelly alongside the academic persuasion? Pooja, over to you.
So I feel that real-time campaigns and having interns on that, see what they can actually do is to collaborate on the research part of it. So, that is also an important aspect that they can look into.
Yeah.
Having said that, it's not necessarily that everything they will have to just learn, because see, PR is a skill set evolution journey. So what we say sometimes, oh my God, it's pressure, client pressure, management pressure, this pressure. I think that is a takeaway which they can learn in that environment. And for us also, so when we say you need to upskill, you need to learn multitasking. So these are programs, these are skill sets which you cannot learn online. These are skill sets which you will learn on ground. These are the skill sets when you have 2 calls, you need to prioritize. You need to know whose call you should pick up first. So these are the things that you will learn, and if the child is able to learn only this much, I think that's a good hire. So, these are the contributions that the person makes, intangible contributions. And if these intangible contributions are identified by the organization, then that is a hire that an organization should look at. So, looking at these aspects, and the person can eventually keep on doing. You give them 2, 3 other tasks, you tell them. And one more thing, I feel that this current generation is exceptional when it comes to social media. So they know everything. You can learn from them about Instagram. You can learn from them about all these things. So these are some identified contributions which you should also realize and work towards their strengths. Nurture their strengths, and at the same time, help them overcome and learn on ground. So I think that's how I would want to position it.
Fair point, Pooja. Priya, you want to share your views on this?
Just a couple of things. One is we try and not give internships for short term. Our minimum internships are 2 months because we don't think that anybody learns anything in 15, 20 days. They're still just settling into the environment. So we make it a point that the person takes it seriously. It has to be a minimum of 2 months, while we love to get longer internships where possible and where it meets the curriculum requirements. The second challenge that we face when working on real-time campaigns is today compliances are extremely high. Even at an RFP stage, a client will first make you sign an NDA before they put you on even before they get your response. So it's always a challenge to get an external batch supporting a campaign, or actually putting them on real-time situations because of just confidentiality challenges. But what we use as training mechanisms is more the work that we do on our community, on the community front, where we support a few organizations, and our employees support community by providing communication support and campaigns for them and actually running them. Those are great training grounds, not just for our own employees, but also the industry, academic connects that we have. Because working on a real-time campaign, running it through the year, seeing it evolve, executing it, going back and fixing it, ideating to put it back on track and doing well, it is real-time success. And there is nothing that beats that excitement of actually seeing your work happen. It's not just theory, it's on ground and it's happening and you're running it. So it's great stuff.
Oh, thanks, Priya. I think very, very valid point.
Chetan, I wanted to
So,
actually add
Kulween,
one more point. I just
yeah,
wanted to
please,
add one.
please.
Yeah, just one second. So I'm saying even on real time, I think suddenly putting a fresher on a accountability parameter. So real time is also accountability, right? So putting that person on an accountability
Yeah.
parameter is also something which can be overwhelming. So, there should be a direction, there should be a course of action which should be very streamlined for the organization, right? If you suddenly put them on that parameter, they're just going to just say, oh my God, I can't do work at all. So, that should also be strategically be done in case you're putting them on such kind of a module. Yeah.
Sure, Ramalaji.
Chetan?
Chetan sir, I had this thought in my mind. All organizations have a mentoring program, the better organizations. I know Infosys has an amazing mentoring program, and I'm sure there are a lot of others. I know Genesis has an
Yeah.
LP program and all that. Now, one is mentoring your employees. I wondered why not mentoring the students? The agency can start thinking of, getting into a mentoring program with institutes. Even if you allocate 6 employees across 4 months and say that, okay, these are the 3 institutes you're going to connect with for 3 to 4 days a week, a month, you've got your mentoring online. And before they come to you, your students have acquired a certain quality of base. The language and this and that and all that stuff and the basic tools you've taught them, right? So that interface with them becomes workable. It's like a workshop. It's not a class. But when you have a workshop, then it works like a shop. you know? So that really makes a hell of a lot of difference. I think maybe
I
we
must
can
compliment
think
your
of-
messaging is very sharp, Ramalaji.
Yeah. So I think this mentoring to institutes with schools and with institutes and looking at mentoring young talent, young adults and moving them in the, sometimes little hand-holding is good. We all need that. We all grew up with, when somebody held your hand, that's only when you started standing and, crawling and standing and walking. And then now you're running. And now you're running out of breath. Hold on, yeah. Chill karo. Okay, ho jayega. So allow somebody to hold your hand and teach you also. It's a wonderful experience to be taught by wonderful people. I've had some of my students, Parikshit Bhattacharya from Delhi School of Communication, Ranjal, and a lot of others who are now with Genesis. Tarana Ahmed was there a long time back. They've done some amazing work. But a lot of it is because of the hand-holding that they also got. Nikhil Day was one of the leading hand-hold people who held their hands. Same way, I'm sure Pooja has been holding the hands of a lot of my students at Media Mantra. We need to connect. We need to connect. It's time that industry came to us also. Not only our students going to them for internships, and yes, 1 month, 2 months में कुछ नहीं होता है, ये तो startup वाली बात है. It takes minimum 3 months for you to deliver the goods. पहले सीख तो लो, सीखोगे तो अपने आप हो जाएगा. Allow yourself the experiential journey. It doesn't work otherwise. Okay, so I think these are the 3-4 things that I was really looking at. And yes, if you have entrepreneurs, why not entrepreneurs in PR? I mean, it's amazing. The young talent that I have, they're all wanting to do their own thing. And within 2-3 years, they will do it. They've got the energy. Okay, so that's that. And
Great. I think very good points, Ramalaji.
Chetan,
So,
Can
since
I-
we have
Thank you,
just
thank
about
you.
10
Chetan, can I
minutes
add
left
to
or maybe
this?
8 minutes left.
There's an experience I would like to add because we've been looking at
Sure,
real-time-
sure. Kulveena, I thought, since you have more integrated experience than anybody else in the room, and the way we are headed right now is, the lines are of course blurring. All PR agencies are integrated PR agencies, all advertising agencies are integrated advertising agencies, digital agencies are integrated, and marketing agencies integrated. Now, given this scenario, and also the fact that we at least we have some hope with the NEP, right? Is changing the way, at least it wishes to change the way how education is delivered. And since you have a lot of experience, I would want you to dwell on that subject a little more.
Right. So yeah, before I begin on how NEP is creating more spaces for better collaboration between industry and academia, because that's what the thrust is. Uh, you know, just a line about live activations and real-time campaigns. Let's not forget that our experiences, we've been doing live activations and real-time campaigns. Our students have been doing them for the last 15 years. So the experience has been very diverse and very rich at times. When you're doing it for political parties, when you're doing it for startups, and you know the way, the challenges Pooja and Priya were talking about, at times they'll squeeze the budget. Right from 5 lakhs, they'll come down to 1,20,000. And that is where our abilities, our training, the skill sets we've imparted will be totally challenged. And that is where, and finally, if they're able to deliver, and they've been able to deliver at different points in time. So that is where I guess the confidence really builds up. So that is one thing, the kind of experience you've had working on real-time, integrated, seamless communication campaigns is very rich. If it works well, of course. And then, of course, some hand-holding, like Pooja was talking about, mentorship. We've been talking about mentorship ever since academia and industry started to collaborate. But to answer Chetan's question that in the light of NEP, how do we take this relationship forward? The relationship is going to get stronger because new education policy, especially in media education, is trying to create a space of holistic understanding wherein skills are not merely skills. Skills complement strategic communication, your ability to conceptualize, that is, the ability to create ideas, and the ability to understand, measure, and analyze responses. Whether those responses are behavioral, whether those responses are psychosomatic, all of those are coming together in storytelling. Now, that storytelling is largely transmediated if you're talking about peer environments today. So, very interesting times in terms of technological integration, the value of holistic learning, technological integration, and the role of specialization. What new education policy is doing is opening lot of doors for, within the macrocosm of media, trying to find your own strengths and your own specializations. Whether you're looking at digital PR as area of specialization, or if you're looking at social media analytics, or you're simply looking at transmedia storytelling as content creator, or you're looking at, let's say, audiovisual production as, a storyteller, or maybe you're just looking at, market and media research. So there are various areas and substreams of specialization which new education policy is trying to facilitate. And that is exactly, I suddenly am reminded of Nikhil's environment. Let's not create inhibiting environments. Let's create facilitating environments. So more facilitating environments are being created, hopefully, by the new education policy, wherein both of us, on this and that side of the table, industry and academia, will converge, we'll have more conversations, and we'll perhaps have those short-term mentorship programs. Short-term would mean 3 to 6 months, and long-term mentorship programs wherein there's a continuous exchange of media practice. And let me tell you, at USMC, we've had this wonderful, we are a one-of-a-kind program in this sense because we are a postgraduate program. In the first year, we offer micromedia, research, and theoretical understanding of the entire Indian media scape. But in the second year, on the lines of IMC, we branch out into individual specializations. So that is like the best of both worlds we are offering. And that is where, on one side, we have a paper which is called PR Cafe, in which you are introduced to the micro, the narrow skills of writing, of analysis, of development, right? And on the other hand, we have the integrated public relations campaign in which the holistic understanding of the entire execution and implementation along with evaluation will come through. So yeah, Chetan, a new education policy
Perfect. Thank you so much,
is giving us
Kulveen.
opportunity.
Since we have just about a minute and a half left, so I'll just go around and just
Chetan sir,
pick
if you
one.
can hear me, unfortunately we have to stop because
Yes.
we're running out of the time. Absolutely out of
Sure,
time.
no
And
problem.
we are
at all.
way,
This was,
we are way far behind the
very, very
time.
interesting. Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry to cut you. You all are veterans, and thank you for adding the value on this discussion. Thank you so much. I would request you to please take your seats, and we'll be moving to the next session. Thank you once again. Chetan Mahajan, founder and CEO, Imagexx Session Chair, Dr. Kulveen Trehan, Coordinator, PhD Research, University School of Mass Communication, GGSIP, University, New Delhi, Dr. Surbhi Dheya, Professor, IIMC, New Delhi, Professor Ramola Kumar, Dean, Delhi School of Communication, Pooja Pathak, Co-founder and Director, Media Mantra, Priya Mishra, Chief Talent Officer, BCW India Group, and absolutely sorry to cut Chetan sir and disrupt
Not
the
at all.
discussion.
And thanks for accommodating me virtually. It was a pleasure.
It was absolutely amazing to have you, sir. Moving on to the next session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming everyone at this place right now. This is Imagexx 2022 and brought to you by AdGully. यहाँ पर हम बहुत सारे और भी discussions करने वाले हैं and every discussion is going to add a lot of value to your life, to your industry, and definitely in some people's life in a very different way because मेरे जैसे लोग काफ़ी सीखना पसंद करते हैं और मैं सीख ही रहा हूँ आज यहाँ पे भी पता नहीं मुझे ये बोलना चाहिए नहीं बोलना चाहिए fortunately and unfortunately I am also a PR student. How weird is that? But anyway, never mind, I'm doing my job over here. Good to learn. और इतने सारे professors यहाँ पर हैं, veterans यहाँ पे हैं. Good to see you guys. Moving on to the next session. फिर से एक बार disclaimer बता देता हूँ मैं आपको. हम लोगों ने एक certain time allot किया हुआ है. जैसे ही वो buzzer बजता है, इसका मतलब कि time खत्म हो चुका है और हमें नेक्स्ट सेशन की तरफ मूव करना है तो जो लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं थैंक यू सो मच अपना कीमती वक्त देने के लिए और अब हम नेक्स्ट सेशन की तरफ जा रहे हैं नेक्स्ट सेशन है The role of PR from Omniverse to Metaverse. How will PR surge in the next 3 years in a new environment? For this, I will call upon on stage Nitin Thakur, Head of Communications OU Session Chair, Nitin Mantri, Group CEO, Avian VE, Avian WE, Preeti Setia, Head Frontier Technologies Practice at Factors, Akansha Jain, Head PR and Communications, Bharat Pay. मेरी दरखास्त है आप सभी लोगों से प्लीज अपनी सीट ले लीजिए and glad to have you on this session. I think this is going to add a lot of value as well. Off you go.
Yeah, started now. Thank you. Problem with voice check is always a good omen, or any other technological problem. Make sure the session goes smooth. All the Murphy's Law is taken care of initially. Hi, I'm Nitin Thakur. Really glad to be here. This is one of the most interesting topics that we could have been given. I'll be honest, I haven't really caught up with the latest developments on the metaverse since the last few months. And this is a field that moves really fast. So, you know, the other thing that pleases me is that we're being asked to play futurists here. At my age, normally, people expect me more to be a historian than a futurist. The other thing that I like about this is that we've been given a very specific time frame. How does PR adapt itself to the metaverse in 3 years? It's not open-ended, so we're not being asked to do a flight of fancy 10 years, 15 years later. Anything can happen later. So there's so much interesting stuff happening in this space. I'm going to resist the temptation on all of those other things and stick to what can communicators do. Now, before we get into starting discussion and asking panelists specific questions, I actually wanted to ask the audience some questions. So this is a quick check on where is the audience at when we think of virtual world, AR, ER, you know, and immersive technologies. So I'm going to request you to have a show of hands And we may also have small little gifts for a couple of questions I'm going to ask to the audience. So I request you to be very participative. Uh, my first question is, how many of you have ever visited a metaverse platform? Show of hands, please. Okay. 2 people here. And 2. So we have 5, 6. Oh, okay. How many of you have uh, visited, visit once every week of the lot that raise their hands? Okay. Wow. 2. And have any of you or a friend of yours, right, bought, and someone who you know very closely, right, has bought a NFT? Okay, that's at least a little more hands there. Okay, this is getting interesting. Anybody's bought a piece of land, virtual piece of land in any of the metaverse platforms? Not as yet, not as yet. By the way, so interesting question, and I'll take guesses. It's virtually and literally a land grab out there, right, in many ways. So just take a guess, and I'll just take 2 quick guesses because I don't want you guys to look into your phone and find out the answer. Just take a guess on the largest virtual land deal that happened in million dollars. Anybody? Just go. How many $1 million? Sorry? Okay, so that's $2 million. 25. $50 million. Okay, that's it. I don't want to give you guys time to look at your phones and find the answer. So nobody gets this, nobody's close, but this was, the recent one was $5 million. Piece of land bought in one of the newer platforms. Okay, let's talk lingo. Maybe one of you guys will know this. And because, unless you don't know the jargon, then we don't know whether you know this enough or not. Anybody knows the meaning of DAO, the full form of DAO? Okay, the lady there. Great, so we have our first prize winner here. Ma'am, we need to definitely have a conversation after this event. I have a lot to learn from you. Clearly, you're very clued on. Right. I should have had that disclaimer before. Absolutely. Maybe we'll invite her here. Okay, my last question, this should be more interesting. Take a guess, which musical performer, Indian I'm talking about, internationally there's a lot, held his first concert on a metaverse platform? Wow, this everybody knew. You were the first one to say it, so a prize here, please. Thank you, thank you. I think that was a good start off to have a temperature check on the audience. Now let's get down to business. Let's talk about how our brands actually engaging with metaverse right now. There are 5 or 6 ways that one has seen. One is launching one's own storefront on one of the meta platforms, very popular. This, and let me give you a couple of examples. The international, so in India, for instance, Mahindra is starting one. C8 is starting. Internationally, many already have them. Nike, Adidas, a lot of lifestyle brands are ahead of the curve. The second use case is launching your own virtual products. Again, a lot of luxury brands are taking the lead there. So talk Gucci, Burberry's, many more. The third, on which actually a lot of Indian brands are also active, is dropping one's own NFT. A lot of celebs are doing it. You guys must have read about Amitabh's NFT line that got sold off. Salman's launched one. A lot of cricketers, other celebrities. Brands are into it. Chakra's sale of the animated characters got huge traction. Viacom 18 has dropped a lot of NFTs. Multiple stuff happening there. So that's the third way the brands are engaging. The fourth is in concert or in event or sponsorship or participation. Again, many examples there. And the fifth is what's called gamatizing, right? Which is, in metaverse, gaming is like the largest use case right now. So starting your own meta game or having your own characters in the meta game. So these mainly are the ways that brands are engaging. However, this big market, and Goldman Sachs says, for instance, the opportunity in the next 3 to 5 years globally would be 8 trillion USD, huge figures. In India, it's being said that the opportunity size would be 100 million. But that's business numbers. Within branding and marketing, 2 to 3% of the budgets of a lot of large organizations started going into meta-related work. Supposed to go up to 10%. We don't know whether that'll happen in a 3 years time frame, but at least those are predictions. But communications is probably not walking in lockstep. So actually my first question, and most of my questions I won't address to a specific panelist here, anyone of you can pick it up, is PR behind the curve on adopting to communicating on metaverse?
Should I kick off?
Sure, go for it.
So this comes back to a conversation we had outside. Is PR behind the curve on adopting? So firstly, I think we beat ourselves too much as an industry. I think we are actually a very resistant industry, right? We have adapted to change. I mean, you know, when I started my career, we used to track newspapers, cut clips, paste them, and fax them to our clients, fax press releases. Today we don't all do all that. So we've embraced change over the years. Today, the PR agency that was, I don't know, 5 years ago doesn't exist today, right? If it exists, it's going to shut down soon, let me tell you that. So it's the kind of campaigns we do today is very different, right? So are we behind the curve? I don't think we are behind the curve. I think we're all kind of trying different things. We're trying to see what will work, what will not work. And I think one of the things that we do really well as communicators is we test technologies which will impact clients in the right format. And coming back to metaverse and AI and stuff like this, you know, we also, remember, there are also dangers to all this, right? There's an issue of ethics, there's an issue of data, the issue of privacy. So as communicators, we also need to have that kind of understanding of what will be the right way of doing a campaign, right? So to your point, are we behind the curve? No, I think we'll adapt to change very quickly whenever change is happening. And I can see some campaigns already happening, right? And the switch, the acceleration in the PR industry happens very quickly, very, very quickly. So are we behind? Probably not. I won't say we are behind. We'd probably say we are kind of testing waters.
Yeah, just to that as well, you know, skepticism is definitely key to any PR strategist. And the way you open the house, Nitin, engagement was the most important key. And I think that's what we are also trying to understand, that what could PR do to make everything more engaging, especially when the environment is more immersive and experiential. And I think the second piece, to alluding to what Nitin just said, coexistence is also something we keep gauging. We are already operating in the physical world. How do we suddenly take every asset on virtual world? Will the engagement still be there? So I think skepticism and measure of coexistence of the two platforms, I think kind of really puts us in a soup. But yeah, we are not behind. I think that's where we want to say.
I just want to add a couple of give 2 cents of mine. I think PR is never behind. I think the PR professionals are the smarter lot. They don't just jump the gun and say, okay, this is something new, we should do it. We try, we test, we understand, because, you know, if something backfires, there's a big crisis which could just kill the brand in like a few moments. So hence, I think what we are doing as the intelligent people out there, I can say it in this room, is that we will wait and watch. We will see what works, what is not working. And also we will obviously have a measurement metrics out there. And only go out and talk or do something on a metaverse on a larger scale when we know that, you know, from a security standpoint it's fine, when we know there is nothing that could just come and backfire at us.
Communicators are always very, very smart at spinning. So what I hear is, we're not doing much. But, you know, the thing is, we are very agile. Whenever we are called on, we will do it. And we're the mature ones. Let the marketing guys go burn their advertising dollars in experimentation.
Nitin, I didn't say this, but there are two Copcom people and two agency people sitting here. I think if I take a metaverse campaign to one of the two clients on my right, the Copcom clients also need to be brave enough to say, let's do it, let's put the money behind it. I think I've opened a Pandora's box now.
No, I think you're absolutely right. One of the things that I just noted was that unintentionally, we've had in the seating a client and agency divide. May I ask you two ladies to swap your seats? I don't want this divide happening. Okay. See, this is I think this is always a question. Client says, bring me a great idea, and comms never has big budgets, right? But if you have frugal creativity, if it has deep understanding, if it's tied into a business benefit, willing to go for it. And the agency does mostly come back with great ideas. Half the time, if it's on frontier technologies such as these, you're right. Half the time the client says, lovely, great, don't have the budget now, we'll park it for next year. Or often we say, well, not really looking that relevant. Yeah, that's true, that's true. But even if we were to say that, if not now, something will happen next year, the year after, and I'm talking India specifically. And by the way, let me also caveat, when we're doing this discussion, we're doing this in context of companies and brands which are not meta-natives, which are not in the area of Web 3.0, crypto, blockchain, because those companies are definitely ahead of the curve. That's bread and butter. So their comms team is also working lockstep in that, like the lady there. But I'm talking about the rest of us, guys who are in B2B, B2C, D2C, what do we do? So my next question is, what are the early comms adoption possible use cases that we're likely to see happen? And some of them are happening internationally. Let me give 4 options also. One is promoting NFT drops, so can comms help in that? The second is crossover communications. Let me simplify what I mean by that, is trying to promote in the real and digital world what your brand is doing in the virtual or meta world. So that's what I'll term as a crossover communication. The third possible use case is influencer engagement in the metaverse. And the fourth is in-event placement. So which of these 4 do you think is likely, or you may have a 5th one?
Sure. So I think Metaverse is responding to 3 things, definitely, Nitin. One, if you're looking for a virtual space. Second, if you're personalizing or planning to personalize everything to the core where engagement got to happen. And the third piece is you have the ability for tech enablement. So all the 4 cases that you said, I think influencers are there on the Metaverse, and that could be great engagement. But I think 2 more real-life cases is where employee engagement or employee learning is also happening on the Metaverse. There have been Tech, Mahindra, there have been Accenture who have already taken a step ahead in making sure Metaverse is used for captive immersive learning grants. So other than e-marketplaces, other than just doing events and promotion, e-learning is going to be a great place for Metaverse. I think that's my second bet other than influencer engagement.
Okay, I think I have a couple of points here. One is definitely crossover communication. We're already seeing it. I think a couple of days back, Airtel launched an experience center, if I'm not wrong, on the metaverse, and it's all over the media. So crossover communication is, I think, the easy pick, and this is something we'll see more often. Influencers, I think, with the metaverse picking up speed, everybody loves to have a digital avatar, which could be totally different from what we are. We're seeing, I think, about 150 odd already very active influencers. So that's a second pick, which will see traction in the coming days. I think another point which we haven't touched is community building. I think some brands like, I think Forever 21 is trying to do this. A lot of luxury brands also trying to do this, like Balenciaga. Getting people to, maybe play games, gamifying stuff, go and try and explore their online shop fronts, and then essentially building a community of like-minded people on Metaverse, and then maybe using crossover communication to highlight that is something which I think will really pick up very fast in the coming months, so to say.
Yeah, I think the fifth option should be all of the above, right? So all of those four things,
नहीं
plus
अभी
more.
अभी 6 या 7 हो गई हैं, 4 मैंने बोली थी, 3
So
उन्होंने
all
दी
of the above. That's what I'm saying. All of the above. So I think what I've heard from Akanksha and Preeti is like it's there's so much of opportunity. It's unlimited opportunity, right? So there's be much more and more. Though I'll add a caveat that there'll be areas where there'll be much more paid formats that will come through in the metaverse as well, where maybe PR firms will not engage and they'll be more integrated in that sense. Um, and I also think, when you say crossover communications, I think it's going to be another channel to use eventually. As crossover is a nice word, like you said, PR people kind of have buzzwords, right? So it'll be another channel because reaching out to, tier 2, tier 3 markets is going to be very different from reaching out to somebody else. To Preeti's point on learning, I mean, what Microsoft is doing with Mesh on Teams, or what's with their online office they've created, it's outstanding. I mean, what people are learning and attending offices. So there'll be different uses. It's going to be a much more, I think.
Yeah, and oftentimes, PR people are falling themselves into the trap of there is no budget and therefore we cannot take your idea ahead. But if there are brands who are thriving to seize the opportunity of working with digital creators, Metaverse is definitely there for the place. So if that's an organic step towards your campaign, I think each PR person should identify these digital creators because they are today on Metaverse and their influencer base is obviously 3 times more than had they been on a social platform. So I think that could be an organic opportunity there as well.
Interesting. So I put 4, and I think I have 7 or 8 that have gotten mentioned, which is very rich. Just watching the clock, I didn't realize our sessions had to be cut short because of, I think we're running behind. So I have just 1.5 minutes left. I had about 6 or 7 other topics of discussion. We'll have to cut all of that. Let me think of 3 or 4 very, very tactical and very practical use cases for comms. And I was brainstorming yesterday. I put them down. So how about taking the media person and influencers on a fam trip on the virtual? It's much cheaper, right? Far more immersive experience. So that could be interesting, what we haven't tried. The other would be to actually help them experience your product, right? So it may not be a fam trip, but a one-on-one. So right now we give out handsets for review, cars, etc. But a whole host of other virtual format of products can be given out for journalists to toy with on Meta. The third could be virtual brand syndications and collaborations. So many companies, so many brands are trying out so much new stuff on consumer engagement in Meta that they'll be far more open to a no cost, just a barter swap collaboration with you than they would be in the physical world. So that is something, as I said earlier, communicators' main strength is frugal creativity. We think low budgets when we think about creative ways of, even a peso paid versus, let's say, what branding would be doing. So many other such use cases. I think let me get to my last question because we're already out of time, right? Again, a very, very practical one. Which platform, and I'm trying to make it real. So, ठीक है, मान लिया करना चाहिए for a brand. Which platform should one try and start with if you are a company sitting in India? You may be a multinational, but an Indian division of that.
So I think one should always care for if Indian laws are followed on a particular platform. But having said so, most of these platforms are generated from outside. Sandbox is definitely gearing up to be very, very famous. But from an Indian origin, NFTically has come up really well. They're selling the land and they're also promoting Metaverse. But if you're looking for a web-based verse, you can look at Party.space. So these are 3 very famous ones. Oftentimes you say you have to wear a virtual glass to see this, but you can do this on a website and therefore Party.space.
A couple of more to add to it. Decentraland, because it's one of the first ones to launch it. This was the first platform, so definitely I think that's something you should go for. Sandbox, she's already mentioned. Third is Roblox, because it gives you the freedom to gamify and do a lot of additional things. I think these three platforms, all three are not Indian platforms, so you can kind of explore them. From an Indian standpoint, Nitin had mentioned to me, Yug is something, I think Coca-Cola has also used it. So Yug is something you could use to kind of try and do something on the metaverse.
Yeah, I think you both mentioned all the light platforms, so I don't need to mention any, whether it's Sandbox or Yoga or whatever. But I just come to your earlier point. What will all the media journalists say if they don't get a junket? or a phone to toy around with, literally, physically. Yeah, virtual phone. So challenge hoga thoda, but theek hai, we'll overcome it.
No, actually, the point I had on that was the gadget company's equivalent is giving away handsets. A lot of other companies don't have the liberty of giving away their product or service. So for those,
that's true. For those,
they could ask them to try out their virtual product. Sometimes even co-design it. So engagement is the sort of the cornerstone, right, of metaverse. Anyways, I think we have 4 minutes ahead of time. Let me conclude with some of the points that I had jotted down. We don't have time for audience Q&A, but we're all available for side discussions, and I'm sure this is a very interesting discussion. And so here's our collective advice to all of you who are here physically and others who are listening virtually. The time to start is now. So if you, for instance, spend 1 hour of recreational time on social media channels, perhaps shift that 1 hour to go visit some of the meta platforms and see what's happening out there. That's the only way you'll start understanding, what are the kind of things that comms could do there. Now more than ever is the time to co-create communication programs with marketing and branding. I know it's been said forever now that it's all 360-degree integrated, but especially in the meta space, I don't think you'll be able to do a pure comms program. So you really have to partner with them. And equally, which I said earlier, you'll also have to think of collaborating with brands outside to do that. Your strength as communicators would be ideation. That's what we do best. After that, whichever part of the organization picks it up and runs with it, you shouldn't get worried about. But at least you made a start. And the last point that I'll make to conclude is that even if you choose, and I think that's the point that all of them made earlier, to sit it out for now, don't be a pioneer. You can always be a fast follower. It's absolutely all right. You won't miss out on much. Remember, even Facebook, which is now Meta, themselves claim that while they've pivoted their whole company's future towards this, they believe true metaverse is still 8 to 10 years away. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, our esteemed panelists. It was a very futuristic discussion, and I don't know about metaverse, but चांद पे ज़मीन ज़रूर सोची है मैंने. ये मैं ज़रूर सोच रहा हूँ. तो पता नहीं आप metaverse जाके देखोगे नहीं देखोगे, but चांद पे ज़मीन ज़रूर लेनी है. Thank you once again, and it was a pleasure having you on the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Nitin Thakur, Head of Communication, OU Session Chair, Nitin Mantri, Group CEO, Avian WE, Preeti Setia, Head Frontier Technologies Practice Ad Factors, Akansha Jain, Head PR and Communications, Bharat Pay, please. Yep. On the mic, please. Yeah.
So we launched this Ad Factors Retrend Report, which is talking about technology reversals. This is about the technology that had happened in 10 years, but they are making their way back because consumer behavior is changing. I may request my panelists do me a little favor of doing this photo op. It's been issued at AdGully, and everybody who's there can pick up an online report version here. Let's do a little bit of this.
Mr. Mantri, we said collaboration.
If Bijoya is here, can I request you to join us on the stage?
Vijaya ma'am, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, and I'm your host, Maddie. You can call me Rapper Maddie. अगर आप मुझे जानते हैं पहले से तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, अगर नहीं जानते तो आज आप जान जाएंगे. Moving on to the next session, जैसा कि मैंने पहले बताया था कि disclaimer ये है कि आपके लिए एक certain time allot किया गया है, और अगर आप वो time cross करते हैं तो एक buzzer बजेगा जिससे आपको समझ जाना चाहिए कि discussion खत्म करने का वक्त आ चुका है. खैर, moving on to the next session, and I would request the chairs to be on side. The next session is basically about our startups leveraging PR enough to build their brand and image. Or for this panel discussion, I would like to call upon on stage Xavier Prabhu, founder and managing director, PR Hub; Bhavya Sharma, associate director, PR and communications, Urban Company; Gulraiz Alam, co-founder, Teamology; Priyam Divgi, Head Corporate Communications, WakeFit; Rahul Nag, Head of Communications, Pocket FM; Vasundhara Singh, Senior Vice President. If you guys are here, could you please come on stage and have your seats? Please have your seat.
Check.
Have your seat, sir. All right, once again, okay, we have 3 members already. All right. Are all the members over here? No? 2 more? Are they having coffee? Okay, मेरे को किसी ने बोला था कि मेटावर्स पे चांद की जमीन भी मिल रही है. सर चले गए यहाँ पे बोल के मेरे को, कान में बोला था उन्होंने. खैर एनीवेज, चांद पे जमीन जरूर खरीदेंगे. फिलहाल आप लोग हैं Imagexx 2022, an initiative by AdGully, and soon we are going to be starting this session, which is about our startups leveraging PR enough to build their brand and image. Our gold partners are ATDB, Hill Plus Norton. All right, we have got our session chair and 2 more people to go, right? Ladies and gentlemen, once again announcing this, you are at Imagexx 2022, presented by Ad Factors, co-powered by Kaizen Media, Mantra Value 360 Communication Private Limited, Grey Cell Public Relations, Gold Partner, ATDB Communications, Hill Noelton Strategies, Silver Partner, Teamology, Softtech and Media Services Private Limited, Bronze Partner, The Mavericks, Personal Care Partner, M Caffeine, Gifting Partner, EcoCari, Humanizing Fashion, Rinne Cosmetics, Innovation Partner, PR Hub, Knowledge Partner, Rudder Finn, Support Partner, Seraphim Communications LLP, Event Managed by Pixel by Pixel. Waiting for the other members. If you could please take your chair. Do we have all the members now? Okay, one more. And thank you everyone who is over here. Thank you for giving us your time. It is absolutely precious and we respect it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally we have all the members over here on the panel, and it looks really beautiful right now. For some reason, I don't know why, but that's how it's supposed to be. You are at Imagexx 2022, and the topic for this particular discussion is, are startups leveraging PR enough to build their brand and image? Off you go, guys.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And this panel is just before lunch. and it is the largest panel. We are packed with 7 people. One is here, and we are in tune with the trends. We are hybrid. One here in physical, so we are in the, in line with the current trends. My name is Xavier Prabhu. I own and run PR Hub, and I do a couple of other things as well besides that. And we have 6 others. Bhavya is on there. She's the Associate Director of Communications of Urban Company. Then we have Priyam, who heads Copcom for Wakefit. She wants to sell you beds and furniture and a lot more. And then we have Gulrez. Interestingly, he's from a part of India which is known for more its laid-backness in food, which is Kolkata. And he's an entrepreneur himself who does digital marketing and PR and a couple of other things. Then we have Vasu alias Vasundhara Singh, a known South Delhi Afikando, who basically heads business development as Senior Vice President at Value 360. And then, of course, you know the guy who's, troubling you all the time on IPRF and Insta and all of that. His name is Vikram Karvi. He's the Vice President at Ad Factors. And of course, Rahul Nag, who actually heads PR for and Copcom for Pocket FM. So one of the things that we all discussed was that this topic is very, very generic. So, and if you just get into that, all of you would be very bored. So I just wanted to, sort of open it up and make it very, very specific so that, all of you here have some takeaways at least. And I'll just set the context, and I will not talk about startups. I will not talk about innovation. I will not talk about digital transformation, no metaverse. So no buzzwords. We'll just keep it clean, simple, PR and comms so that, it's some takeaways for all of you. So we actually have just 4 questions, and we're going to keep it very, very natural. The first that we wanted to discuss today basically is, do founders really understand PR? Founders of startups really, really understand PR. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Priyam, share her perspective, and then I'll have Bhavya do hers.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. With respect to founders, or whether they know and understand PR, I think it goes back to where the founders kind of come from, right? I think a lot of the founders, at least in the past decade, have passed out of the IIMs, IITs, ISBs, and the like. So their knowledge of PR per se is very limited to start off with. But entrepreneurs in general are curious beings as well. And if they value the function, I think they are interested in learning about it. So it really comes down to whether they see PR as a function of value or not. And I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, we are left with the onus to kind of educate founders to kind of come up with, or rather like make them understand what PR really means and how reputation can impact a company. So that would be my opening statement.
Bhavya, can you hear us and come in? Bhavya?
Absolutely, Xavier. I can hear all of you.
Okay, that's
And
good.
I must say this large screen with my face on it is really daunting for me. I can see that on my screen. So to the question though, whether founders understand PR well or not, I think most of them do. They do comprehend if done well, PR is a fantastic tool for long-term brand building, right? That's and can eventually help companies build brand loyalists and even retain or attract new talent, fresh talent. So in my mind, they understand the goal or the outcome that needs to be achieved via PR, but how to get there, how to get to that outcome is where they rely on their in-house PR teams or external agencies. And that's where our expertise comes in. But whether they understand PR or not, I think they really do.
Okay. I have a question for the audience, and I think this came from Kunal on Instagram to Vikram. Is that, can you guys name one startup which is really excellent at PR and is actually a case study? Any of you can just raise your hand and tell a name. And it can't be a client of yours and you can't work in that company, please. Yes, go ahead. Zomato, okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Only one startup? India has 60,000 startups. No one else? Yep. Okay. Boat, okay. Any other tries? Yep. Ola, okay. Nitin influenced you in the last panel. Okay, that's not good. Okay, yeah. Cred, yeah. Okay. Interesting. No one has said that's not a unicorn. All of them are large unicorns. So I think size definitely matters in startups as well. I think that seems to be the case. Okay, that's an interesting one. And I think I was just thinking, do I see, I think a lot more is consumer. There's nothing B2B in this quite a bit. All of them are consumer. Yes. Okay. But that's not a startup. That's not a startup. Yeah. That's a startup. Yeah. Okay. So consumer, you got to be large. That's the common thing. Okay. And I'm just trying to keep this interesting. He sits next to me, and one of the things that he likes to do is cooking, and what he likes is Chinese cooking. Okay. So if you want to have something really interesting to eat when you're in Kolkata, I think he's there. And Vikram, you know that he's actually very, very all over on the social media, but he privately messaged me to say that he's actually an introvert. Okay, so he actually doesn't like talking to people, and because he got into PR, he has to do all of this himself. And Vasundhara basically doesn't run a marathon, but she's exactly a fitness freak. And Rahul actually loves laughing and cooking. Okay, so you want jokes, I think you can go to him after the panel though, not during the panel. And Bhavya actually made more money in her last career as an investment banker. So we were actually asking her, why did you switch to PR? Because you earn less money here. You earn much more money in investment banking. So I just did that more to ensure that you know the panelists as well, a little bit more in the panel. So the next question that I'll go to is, and I'll ask the other side, the agency side to do that, is that, and it's a very interesting question, right? It's not just about PR for startups. And I have this experience because, we also do certain things globally. And one thing I know that in the US, most agencies don't take up startups as clients. They actually are reluctant to do, and I have had a lot of experiences where, they are actually, trying to assess, are you ready for PR? Are you, someone who's really having something that we can leverage all of that? It's a little different in India. So the question that we want to ask is that, is there a stage at which a startup is really ready for PR? How do you assess that? So can we have Vikram and Vasu and Gulres address that?
Okay, I think if a startup is ready for PR or not depends on the orientation the founder comes from. Some founders are really kicked about PR. They understand what PR can achieve for them, and they jump into PR right at the beginning, and they know how to do it as well. They experiment, and before even approaching the agency, they have done their homework. They have connected with few journalists. They are, on with social media. They are connecting with influencers and so on. But also at there are some founders who couldn't figure out when to start PR. But I think the ideal stage would be, we were discussing some time back that, when a company finds its product market fit, that's one, and has some statistics in place, be it number of consumers or some funding in place, only then they should ideally think of PR, because by then you have shown the proof of concept, you have some trust of outside party into your concept, and that's the time I think most of the media or influencers would be willing to talk to you. I think that's the kind of a time that you need to, but there is no right time, like there is no one right answer. There is no exact right time for when a founder should start PR. It all depends on what they are focusing on at that point in time. Some focus on to getting the product right, and they go all out in getting the product right. And that itself also becomes a challenge, because then it becomes too late for them to get into PR. So I think the balance has to be there, is what I feel. And bringing in a consultant at the right moment will make all the difference.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So to answer your question, I think we as a brand and, overall, if we see the ecosystem, we've had the chance to, work with different startups and at different stages, right? Having worked with over, I think, more than 200 startups in the last 15 years. And if I have to assess, there are three key stages that we as the brand have got associated with startups. The first is when a company may have come into existence, but the product is still under development. And so that is the first stage, where the company is in existence, but the brand is still being developed, and the product is not in the market. The second stage is when the product is ready and the MVP is ready to be launched, and that is the second stage that the brand can start going to the market and is ready to start speaking to its stakeholders. And the third stage is, of course, when Vikram said, that the brand has been in existence for the next 6 months, 12 months, or maybe even 2 years. And that is the time where they've actually been in the market, they've actually assessed their audience, they've had some level of acquisition as well, and they've tried to find the product and consumer fit, or the product market fit. So those are the three key stages. Now, when you start doing PR in stage 1, which is when you're still not too ready with the product, but the company is incepted, I think that's a very early stage of starting to speak about your brand. One, because the media interest is a little low, because the product is still under development. And also you are talking on primarily the premise of the business. You don't have the actual product or you don't have the merit of the business to actually start talking about. In my understanding, the second stage, which is when your product or your solution is ready, you're ready to start talking to the different stakeholders, whether it is talking to the investors, whether it is talking to your customers, whether it is talking to your brand partners. That is the time when an effective PR machinery should be brought in, and that can start showing results.
Aldous?
Hi, hello everyone. In my point of view, if a startup dealing with a brand or a product, when it comes to existence and they have some stacks with them, and they have client base, they have made some good numbers, then they are get into the PR. If you are looking for investors also, or they are looking for a marketing purpose. That's the stage where they can looking for investors.
Yeah, so the next question is slightly a bit more candid, and this comes from our own experience. Right now, we are just stuck with one founder who's stuck on with TechCrunch. So he's just basically saying, put everything on hold as long as one TechCrunch happens, and then we'll come to it. And I know that many of us in the room will find it extremely logical, and you guys would have actually come to face with such clients. So the next question is that, for Priyam and Bhavya and Rahul, is that are founders really open and listening on to professional advice when it comes to PR and communication in startups? Rahul?
This is something which I'm talking from my experience. I have been working in the startup space since 2017 and worked with the B2B and both B2C startups. Fortunately, I have come across with entrepreneurs who have always been open to feedbacks, always been open to understanding the value of PR, and always listens to the kind of execution that needs to be done. But having said that, I have heard horrible stories and horror stories about...
Please tell us the horrible stories.
I cannot take names, but I have, like, while speaking to media journalists who are into the closed circuit, I understood that there are many founders who probably have reached at certain success level, probably based on or riding on the PR tools or the communications process, but once they reach a certain success, a stage in their life, they started behaving aggressive with the media. They get arrogant on the social media, and that is something which needs to be arrested at the right time. That is an approach which is a big no-no. And most importantly, what I believe in the startup space, what is needed is while the intention needs to come from the founders, the entrepreneurs who are building something to bridge certain gaps in the society, probably they are not best placed to execute the communications, and we are there to help that they'll help that process. Uh, from the perspective of whether they are open to listen, my experience has been 100% positive. But from the conversation I have with my industry colleagues and some of the media, yes, there need to be some bit of fixation that needs to be done.
Bhavya?
Sorry,
Bhavya,
I was
can
on mute.
Okay.
Yeah. So in my mind, actually, there are two stages, right? With respect to founders being open to being educated and listening on this. First is when the first-time founders are finally taking the plunge into doing PR. That's after the product market fit stage, and this is the time that they are looking for, say, support and are willing to try or do whatever it is being asked or recommended to them. And this is when they usually rope in an external consultant or a PR agency as a starting point, just to understand the lay of the land. The second stage is when they have had numerous media interactions and seen a few media cycles play out. And by this time, they have become wiser. They're a lot more clear about the positioning of the company itself, the brand, and even the key messaging points that they want to drive through PR. And this is when they start to take lead, right? And this is where the transition happens. Okay, so the disconnect, the disconnect that happens here often is when the PR agency is unable to keep up with the transition itself. That the founder has become wiser about the lay of the land, and that there are certain key messages that they want to drive. And if you have the right, ally in your internal or external people that who are supporting you with this, if you have the right kind of ally, I think that it's a fantastic match. If it's not, if it's disconnected, that's when uh, companies and agencies part ways usually. But are they being open? Are they open to being educated and listening? I think yes. Even they understand that they're not the right, not experts in it initially, but gradually, once they've had a few interactions with seasoned as well as new journalists, they are able to figure out what needs to be said where, what is the kind of headline that they also should, like fit in when they are having an interaction. And those are the kind of coaching that an external consultant or agency helps with. But after a point in time, the agency needs to step up and add more value. I mean, it can't be just one, like plug this word in that in that interview. There needs to be a lot more value add from the agency.
I think you triggered Vikram, and I think he wants to say something.
So thanks, Bhavya, for giving me that thought. I have had the fortune of working with multiple startups, right at the early stage ones to most successful startup. And when we come as a communication consultant, we have this in mind, that I have to coach this guy. I have to tell him what needs to be done. These are the 5 things that he has to follow. There's a messaging document. There is this briefing thing and all that. And this side, the founder is very passionate about his product, and he knows his product best. And sometimes, just letting him be the way he is probably is the best PR strategy that we can do. And even journalists like that fresh, raw approach of a startup. And, when they talk to a, say, 22-year-old or 23-year-old, speaking as if, he's just speaking his heart out, really works wonders. And I've seen that making it big, large format stories without any coaching, without any, consultation approach that we go with our minds. Sometimes unlearning is also very important along with them, because these guys are quite agile. They're quite smart in their own way. Learning along with them is itself, a great tool for us to progress in our careers.
I think a lot of PR people in the audience would feel a little scared about that, because when founders go all heart out, all your multiple stories is gone in one interview, right? And then what do you do for the rest 1 year, right? So that's another problem, correct, no? Yeah. Yeah, I think, Priyam, I think Rahul wants to say something, and after that, I think you can come in. Yeah.
So all agreed and done, but I think there is a huge risk that is involved because this is not a matter of one large stories. This is about sustaining the messaging for a longer period of time, and until and unless you control that energy, which comes from the founders, things might go haywire, and the damage control will take much larger time period in terms of getting neutralize the possible crisis that might hit out of it.
Priyam?
I'll actually continue Bhavya's thought because I agree with what she said completely. There's one thing when it comes to whether founders listen or understand or are willing to kind of understand the perspective of PR is whether PR people speak their language. Like startups are built on the tenets of frugality and agility. So unless a PR campaign or a PR strategy kind of reflects that, like a low investment, high returns kind of PR campaign, for example, I think when you speak that language, they resonate and then they kind of start listening to us much more. Just as an example, I think at WakeFit, we recently did a campaign called the Kumbhakaran, approved by Kumbhakaran, which kind of blew up on LinkedIn. The idea was we kind of prepped our founders and internal leadership to make them understand that this will cost literally, like it was completely an organic campaign to start with. And secondly, we knew that the returns were high, but we also told them about the risks that if we are developing a character like Kumbhakaran on LinkedIn, it is very likely to get pulled down because LinkedIn doesn't allow for a mythical character to be on the platform. So, I mean, apprising the entrepreneurs of the risks, of the benefits, and then kind of developing campaigns, I think helps and goes a long way in, making them listen, I guess.
I actually missed a little interesting thing about Priyam when I introduced my entire panel. Priyam is born in a state which all of us want to work out of. You know which state that is in India, right? All of us want to go and work from there, particularly during pandemic. I know a lot of my friends who moved to that place to work out of. You know which state that is? Goa. She's born. Okay, but then, interesting thing is she went from Goa to Gujarat, and then now she's in Bangalore, and she's married to a Malayali who's lived all his life in Kolkata. Okay, so in fact, a lot of interesting food is the way I saw that. Thanks, Priyam. So the next question that I just wanted to pass around the panel is something that is, very relevant for all of us right now. Is how has the changed media landscape impacting startup PR, right? And I think media has changed tremendously in the last 18 months, and I think it continues to transform itself. So how is it affecting, startup PR? And I think I want all of us to be candid about. And can I begin with Vikram?
Thanks, Xavier. I think changed media landscape has benefited the startups because most of the startups are today tech-led and they are online. And everything that is online is benefiting them. So they know they don't want coverage in Economic Times print because like our traditional clients, their aunties are not calling up and saying, I saw your mug shot in Economic Times of Times of India front page. They want ROI for the bucks. And I think getting a good hybrid media story or online story that has good reach and good eyeballs, they are all game for it. And they're not only stuck with media story only. They can go in for an influencer. They can, and it's not that lifestyle influencer only work for them. It could be a LinkedIn influencer. So the changing media landscape is working very, very well for them. And it's easier for us to connect with the startup founder more easily to tell him that, this is what is good for you, and he will understand and he'll work accordingly.
Vasu?
Yeah, I agree with Vikram. I think the changing media landscape and the emergence of the digital landscape has worked in favor of the startups. And so initially the media landscape was fairly simple. You had, media reporting facts. However, in the last few years, with the emergence of this new landscape, we're now living in a clickbait sort of a world where everybody wants to break the news first, and sometimes it even lacks authenticity. You have different formats that have emerged. You know, you have long formats, long story analysis formats like your Ken, your few others. Then you have like a lot of direct business reporting platforms. You have a lot of social media, platforms that are reporting and breaking news. Of course, you have the startup digital platforms. So it's diverse now and it's dynamic. It's changing very rapidly, and which is why, to the earlier point that we as the PR professionals and for brands, we need to keep our clients and our entrepreneurs abreast with this changing landscape. Only then will they be able to understand this changing dynamics of the landscape as well as contribute effectively, because you have to develop different kind of content to be able to utilize this entire landscape in a right way. So, and be able to create that right media framework. So I think it has worked in its favor completely. The second point that I want to make is that this changing landscape is also, in a way, creating a level playing field for startups. And when I say startups, I mean the hyper-growth startup as well as some of the bootstrap startups, because it's almost like it's democratized the entire content distribution. So what it is allowing is that even brands which are not heavily funded and have maybe smaller budgets are able to leverage on this digital landscape in a much more effective way. And they are able to, in spite of not having access to the mainstream media, they are continuing to have a dialogue and engage with their stakeholders through these emerging new platforms. So, and which is a great thing, and that's why you're seeing so many success stories emerging of bootstrap unicorns in the country in the last few years. So definitely a great time for startups.
Before I ask Gulresh, I just want to ask the audience, how many of you actually in your real working life have seen startup founders saying, no economic times, no none of that, I'm happy with the online story? How many of you, so many of them are adding no this side very strongly. Okay, done. Gulresh, you just want to add something? Okay, done. So you were actually nodding very, very strongly, ma'am. So you want to say something? Okay, you can just speak loudly. Though I know lunch is there, they'll give it to you, I think.
Thank you so much. So I had the privilege of working with a startup in Delhi a couple of months back, and I was handling the PR for that for some time. And I do remember we used to have these weekly calls, and my boss, he used to continuously and constantly tell me that let's get on Mint, let's get on ET, let's get on HT. So we did come on your story, but then he was like, how can we get on ET? So the only calls that we had, the conclusion, the synopsis of the calls would be, let's get there, let's get to Business Insider or something. So I don't think so anybody wants to just settle for online, and that's a good thing. And also, I wouldn't say overambitious, but I would say if you don't have a certain kind of ambition set for yourself, it kind of refrains you from even allowing or understanding what you're capable of as a startup. And nobody wants to just settle down and be okay in a particular space and place. So I think a boon and a curse. And
Yeah, thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah, and I think this panel, I think we wanted it to be pretty informal and interactive. So any of you have any questions, please just put your hand up and don't wait for us, because I think all of us can keep speaking. And I'm hungry as well, don't worry. So I'll do 45 minutes exactly, and I'll wrap it up. It's in my interest as well. So the next one is actually something that we will wind off the panel with, is something that is connected to what we were discussing, is how is measurement metrics with startups? How is it changing? What are the challenges with it? All of that. So Rahul, you want to start with?
So I'll just continue with her point. Probably then I am seeing myself uniquely placed, because I have worked with multiple startups, and mostly all are into the internet space, and we never compare an economic time story with a business insider or your story. So there are four things that we always focus on. Uh, when it comes to the measurement of the kind of the stories, be it Economic Times or even a Business Insider or your story or Inc. 42, there are four things that we focus on, which is number one, what is the kind of impact that the story is having on the brand? Second, is it impacting the growth that we are targeting or we are chasing? Third is it helping us transform the image of the brand or perception of the brand? And fourth is it creating any form of conversation in the social space? So these are mostly the four factors that we focus on, and whether it comes in print, TV, online, doesn't matter. And coming to the challenges which Xavier has asked, probably the challenge is we need to be more flexible in terms of adopting newer tech which comes to the in the media space, be it influencer, because I am seeing not many startups who are starting up are interested or courageous enough to explore anything which is beyond media. And that is one change we need to see in the startup space. They need to explore more and more uh, uh, format of communications and PR, because PR is no longer a media relations stuff which we used to see 10 years, 15 years back. Second is while people are adopting social at a much wider scale, influencer is something which I believe the startup ecosystem needs to adopt at a much rapid pace. And yeah, that's about it.
I think Bhavya is there. Can you just bring her up there? A link went off? Okay. I think Priyam, why don't you just add your perspective?
I can hear you guys.
Okay, I think why don't you just add your perspective, Bhavya, though we can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, your video is also stuck, but I could hear the entire conversation.
Yeah, so you can just
Cool.
give your inputs on measurement metrics.
Absolutely. So the way we look at metrics for PR are very specific, right? The publication, the story sentiment, the headline, and whether the key message was delivered. And the way we look at the outcome of it, all of these being input metrics, the outcome, the way we track it is via the brand health trackers and consumer dipsticks.
I think, Priyam, you want to come in? Oh, okay. You know why I don't believe in this hybrid world? I don't. You know. I think, Bhavya, I'll just have Priyam given her inputs. Okay. Go ahead, Priyam. Yeah.
The way we look at measuring PR at WakeFit actually is very similar to what Bhavya just mentioned. We look at the impact that a story has created. So there is, of course, the reach of the story, but more importantly, what messages have been carried, how prominently the brand is mentioned, what is the significance of the larger story if it's an industry story, and how is WakeFit positioned in it. So there are those certain parameters based on which we kind of develop a PR score and kind of, arrive at a measurement score, so to speak. But one interesting thing that we've seen at WakeFit is we time and again also tend to do advertorials. So it's actually interesting when startups allocate some budgets to to PR and do these experiments, you actually find out very, very interesting insights. As an example, when we did a couple of advertorials in a Your Story and a Mint and a ET, we found that Your Story had the highest impact from the numbers that they actually kind of came back with respect to the clicks, with respect to the views.
Can you say that again, Priyam? Can you say that louder and again? A lot of people would be very happy.
Yeah, I think, what we found was that your story actually gave us many, many more clicks, views, and engagement than ET did. Mint was good as well. ET, we did a print and online engagement, but Mint and your story performed way better. So that was very, very different from the initial hypothesis we actually went with. So there are there's value in investing in PR and doing these experiments to kind of arrive at accurate measurements that matter to brands, I guess.
So the last one is very, very, and I think we'll wrap it up in another 5 minutes, is on pricing. And that's a very, very sensitive topic when it particularly comes to startups, because I think some of them start literally next to zero. That's true. And I think there are a lot of them who are paying a huge premium as well. So I just want all of you guys to quickly contribute your thoughts on pricing. So anyone can go. Bhavya, if you're there and you can listen to us, you can go as well. I think, Vasu, they think you're good on pricing. Why don't you just start? You do BD all the time. So you must be doing that.
What exactly about the pricing?
Tell us all the troubles that you're going through when you're finally closing the pitch. Because it all boils down to that finally, right?
Well, I think startups primarily, and specifically bootstrap startups, I think money is a very critical factor for them, while, and we need to be a little mindful of that as well. I mean, when we are looking at a early stage company, there have been times that we have actually, we've seen merit in the business, and we've seen that this brand has the potential to become a success in future. And there we have taken a hit on the pricing for the simple intent that we want to associate with that brand and be part of their storytelling. But I think a lot of brands also and entrepreneurs in the startups space also need to realize, and especially in the ones in the the funded ones and the ones that are actually getting all the investor attention, they still tend to give a little backseat to the PR function when it comes to the entire marketing function that we are looking at. So there'll be more allocation to advertising or some of the other functions, but still PR gets the least amount of percentage. So I think, and PR in fact is the most critical out of all these functions to actually establish the relevance of startups as for that particular industry, because that's the only good way of, and a credible way of speaking to each of your stakeholders. So from a pricing point of view also, I think we need a little more than what we are given.
Just add on top of to that, I think you made valid points, but before that, I think you need to change the perception which exists in the industry, just not with startups, but across brands. For them, PR means media relations. Unless and until you bring additional value proposition on top of media, be it social media, influencer and stuff like that, and it's not that they're not doing it, but how are you bringing those additional layer on top of media and make it as a package for the clients or for the brands you are pitching? I think that will probably give you better inroads into the pricing negotiation.
Little counter view. We don't compromise on pricing. We go as a premium priced consultancy because we believe we bring that value to the table. And we want the client also to understand that they're working with someone who can, give them value to whatever they are paying. And it goes, into the servicing itself, because the kind of talent that you deploy to service the client, the kind of intelligence that is required to, bring the stories out, the relationship capital that is used, everything costs. And I think the startup who understands this value that and they are ready to pay. I have bootstraps paying a decent amount of money. I have seed, startups with just a seed funding paying good amount of money, because they've seen that value that early stage PR brings in and what it can do for them. So agencies compromising on pricing is something that I think we need to ask ourselves whether we really need to continue doing that.
Okay, so let me just wind off in the last couple of minutes. So with the summary, this is my experience when I was a rookie, working for one of the largest PR firms in India. That I think must have been 22 years back. There was this large client, my boss and my super boss, and we were all sitting, and I was, in my very big enthusiasm, I'd done a lot of research on that industry. This client CEO was sitting, and then the meeting was going on, and I said that to the client, that your industry is going to not exist in the next 10 years from now because of this, blah, 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 and all of that. And then there was dead silence in the room. And then we all came back to the agency office. And the client had called my super boss and told him, I don't want this guy to work on that account. Okay, because he said, PR is PR. I wanted you to come and tell me how to get me out in the media. I don't want you to tell me what the business model is, right? So to now, I think last month, we signed a client who separately is paying for consulting, a separate retainer for consulting. And I think that's a huge arc of progress that all of us have gone through. And I hope that stays as one of the things that I think all of us have to go and evolve into. And I'm really, really thankful to all of you in the room for actually being patient, because lunchtime typically is around 1 to 1:45. And I think we are sitting here yapping at around 1:59 and 2. And I think all of you have been very, patient and good listeners. And I think if you have any questions, I think I can just take one and then just wind it off in the interest of time for everyone. But there are no questions. I think I'm as interested in the roti and naan and the rice as well as all of you. So if any question, we can just take one and then we will just wind off.
I think we'll have to set them free for the food.
Okay, I got the answer. Okay. And I think, you must have noticed that we've been a wonderful panel because we all sat together and joked and talked a lot about each other for 1 hour. And that's why I think we've had this, interactive panel that we've been before all of you. So my heartfelt thanks to all the 6 panelists who've been with me here and made this a great panel. Thank you, all of you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this would be the end of this session. Thank you so much, everyone on the panel right now. Xavier Prabhu, Founder, Managing Director, PR Hub Session Chair. Bhavya Sharma, Associate Director, PR and Communications, Urban Company. Gulrez Alam, Co-Founder, Teamology. Priyam Divgi, Head Corporate Communication, WakeFit. Rahul Nag, Head of Communications, Pocket FM. Vasundhara Singh, Senior Vice President. And obviously, Vikram sir. I hope you are not feeling so hungry like everybody is. तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं अब भोजन का कार्यक्रम, because कार्यक्रम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता जब तक भोजन ना हो. It was a pleasure having you on the panel. Thank you so much for adding values to people's life, and I am still looking for a PR plan with zero money. Zero money. Will that arc reach there sometime? Okay, cool. Thank you so much, everybody. And now we're moving towards lunch. Can we have the intro AV and the sponsor AV as well? Would request team members to clear off the stage as soon as possible. Thank you so much. You can have lunch, and guys, you have to be back at 2:30, absolutely at that time, because we're going to be starting from there on. Thank you so much for giving us your time. And we're not over yet. Too many sessions and too many entertaining sessions are going to be over here at this place, Imagexx 2022.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Coffee dates? So boring. वही बातें, वही मुलाकातें. Why go on a coffee date with somebody when you can go on one with your body? Lose yourself in the aroma. Turn on each and every pore. Scrub karo nice and slow. Don't hide that afterglow. Made with all natural coffee. M-Caffeine's Coffee Body Scrub smoothens the skin and exfoliates. Ab every shower you take is a coffee date. M-Caffeine, natural and vegan products.
Can you guess how we upcycle these waste plastic bags and wrappers into such beautiful products? Come, let's see.
Madness from Renee.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Coffee dates? So boring. वही बातें, वही मुलाकातें. Why go on a coffee date with somebody when you can go on one with your body? Lose yourself in the aroma. Turn on each and every pore. Scrub karo nice and slow. Don't hide that afterglow. Made with all natural coffee. Caffeine's coffee body scrub smoothens the skin and exfoliates. Ab every shower you take is a coffee date. Caffeine, natural and vegan products.
Can you guess how we upcycle these waste plastic bags and wrappers into such beautiful products? Come, let's see.
Madness. Magic on lips. Madness from Renee. Audio Jungle.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Coffee dates? So boring. वही बातें, वही मुलाकातें. Why go on a coffee date with somebody when you can go on one with your body? Lose yourself in the aroma. Turn on each and every pore. Scrub karo nice and slow. Don't hide that afterglow. Made with all natural coffee. Caffeine's coffee body scrub smoothens the skin and exfoliates. Ab every shower you take is a coffee date. Caffeine, natural and vegan products.
Can you guess how we upcycle these waste plastic bags and wrappers into such beautiful products? Come, let's see.
from Renee. Audio Jungle.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Coffee dates? So boring. वही बातें, वही मुलाकातें. Why go on a coffee date with somebody when you can go on one with your body? Lose yourself in the aroma. Turn on each and every pore. Scrub karo nice and slow. Don't hide that afterglow. Made with all natural coffee. Caffeine's coffee body scrub smoothens the skin and exfoliates. Ab every shower you take is a coffee date. Caffeine, natural and vegan products.
Can you guess how we upcycle these waste plastic bags and wrappers into such beautiful products? Come, let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in some more minutes. I'm just waiting for the people to please turn up, and I hope the panelists are over here. Requesting the team to please collect the people to start on with.
Magic is madness. Magic on lips. Madness from Renee. Audio Jungle.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Okay. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming back once again. We are going to be doing a lot of sessions, and another session is coming up for you guys, and it's going to be very, very amazing. And इसके अलावा हमारे पास आज awards भी होने वाले हैं बहुत ही अमेजिंग तरीके से, और वो बिल्कुल एंड में होंगे. मैं चाहता हूँ कि सभी लोग यहाँ पर बने रहें, और जो लोग यहाँ पर पहले से मौजूद थे, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग अस योर टाइम. आई फील सो प्रिविलेज्ड दैट आई एम here to host this amazing show, Imagexx 2022. And I'm so happy that we have the sponsors, and we have gold partners, silver partners, and bronze partners. Let me introduce them to you. Imagexx 2022, presented by Ad Factors PR, co-powered by Kaizen, Media Mantra, Value 360 Communication Private Limited, Gracell, Public Relations, Gold Partner, ATDB Communication, Hill plus Noelton Strategies, Silver Partner, Teamology Softtech and Media Services Private Limited, Bronze Partner, The Mavericks, Personal Care Partner, M Caffeine, Gifting Partner, Ecokari Humanizing Fashion, Rini Cosmetics, Innovation partner, PR Hub, knowledge partner, Rudder Fin, support partner, Seraphim Communications LLP, event managed by Pixel. And my name is Rapper Maddie. Hope you know me. If you don't know me today, you will definitely get to know me. Moving on, अभी सबसे पहले important काम मैं ये करना चाहता हूँ कि जितने लोग अभी बाहर हैं, please उनसे दरखास्त है कि please अंदर आ जाइए. And I request to please play the intro AV. And can we have that on the screen? Followed by the intro AV, I would request for the sponsor AV as well. Requesting the visual team to please play sponsors AV.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found.
Coffee dates? So boring. वही बातें, वही मुलाकातें. Why go on a coffee date with somebody when you can go on one with your body? Lose yourself in the aroma. Turn on each and every pore. Scrub karo nice and slow. Don't hide that afterglow. Made with all natural coffee. Caffeine's coffee body scrub smoothens the skin and exfoliates. Ab every shower you take is a coffee date. Caffeine, natural and vegan products.
Can you guess how we upcycle these waste plastic bags and wrappers into such beautiful products? Come, let's see.
Yes, from Renee.
Check. All right, now we are done with the sponsor AV. I would like to call upon on stage for the next panel discussion, Pooja Jetwani, Account Director, Lead ESG and Social Impact Consulting Practice at Factors PR, Indu Sharma, Senior General Manager Communications, Schindler Electric, Atul Raja, Executive Vice President, Global Marketing, Vadvani Foundation, Nikhil Bharadwaj, Vice President and Head Corporate Communications, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, Ritu Jingon, Group Director, Communication, Vedanta. I would request everybody to please be on this stage, and we can make some round of applause, and make some applause for yourself for giving us the very, very prestige time of yours, pristine time of yours, and precious time of yours for attending these discussions, which are going to add value to your way of working and our way of working as well. Calling once again all the panelists to be on the stage. Oh, are we choosing it? We can have a musical chair if you want. No, not like that. Anywhere you can sit. I literally wasn't knowing choosing chairs could be that difficult, by the way. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, once more introducing all the panelists. Pooja Jetwani is over here, Indu Sharma, Atul Raja, Nikhil Bharadwaj, Ritu Jingon, and the topic for their discussion is PR should play an important role in enhancing CSR and ESG. CEOs of organizations should actively participate, push CSR in a big way. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Imagexx 2022. Off you go.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Adgali. Thank you to all the wonderful industry leaders sharing stage with me today. We'll try not to make the first post-lunch session boring or a snooze fest for you. We'll try to keep it as fun, as interesting as possible. It is a serious subject, something that helps us question a lot of things, especially in the context of the last 2 years. I'd like to quote Viktor Frankl, and I'm not sure how many of you have read him. He was an Austrian researcher, philosopher, and a Holocaust survivor. When it became extremely difficult for him to survive a concentration camp, he wrote a book, Man's Search for Meaning. And he wrote in it that life becomes unbearable, not because of our circumstances, but because of a lack of meaning and purpose. I think the last 2 years, all of us, including myself, have been questioning, trying to find meaning and purpose in whatever we do. We've seen, or should we say, we find ourselves in an extremely conflicted world today as we sit here. We are a privileged lot, I must say, but outside there is conflict in terms of inequity, in terms of poverty, access to healthcare, education, the list goes on and on. Climate change, how can we forget that? And I have panelists from different cities, from Pune, Bangalore, Delhi, who bring different kinds of weather, hopefully a pleasant one to Delhi, I really hope. But at the same time, after the last 2 years, there has been a renewed commitment among stakeholders as well to do purpose-led work. And this is what over the next 40 years we'd love to talk about, that how are leaders inspiring, delivering, and pursuing purpose. There are, whether you talk about investors wanting to invest in purposeful businesses, employees wanting to work with responsible and ethical companies, consumers becoming increasingly conscious of what they buy, where are their products coming from, or at the end of the day, businesses who hold themselves accountable at the end of the day. In that context, I'm going to begin and start with my first question to Atul. Why do you feel that ESG or CSR, I know it's been a mandate, a law for the last 14 years, ESG compliance has now started becoming increasingly crucial. Why should it be a CXO priority, first of all? And how are CXOs embracing it? And we'd love to hear some of your personal experiences, especially in the context of the last 2 years, if you've evolved in that journey.
Yeah. Thank you, Pooja. And hello to everybody in the audience. Thanks for having me here. A pretty interesting topic, and I was sharing with Pooja off stage that this is actually the right time to talk about CSR. Last 2 years should be doing to CSR what the last 7-8 years haven't done. That's what I feel. And it's been a wake-up call for all of us, and it's been definitely a wake-up call in the social development sector that I represent. So we all are looking at CSR from a very different lens today, and that's the reason why any CXO should and would also look at ESG and CSR very differently. Just to answer your question, Pooja, let me just divide it into two parts. Let me look at the macro perspective and then the micro perspective. Macro is more from an external stakeholder angle. If you see the generic stuff, any socially responsible organization is good news for the partners and investors and stakeholders. So I would not like to elaborate that. From a consumer angle, the CXOs are too aware of the fact that today's consumers are actually changing. They are too much value oriented, they are socially and environmentally aware. And to add to this, the millennials now are forming a great chunk of the workforce. So the more socially responsible an organization is, the better it is for that organization. From the brand angle, I think any CXO would know that it would help you to stand out in the competition. A great deal of social responsibility and a reputation for the same cultivates great brand equity and also generates customer loyalty. It is proven again and again. And from the organizational angle as well, if you see on the face of it, it looks like you're presenting an ethical face to the organization, of the organization, but actually, you are identifying and you are quantifying the threats and the opportunities for the organization from a CXO angle. So it's much deeper than that. And I won't dwell too much on the micro aspects because there's no rocket science to it, but just to let go of few pointers for further discussion. There is this top line that CSR would always help, and that's the bread and butter for any CXO. I was reading a Deloitte survey, a very recent Deloitte survey, and I was surprised to see that 68% of the consumers have actually said that they would spend more on a socially responsible and a trustworthy brand than any other brand that they were using. So from a person who's responsible for the top line and the bottom line of the organization, absolutely important. It leads to great deal of cost rationalization within the organization, whether it is, catering to wastage of resources or it is catering to optimal use of resources. And a socially responsible organization, I am actually privy to that, is a greatly empowered organization, is a greatly motivated organization, right? So that leads to enhanced productivity. So these are some of the things that I think any CXO would be music to any CXO's ears. So these are some of the basics, but what I was trying to harp upon, those basics and the way we have addressed those basics in the since 2014 and post-pandemic, I think, which we will talk about now, will be very different, and that could be transformational.
Thank you, Atul. It's a good start to at least highlight what CEOs have been considering or should consider important. Ritu, I'd love to ask my next question to you to say, you've been doing this for years. I've told you before, I'm saying this again on this stage. I'm a big fan of the Nandghar program. It's a phenomenal program that delivers impact at such massive scale and truly a partner for the government to drive change on ground. In that, it's also important to integrate whether it's ESG principles, your goals, or CSR to public relations. How do you think the industry has been able to or not been able to do that? And you've been in the industry for so many years, spoken to so many of your colleagues and peers. Are they finding some challenges in doing that? Because while you've done successfully, we still see a lot of businesses not being able to do that.
Okay, I think this is a very interesting question and more importantly, very close to my heart. As an organization, let me say people pick up initiatives which are need-based, right? Which we know that where directly communities should benefit from. And impact really is measurable. So when we set out to do, as a case study, if we are talking about Nandgarh, we decided that, what is it as an organization we stand for, and as a country, really what is required. So we said, let's focus. We are not the government. We can't do everything. So can we focus on children and mothers? And we all do know that the first 1,000 days for a kid matters the most. And Anganwadi is a, place or the ICDS program, which started many years ago. And we said, if we support that, we could actually make a large difference in rural India. So when the project started about 5 years ago, and to say that, we also didn't know how it's going to go, where it's going to go. And we decided that, 4,000 of these Anganwadis, we will change. We will change in terms of education, providing education through digital and totally digitizing it. It'll run in a 52-inch television, and when you go there, it's unreal to see these young children from 0 to 6 age group from Anganwadi sitting and getting standardized education. 2, very clearly, nutrition becomes an important part, so holistic healthcare we gave through a doctor at doorstep. 3, very clearly, when you give health education, nutrition, we got a mobile health van at a doorstep, so it was a doctor at doorstep. And during the pandemic times, we even did, education, which were capsules which would go on smartphones, dial a doctor through the Nandgarh program. And lastly, skill training, which led to, whether it was mask making, whether it was helping in PPEs during that time. But more importantly, your question about how did that integrate into a sort of a marketing PR piece? I must say that causes become movements. We were one organization that started this 5 years ago, and today there are many organizations which are following suit. What really has that led? I think when we do PR, we don't say, hey, you know what, this is what I'm doing. It's about, these are the number of people who have directly impacted and benefited. Can we as corporates join together and make this a movement? So for me, I think that really has been the key piece. Nandgarh, from a digital advertising to print advertising, and now people are talking about it. It's only, and thank you for bringing it up. This is the way today we talk about it, today the country talks about it, and we know that Saksham Anganwadi also is really a piece which is of Nandgarh. And very happy to also say that when you do a good program, it's very also nice to talk about it. People not only learn, but somewhere down the line, government at Niti Aayog has also taken our case study. So it really helps everyone if you talk about the best practices in whichever fashion that you can. So interlink of CSR, CXO is there. And to your first question which you asked him, let me tell you that CSR post-pandemic, I think, is not an also-ran. It is now core to every business. Every responsible business today does CSR, and it's the next level. We would like to say ESG. So thank you, Pooja.
Thank you. I think we need to go back to basics because public relations has always been about doing good first and then getting credit of it. Somewhere along the line, um, us as public relations professionals and as industry leadership, we need to go back to that principle. So thank you for that. And then reputation, the right kind of stakeholder attention, brand equity, all of that will follow. But a good, strong program is what is needed in the first place. And thank you for highlighting that. And Nandkar is testimony to that. I simply love that. In that context, Nikhil, my next question to you, how do you, as we said, employees want to work with responsible organizations. How do you percolate that top to bottom approach, especially as a function or as a communications leader? And everyone is questioning at the end of the day whether it's a second in line leadership or an entry level employee. Why am I doing what I'm doing at the end of the day?
Thanks. I think I heard Mr. Nikhil speak in the morning, the more famous Nikhil speak in the morning, about creating safe spaces. Yeah, I think anything to do with CSR, ESG is about creating those safe spaces. ESG, I think, is a nice, glorious term to what organizations should do by default. Yeah, environment is something that's fairly trending now because it is something that requires attention, and unfortunately, all of us are late to that bus. Social is something that organizations have been doing either by strengthening stuff outside or by taking care of their own employees, ensuring good policies, good human resource practices. And governance is, of course, basically just running the company right, running it responsibly, having diversity in the board and all of that. I think all of these elements very simply have to be told in the form of stories. These stories need to be told by leadership. Yeah, it's all good, doing stuff and, like you said, doing good and then taking credit for it. But the genuineness of the purpose or the intent has to be communicated very clearly. There has to be clear-cut need or I can say desire felt to make a difference. And that can only be communicated by the head of the tribe. That's typically the CEO or a CXO who needs to tell that story. If that genuineness does not come out, and me and Atul are speaking, a lot of leaders don't even know where the CSR funds are going. This is a little unfortunate because I feel that CXOs, especially CEOs, need to be at the forefront of all CSR activities. Might sound a little advertisey, but for me that sends out a very strong message, not just externally, but more so internally. And the more people believe in the intent of the difference you're trying to make, the more they buy the story. Of course, getting people to participate in CSR activities as your employees. So there are platforms like Goodera and tons of other ones which kind of do that job for you, where your employees can feel a part of making a difference. It might be a small weekend planting trees somewhere, on the banks of the river Ganges, but it just sets them free. Taking care of pets, I don't know, taking care of small children. Employees feel like they're a part of something big, contributing small amount of time rather than money or resources that really. And I think when a person knows that they're in a good, sane company that is well rooted and they are there to make a difference, I think that's what makes the difference, and that's how you communicate. Just do the right stuff, talk about it, and ensure that top management is speaking about it as well.
Thank you. I love that. CSR does belong in the boardroom, and that's how it started off. But
Pooja,
somewhere, yes.
Just quick add on to what Nikhil is saying, and this is experiential. I think, you talked about how do you communicate internally, and any great CSR program has to be a bottom-up build-up program. And how do you do that? It's easier said than done. I think the employees have to devise the program. So that's the biggest way you can involve them, and that makes a crucial difference, right? And that just changes the mood within the organization. And as she was also pointing out, CSR historically has been like an extended arm of organizations, lying in one obscure corner of the office, including the team and including the objectives. But till the time you don't make it a core business objective, the difference in the impact will always be mitigated. Just to add on to what you were saying.
But just also to say that I'm glad to say that I've seen from the last few years that there is a shift. the boardroom does talk about CSR. The CSR or development fraternity gets far more respect. And if I may say, ESG today, the new norm, if I may say, gets really its due. And like you said, stakeholders look at you differently. Remember when we see annual reports which actually talk about the kind of work that has gone down, or also, you know, you go to the larger international organizations, they have a large piece, this product was picked up from rural India, from this. Suddenly you look at it with more respectability. So people more and more, CXO CEOs do realize integrating it with the common man has become the key. And let me tell you, goodness has become PRable.
Good old-fashioned goodness. I like
So
that.
I agree with you, especially I've also been part of the infrastructure sector. So CSR is pretty predominant and pretty top management supported in certain sectors. I think what we are also trying to say here is that spirit has to percolate cross-industrial spirit, it has to begin. And if you have, certain factories, certain manufacturing facilities, then CSR comes naturally to you. But if you are an IT services organization and, in some other sectors, it doesn't come naturally to you, and there is no DNA within lots of organization. But at the same time, I agree that this change is happening now.
Hindu, would you like to comment on that before I go on to the next question?
Thank you for that. Hi, everybody. I've been hearing everybody, and some very interesting nuggets have come out from all of them. And I would just like to pick up on what you just said, Ratul. I would say that now with IT, things have really changed, because with digital getting the center stage, and these are the organizations who can do a lot about the access, of these platforms, especially not even to the mainlands, taking it to the grassroots, taking it at every level, developing skills. There's a lot that can happen in that space, which is where technology-driven organizations are really taking a forefront in that. And maybe a lot of these things are something that government also talks about, whether it is Digital India and all of that. So that's there. Yes, I think everybody spoke about so many best practices, and probably I've also made a note of a few of them. So look forward to your question.
My question is, you've been running so many campaigns. I've had the privilege of working with you personally on some of the wonderful sustainability campaigns you have launched. What are some of the best practices that you always follow or have actually evolved and learned over the years? And most important, I think sometimes we forget, and I must say industry questions, that how do you measure the impact of public relations? And not many can deliver that. How do you also, and I'm going to ask that question to everyone here on how each one of you as an industry leader measures the impact of public relations. Because contrary to popular belief that it cannot be measured, I strongly believe that it can be. So,
sure, that's really two very interesting questions, I must say. And I've been tracking CSR from the time when it was very philanthropic, just a check given out to the Prime Minister Fund. And from there, it has really reached and taken a long, long mile where it has reached now. Today, if I have to look at it, and that is what drives, making a campaign or any kind of a program that we do, I would say there are 3 strong P's in any CSR campaign, which is people, planet, and profits. If you don't have all 3 of them, you don't have a campaign. You are doing everything for either of them. And which is where a lot of CSR campaigns initially would not really reach the mile, and why a CXO or a CEO will not really talk about it, because they do not know where it sits in the balance sheets. And that's a very important point to look at. And today when you plan the kind of goals, the kind of CTAs that you set for any kind of campaign, especially in the CSR space, and honestly speaking, CSR, ESG, sustainability are used interchangeably happily nowadays. Not many people differentiate between all of them. So with all of these nomenclatures, we have to see very clearly that they have to live the spirit of your organizational purpose. They have to be derived from there. You cannot be saying something in your purpose and driving a CSR campaign which is very different from that, because it will never go a long mile. And that's where a lot of organizations falter, because they join a fad. Something is launched by the government, everybody is talking about this, let me also, take a dip into this holy Ganga and do a quick campaign. But that doesn't take you anywhere, because it is not going with you for the longer term. So always derive a goal or the focus of your CSR campaigns from what your organization wants to do. Now, if I have to give examples, and I've been really lucky, like Pooja said, I've been part of 2 organizations who have been driving very strong CSR and sustainability campaigns. I was previously with Reckitt, wherein with Dettol, we used to lead health and hygiene, that kind of segment. And we used to have those kind of campaigns wherein we were even measuring with the washing of hands in the government schools, how has the attendance gone up? How have students starting coming up because they're not developing certain ailments? Or how the attendance of girl child has gone up, because of certain, aspects to that. So you have to get into that kind of, alignment as to what you really want to do. Today, I'm a part of Schneider Electric, and that will somewhere answer your questions on goal and measurements bit, because thankfully here as well, we work towards the creating access and availability of different things in the terms of energy and resources. We say we want you to make the best of it. Now, when I'm talking of energy, energy is at the data center also, energy is at the manufacturing also, but energy is also for an electrician, bread and butter. So if you do a campaign with electricians and skilling them, that is also your access to energy, because eventually that guy will start a business, provide that energy in certain village or hamlets or whatever. So you have to really understand what you want to do. Don't go by fad, don't just look at something which somebody else is following and just start taking it up, because otherwise you will never be able to look at how you measure and all. And believe me, from a measurement point of view, you can have both internal benchmarks, you can have external benchmarks. Like I said, you could draw KPIs. We all are familiar. We are attached to KPIs in our jobs, appraisals. Very similar KPIs can be made for a particular campaign. Certain campaigns just look at dollar to dollar match. You want to have right kind of partners, wherein if I'm putting 1 million, I want to have a partner who will come on board and do that kind of a thing. Certain campaigns just want to reach an X number of people. It is all about what are you trying to do with a campaign, and that should be your goal and measurability matrix. And globally, there are a lot of scales. There's a Dow Jones Sustainability Index, there's a FTSE report which comes out, there are responsible business trackers. Believe me, there are many more, which are country-specific, region-specific, or some of them are global as well. So there are too many metrics or too many external validations which are available. It's first you need to get your house in order as to what are you trying to achieve with it. And there is a lot of social impact measurement tools which are available today. There is something called IMM, which is impact monetary matrix that we all follow. So there is very clear matrix as $1 that you spend has to pay you for $2.5 or something on, in certain cases it's been a return of $8 on one. So it just depends on where are you operating. There is definitely measurability from, I'm talking more from a CSR lens point of view. Same goes for PR as well. Unless you know what are you doing, you will not be able to measure. And I'm a very strong believer, please understand the business that you are supporting. If you do not know the business KPIs, your PR will never be appreciated. If your business is going in a direction and your PR is going in some other direction, you will never get a seat at the boardroom. Talk in their jargons. When you are talking to a marketing head or a salesperson, they are not interested in ad value evaluation. They are really not interested in number of clips. What they would rather be interested is that what is the money you have spent in reaching out one person through that campaign? Can you derive it? How many people you reached out? Will it drive trials? Will it drive reputation? Will it drive something for the company? It has to do something. You can't be working out of thin air. And that's somewhere, has been, what should I say, PR people always try to defend themselves that nahi hai, it can't be measured. No, everything can be measured only if you set out the right goals. And that would be my 2 words on this. Thank you for the lovely question.
Thank you. I like that. Get your house in order. So remember, and I'm speaking to Nikhil about this, 7 years ago when I just started off in a CSR consulting firm, everyone wanted to build toilets, irrespective of whether their business was aligned or not. Our Honorable Prime Minister said, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, so chalo sab toilet banate hain.
We did World Toilet
Yeah.
Project, 2 of them, but we were with Harpic, so it was okay.
With Harpic, yes. With Dettol, yes. But nobody turned around to ever see if people were using it. Did it impact, as you said, did the number of or the incident of diseases like dysentery or diarrhea come down, or did open defecation reduce, for example? I mean, and those are the kind of goals you set out before even think of building a toilet, for example. So I love that you talk about setting your goals right, smart goals, we've been taught in all our management courses, and getting your house in order, two very important things. I'm going to ask you, Atul, and then you as well, Ritu, to say, how do you measure public relations? I mean, over the years, you must have been fielded this question as well.
Yeah. Not over the years, every time, you know. Especially your CEOs, this is your favorite topic, you know. Yeah, so PR and CSR is actually a favorite topic for most of us. And actually, Indu hit the nail on its head when she talked about most of the things. PR and CSR actually has been part of my profile for more than 2 decades as part of my marketing profiles. So I have 3 basic things. They may not be rocket science, but I personally feel they're very important, and I'd like to share that with the audience. One is the PR and the CSR teams, or the PR and the CSR objectives should not be clubbed together, but at least the team should work in very close tandem together. That's my personal experience, because both feed upon each other. And for me, it has been an operational best practice. The second thing is, PR for CSR is not bad, like many people feel. But then there is a very critical element to it, which comes first, quote unquote, right? So if you are doing your PR for CSR activities, it is good. But the CSR should never be conceptualized from a PR angle, something that she was touching upon, so that's very important. The third thing is CSR has been, for me and in my experience, a pretty localized phenomena, right? Region by region, this is the area where you want to be, this is where you want to do business development, this is where you want to smoothly launch your operations. So the PR is restricted to that area, that village, that group of villages, those kind of stakeholders. I think it doesn't help in many other industries apart from infrastructure. We need to relook at that. So these are 3 PR stroke CSR experiences that I have had over the years. And coming back to your critical question, so this has been a marketing dilemma for me for more than 2 decades now, and I haven't been able to answer that question. Very frankly, I think in the pre-pandemic days, we were just about reaching some kind of metrics. We were cracking it with our PR agencies as to how do you showcase to the management that this is the kind of PR which is done. And most importantly, what a CXO or a CSO wants, this is how it is impacting your business. The question comes, so much PR you have done. You're talking about column centimeters, you're talking about square centimeters, but who has it, who's reading it, right? Is the target audience reading it? And I thought we were just about reaching there, and the industry veterans were coming up with solutions, and then the pandemic happened. And I think everything has gone topsy-turvy once again, right? The media landscape has changed. So how do you, how cannot PR be changing? PR has to change. Previously, the Times of India or an Economic Times or a mainline was very important, right? Today, if you go to any financial daily, the daily will, half of them are subscription based. So how do you know whether, coverage in a business standard, whether people are reading or not, or they are just seeing subscribe and going back, right? How much of the people are now readers are going through the print media? Nobody knows. Somebody says it's coming back, somebody says it's going down. Online is restricted. You just go to the media ants of the world, you see these many footfalls. Who decides whether 5% of that footfall or 1% of that footfall has seen your article? So it's been a great marketing dilemma for me, and I feel constrained at times, knowing very well that your PR has had great impact, but I feel extremely constrained when I cannot showcase that impact to the board or to the management in the right manner that I would love to. I think in the post-pandemic era, once the media landscape stabilizes, we can start looking at some solutions. Marketing automation is coming in. AI is coming in a big way in marketing now. I'm sure it will come into PR as well, where we will use big data to analyze our PR efforts one fine day, but we are far off from there today. That's what I feel. So I hate it, but on the stage, let me just say I have no answer to your question today.
Thank you.
I would just like to add one thing on one of the pointers which you started with, which was CSR for PR actually. The moment you said that, the concept of greenwashing immediately came to my mind, and I've been reading so much about the organizations who are not doing enough but just trying to put it in a very positive way, or putting out some fabricated details or numbers and all. And my sincere request would be that as conscience keepers of your organization, as communicators, somewhere it's our job to recommend against it, because it will damage the reputation of the organization in the longer run, and you would not gain enough as much as would be lost, because building the reputation once again is not that easy. You're just making your job tougher if you're doing greenwashing today. Thank you.
So I'll quickly take you up on that question, and I may have a slight divergent view whereby I agree with Indu that everything is measurable. I believe that. And I'll put it in two parts, whereby anything that we do, we have large spends. When I say that, there's always an SROI, a social return on investment. Like you said, for $1, do I get 2 or do I get 10x? Whatever may be the initiative that you've planned, obviously you have done a baseline, you've done an initiative. We hope that it is scientifically done because it is relevant and the need of that area, society, or state where you're doing it. You can always go back today, and for every activity initiative we do an impact assessment. In that impact assessment, have you changed the QLI, the quality of life index, the HDI? Is there impact on IMR, MMR? So while these are initiatives which you may do in 3 years, some data may come in 1 year, in 6 months, but you can always know what you put out, and to put it in a PRable way, did you get the bang for your buck? Finally, did you really create impact? Your impact assessment will tell you. When it comes to PR, there are very many surveys that tell you today that did you hit the target? Because you have set out your purpose before you do a digital campaign, whether you do a print campaign, or anything that you put out externally, stroke internally, stroke to your stakeholder, whoever and wherever they may be. You have reports like the ALVA report, which tell you exactly, did your campaign, which are the sweet spots it hit? What were your gaps? You have Indian agencies here, very many which can come back, and today you can go back even to ad factors here and say, hey, did my campaign do well? They'll come back with you, even if it's a desktop analysis, primary, secondary analysis, but you will get enough report to go back to your boardroom and say, hey, you know what? The campaign did well because I have a Mac McDonald report which has just come to me and told me the impact of Nandagar. And I also understand what the gaps are from that report. So no money from any organization has to be spent or should be spent without scientifically understanding, did it actually make the impact? If not this, then what? And from a government point of view, if I may say, you mentioned Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and I think it was the most beautiful PR exercise done. It made the impact where it did. Yes, behavior change is something which takes years to do. I mean, we created villages which were open defecation free. And we did realize that, I mean, you know, as people who are privileged and sitting here, we did realize that sanitation really, imagine at what level it went. So thank you. Thank you. I hope I managed to answer that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that would be all for this panel. I think the time is over right now, and
Give one last comment for Nikhil and then we'll wrap up.
we're really running out of time. But okay, we can allot you 1 minute. That's all.
Thank you.
I'll not talk on the CSR bit. I'll just talk about PR measurement. I think we have spoken a lot about CSR. I come from the sales side. For me, anything that creates demand is measurable. PR is a field of marketing, I feel, whose job is to put your product out there, get you the sales, get you the demand, get you the inquiries. And if you're clear about that, then it's good. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing some grand purpose of educating the masses about insurance. You're telling them, hey, come buy my product. And as long as that's happening, the impact's created, measurable, and very, very easily understandable. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this panel discussion. Big thanks to Pooja Jethwani, Indu Sharma, Atul Raj, Nikhil Bhardwaj, and Ritu Jingan. Moving on quickly to the next session, I'll be calling on stage for the fireside chat Mr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Kavita Doshi, Head Corporate and Digital Communication, NASCOM. I would request you guys to please come on stage and have your seat. And thank you once again for the last panel discussion. You guys are at Imagexx 2022. Bhaskar sir, it's an honor to have you. And Kavita ma'am, welcome. So the topic is purpose-led communication. And that's what we are going to talk about. Off you go.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor for me to probably sitting here in front of Dr. Chatterjee and talking about this very important topic, which is the value of purpose in the communication. I would not really waste time so that we are able to finish on the first bell and straight away jump onto the question to Dr. Chatterjee.
First bell is just to tell you that, you know, we're about to close. So you have still 5 minutes or 10 minutes left from the first bell.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Chatterjee, we heard a lot about in the previous communication, the previous panel, about, you know, the purpose of ESG, CSR before and after the pandemic. So I just wanted to ask you, has the pandemic brought in a renewed sense of purpose across the board? Or was it always like this?
You know, I'd just like to say that when I was writing the law, Section 135, in the Companies Act of 2013, we were drafting this law around the middle of 2012, late 2011. And the idea was to say that CSR is part of the purpose. An organization, if it is purpose-driven, must have CSR somewhere in that purpose. And that's why one of the more famous Chatterjee-isms became backroom to boardroom. So you would have heard from the panelists that sometimes CSR was somewhere in some part of the organization, but not front on. Yeah. So you would see that in Section 135, what we attempted to do was to bring CSR into the centrality of all discussions in the boardroom. And that's why at the head of the CSR committee, which is now mandatory, you have an independent director who heads the CSR committee. Therefore, for me then, the idea was to make CSR pretty much the purpose for which the company existed, or part of the purpose. So for me, purpose has been very central to my way of thinking for quite some years.
Thank you so much. That brings me to this very fundamental question on purpose. How does one identify purpose? Do we align our audience to the purpose or vice versa?
This is a good question. How do you identify your purpose? Let me try and see if I can get you a small quote which I came across just this morning. It says this: if you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion. For your passion will lead you right into your purpose. I love these words because anyone who sits in a boardroom, as I do in many boards, anyone who is the CXO, or if it's a promoter-driven organization, the promoter, needs to find what drives him or her from the inside. And the purpose would come from that introspection of deep diving into yourself and saying, my company, our company was created because more than the profits, we want to do this. And then that becomes the purpose.
And how do we align our audiences to that, Dr. Chatterjee?
Align your?
Audiences.
Let me use the term stakeholders there instead of audiences. And let's say that at the time when you are setting that purpose for yourself, who have you in mind? Not just the board, not just the employees in your organization, but the whole range of stakeholders from end to end. And that could be your supply chain, it could be your customers, it could be your investors, it could be anyone who's interested in your company. And you need to drive that purpose across this entire rainbow. Because if people don't see that you are purpose-driven, then as the last panel rightly said, they don't see any value in your company. When we talk of ESG today, and all three of them, whether it's environment, whether it's social, or whether it's governance, all three remain vital to what you might call a responsible business. This term responsible business has come into a sort of universal perception. Today, if you were to look at any leader in Davos, and the leader is asked to get up and talk about his or her company, that leader does not generally, almost never, speaks about financial results at all. The leader is aware that he or she is there because they are somewhere in the top Fortune 500 or wherever they are. So they never talk about money, finances. They talk about business, climate, maybe. But at the forefront of everything they say is the good that they want to do for society. What they are giving back to the planet. What is the real meaning of the organization for the good that they want to do? And that is what has become the hallmark of every exhortation.
When you're talking about stakeholders, what comes to my mind is, how do you bring in consistency while dealing with various stakeholders to bring in a common purpose led communications?
Yeah, and actually that's not so difficult because the last word in your question answers that. And that also speaks volumes for the audience in which we are sitting. PR and communications, measurable or immeasurable, whatever the last panel decided, you can never reach a final conclusion whether PR is measurable or immeasurable. Probably the truth lies somewhere in between. But if you want to get the message of that purpose end to end, from the chief sitting in the boardroom to the last employee on the ground, then communication and PR is the only way you're going to do it. The CXO is not going to sit with a mic every morning with all his employees sitting around and saying, hey, this is my purpose, you guys. Are you listening? What actually happens? Why do you need PR? Why do you need communications? Because there is a message you want to get across. And today, PR and communications has become so sophisticated, so cutting edge, so now in the moment that you are actually able to deliver that message in milliseconds to virtually everyone that you want to access. Again, the sophistication of media and communication today is not to put it, ram it down your throat. There was a time when you said, let's say, noise pollution. How would you communicate that message? And there would be people saying, do not make noise. Do not honk your horn. Now this do not, do this is, well, with all due this thing, smells of the Sarkari times. Sarkar itself has changed. Government messaging has become so much more subtle. So media and communications now does this very imaginatively. The way the message is transmitted is beautiful to behold because it registers on the minds of audiences from deep in the rural hinterland right to the sophisticated person sitting at the board level.
No, I think that was very, very insightful. And Dr. Daddy, you talked about, ever-changing PR. And I think we are also living in a world which is ever-changing. Businesses are ever-changing. So is it possible to change your purpose while on the journey?
Terrific question. And let me try to answer this not by some sort of a monologue, but let me give you a real-life example. When I was introduced, I was introduced as the Director General of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. The fact is that I moved out of there in 2016. Currently, I am the CEO of the Anil Agarwal Foundation, which is the part of the Vedanta Group. And here's the example. The Vedanta Group is basically about mining and metals. What are mining and metal companies generally known for? Generically, they're known for doing immense harm to the environment, for the emission of greenhouse gases uncontrolled, for polluting streams, waters, rivers, everything around them. The kind of damage that mineral and metal companies do is legendary. And of course, the scenario there too is changing because of the compulsions of the way that we now demand that they do. So the logo of Vedanta, till about 6 or 8 months ago, was simply this: changing the elements. And this was because natural resources was what this company was dealing with, metals and mining. This was therefore the purpose of that company said in 2 or 3 words. And then the leadership realized that how long can you go on with this purpose? The world around us is changing. Expectations are changing. Questions that come to our leadership at national and international fora are far more hard-hitting. People want answers that make sense. Don't give us gyan or gas. Just tell us what you're doing. And so the thinking began, how are we going to change our purpose? Intrinsically, maybe the purpose will not change. But at least how do we couch it differently to make it more contemporary? And then this whole team, and Ritu was part of that, was what do we come up with now? The logo now is transforming for good. And therefore, from transforming the elements to transforming for good is not necessarily a change of purpose in essence, but the way you frame it, the way you shape it, the way you communicate it. That's what changes.
That has been very interesting. For our PR friends sitting here, what are the top 3-4 challenges that you see when we talk about purpose-led communications?
Yeah, and it's a challenge more for the company than for the PR team, because the PR team would love to get, the inputs from what the company wants, and then, define it, package it, wrap it, and then communicate it, right?
It's a lot the other way around also, sir, these days.
Also is, yes, what will sell well? What will communicate well? So it's a two-way thing. And very often we in boards bring our PR person on board, and we talk to him or her, and we ask that if this is what we do, how will it go with our target audience? And one of the good things about most of this is when we sit on boards and we take decisions, communications and PR was very often an afterthought. We do an action or take a decision, and then we ask PR and communications, now dress it up. Now, package it. Now see how it goes out. But today in boardrooms, very often, we bring PR person, whoever heads PR, to sit with us and tell us, if we do this, what is likely to be the public perception? And how can you help us to actually get out there what we want to be spoken about? So that is, I think, the primary challenge for both the organization and for PR put together.
I need to keep my promise, and that comes, I want to ask you this last question. If you have to define the value of purpose and communications in one line, what would that be?
Let me leave it to the great, the one and only Mahatma Gandhi. 1 second, please. This is what he said some years before independence. Civilizations have come and gone, but in spite of our vaunted progress, I am tempted to ask again and again, to what purpose? That is what Gandhi asked, and I think in many ways we're trying to answer. So I'll wrap it up in this way. Corporates, business entities are as organic as human beings. They have a life, they have a soul, they have an entity which is alive. It's vibrating, it's alive, you can feel its pulse. That's why it's a business entity. And the way I see it is that all that it does is the body of the organization. But the purpose is the soul. If there is no soul, there is no organic entity. The body and the soul together constitute the living being, the living organization. And I'd like to end with this message, that wherever you are, whichever organization you are in, wherever leaderships exist, wherever you feel you are part of the organization, understand that the body and the soul together make the organization, and the purpose is the soul. Thank you.
Thank you. That's actually ending on a great note. And thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee, for such deep insights on such an important topic. Thank you so much. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you so much once again, panelists. भास्कर सर आपने बहुत सही बात बोली कि सोल और बॉडी जब मिलता है ना तभी बात बनती है. एज एन आर्टिस्ट मैं भी ये सोचता हूँ कि यार मैं अगर ऐसे दिख रहा हूँ और मैं गाने लग जाऊँ क्लासिकल गाना तो आपको पसंद भी नहीं आएगा वो. Alright, with that being said, pleasure having you on the panel. Once again, thanking Bhaskar sir and Kavita ma'am. Moving on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, you are at Imagexx 2022, and I hope you're having a good time. And if you're not having a good time, I'm pretty sure you're adding some value to your work process, work life. Moving on to the next session, I would like to call upon stage Charu Raizada, VP Corporate Communications, Markets and Markets, Ina Chakravarti, Group Head of PR and Communication, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, Sunanda Rao Erdem, Founder and CEO, Seraphim Communications, Gaurav Nijhavan, VP Marketing, Stashfin, Deepak Jolly, Founder and Director of Consortia Advisory. It would be a pleasure if you guys can please come on stage and have your seats. Please consider this musical chair. Any chair you like, you can sit on that. All right, we have two more members. Charu ma'am would
Good
be...
afternoon, everyone.
yeah.
We're just going to wait for two of our more panelists. They're just outside, and I guess they'll be joining us shortly. And before they do that, I think we could probably start in the interest of time. And so, you know, as employees, the minimum we expect from our organizations that there's the culture of diversity and empathy. And organizations have also woken up to the fact that today's workforce is far more diverse. They need to communicate in a way which is acceptable. They need to communicate in a way which people are, you know, they need to relook at their policies. And, you know, I have been told that ideally, this is not a conversation we should be having, but we don't live in an utopian world. And I'm sure we're going to get there in due course of time. But today, I'm going to move to our panelists, and we're going to talk about how they are making inclusivity and diversity as part of their story on a day-to-day basis, not just in their organizations, but also in their clients' organizations, because we truly have a diverse panel. We're going to try and understand some of the challenges and look at the creative solutions. I have with me Gaurav here, Sunanda, and Ina. We're going to just wait for Mr. Jolly, Deepak Jolly, to join in. And before he does that, I think we're going to start off with the first question. And I'm going to really go back in time when in 1990, when Morgan Stanley came under a litigation because of some of the issues they had with their policies where diversity is concerned. And recently, we had Google in news as well. But, you know, organizations are now relooking at their policies. They're relooking at the way things are happening. And my first question to you, Ina, and I really want to kick off with, how do you ensure that you are engaging with different stakeholders to create a culture of respect and inclusivity in your communications, both internally and externally?
Thank you, Charu, for the question. Well, I think as communicators, for us, the first and the most important thing is to keep in mind that we have to treat every individual as a person. What happens most of the time is that we start objectifying things, keeping our strategy in mind or keeping the organizational goals in mind. In that whole run, we forget how humans feel. What do they want? They want to feel valued. They want to feel appreciated. They want to feel important. And I think that is integral part of communication to ensure that we are including everybody in our communications. It is important that we create a culture, a space for internal as well as external stakeholders to have that confidence that yes, their voice will be heard. Communication today, a lot of time is something that we create as strategy, but that strategy needs to trickle down. We need to have a commitment from our leadership, from the senior management. They have to buy into that. There are stereotypes, many stereotypes. Breaking that stereotype is something that only the top management can do. But yes, from there, the entire process needs to trickle down. And that is where communication plays a critical role. We see that, I mean, I come from the corporate side, so we keep seeing how we have a lot of partners. For example, a PR agency for a corporate communication team, a digital agency, events agency. Having said so, I have seen a lot of people, when I was on the PR side, treating their agencies as vendors. I am sorry, that's not how we create inclusive teams.
Right.
When we say that my PR agency is my extended team, they are my partners, that is when I'm giving them the space and the voice. And that is what inclusivity is all about. So it's all about having a very thoughtful process or a thought towards others as being human. So being humane, I think, is the core of all communications.
Deepak sir, I'll come to you. You've had a long run right from the 1990s to today, and so much has happened. How have policies changed? How have the conversations been molded? What's the change?
No, that's a great question, and I think what I think is most important is my grooming was done in Unilever. And that was a time when people said a Unilever person was the biggest in demand when the liberalization happened. Why? Because the first thing as a part of the culture was your head is on the shoulders. I see people getting bigger and bigger, and they say, wow, I've reached here, and many people are looked down upon. The first, I think, the most important thing as a founder, I find, is that if I hire a CEO of my company, will he look down upon people? Or will he be a part of them? Will he be a problem solver? So, for whatever reasons, we decided that let the founders run the company for a while. And let's, in last 5 years, at Consortia Advisory, we built a culture of cohabiting, a culture of trust, a culture of diversity. I mean, I must tell you, 45% of my team is women. Again, diversity. In a 40-member team, my team is across India. I mean, I'm the Keralite teaching Haryanvi how to eat a biryani, which is from his place or his native place. I think that counts. These are things which count in building an organization. Again, I was lucky that after my, in the 90s, 80s I joined Unilever. So I've seen 4 or 5 generations of, corporates which have seen professionalism. I've seen Sunil Mittal, I was his direct report, and I found, a lot of attempt to bring in that culture. Even the Indian companies have taken it like, get the best HR head, let's be a part of it, create inclusion. I think the biggest issue which happens is, when an employee goes with a mindset of inclusion, and rightly so, but then he carries a lot of baggage with him. And that the company's owner says, okay, guys, this is the way you were brought up in this company. This is what we do. This is how we will include you in our thought process. This is the way we will help you to climb the ladder, and this is the way you will reach the top. I think all these factors I've seen, which I included it as a part of the thought process. Again, as a startup, I could not hire a HR head for first 3 years. But when the time was ripe, I said, go for it. But go for a good one. I waited 6 months to hire a good director for HR. But I said, if I have to hire someone, she or he should be making my employees as inclusive as possible. And again, should be able to permeate through this maze of diversity. And in India, diversity means a lot. There's a north-south divide, there's a east-west divide, there's a divide of gender, there's a divide of caste, creed, and color. So I think we are a long way from what has West achieved. But again, I think it's an evolving process.
You raised a very interesting point about the role of leadership, but I'm going to hold on to that and come to you, Gaurav, to find out that where tonality is concerned, the way we use our voice, the way we make a point, it could be misinterpreted. So how do we ensure that we are conscious, inclusive, and are able to put across things in a right way?
Right. First of all, good evening to everyone. I think it's my delight to be a part of this inclusivity and diversity topic debate with such a diverse group as well. I would like to just take a step back, Charu here, and figure out, the subtle nuances between diversity and inclusivity. Are we saying diversity equals inclusivity? I don't think so. What happens is that you can be as diverse as an organization. You can have people of different race, gender orientation, or different genders, people coming from different regions as well. And you'll call yourself a diverse organization, right? But it's really, inclusivity is something, it's really how you treat your people, right? For example, you can have all the kind of policies, right? You can have paternity policy, you can have maternity policy, you can have give holidays to people from a certain religion, which is not an official for the whole group as well. You could do things like these. But are your employees actually feeling guilty of taking those rights, which should have been just rights, and you are giving it as a privilege as well, right? So when it's how you treat everyone and make them give the power to them. That is where real inclusivity will come in. So, for example, and a lot of us have been a victim of making the same mistakes again and again. That we are addressing our customers with a he or him rather than having a generic tone to it, or in a meeting saying guys instead of when you have women also a part of that meeting group as well. So, we've all made those mistakes, and this tonality is something that you may not understand it at that point of time, but it hits people, right? Especially, people who've come probably from like tier 2, tier 3 cities, and maybe the education level hasn't been up to speed for that matter. It's also the job of the leaders or the organization to educate them so that, they don't make the same mistake of, treating a person with a diverse sort of a thinking or experience, because the core remains the same. It's just the experiences of those people have been different, and you never know how you will offend those people as well. Right?
Sunanda, you've been working with international markets. What are the major differences when it comes to diversity and equality?
Thank you so much. A very warm, heartfelt gratitude to Adgali that we have finally got back to events. This is for me the greatest delight. See, the thing is, while we were having our initial talks and we were discussing, I felt there are two sides to look at things. One, if we look at, there is no major difference per se between East and West, India, abroad, West, East, whatever, Orient, Occident. India has a huge advantage over the West, from what I have seen, from the people, clients, societies I have lived in. We, from the very beginning, from our childhood, we are exposed to communicating with different sorts of people, be it diversity in age, religion, caste, societies, classes. So India has that advantage over many other countries which they look at India in bewilderment. What now the next stage is how do you get diversity towards inclusion, which Gaurav rightly pointed out, and Ina also, and Sir also. How do you actually bring that conversion? On the one hand, we are still grappling in India with taking diversity to inclusivity. I personally feel there's that very big word called tolerance that we need to bridge between diversities. For me, when I have to define that loosely, in an organization, diversity is the what of an organization. What is it comprising of? And inclusivity is how an organization is making its structure more diverse. So when we are talking about, and when I am observing as an observer, we have served clients from different countries, from different, from startups to huge organizations, to political organizations, to social organizations. One thing comes out, yes, we are, even now in the panel, we are discussing about man, woman. What about the entire LGBTQ representation? We are not even putting that out in the sphere. So I think that's where probably the Western or the European nations have started recognizing. Each and every, in fact, D&I has become a very important part of any organization that wants to go towards ESG. Right? So that the great place to work in. We have, giving a simple example, look at the PR industry here in India. We are 70% women, but are we actually represented in the top management? Are we getting a share in being able to have decision-making powers? So these are the kind of questions we want. I know we want to work towards solution. We are all working in our own way. But there is a long way to go. However, we need to understand our strengths and work towards.
So obviously, I mean, just having a D&Y policy is just not enough. I mean, and if the leadership does not believe it, then it's really on paper. And so, Ina, let me ask you, you've been working in a very challenging environment. How are you communicating the value of being truly diverse in your organization? What have been your key challenges and learnings?
Well, just taking a step back and telling the kind of organization I am, it's a law firm where it is almost 75 to 80% are lawyers, and it's a firm which is a TAM-BRAM firm. Now, having said so, that community has, I mean, since it's a founder-driven, owner-driven firm, there are ethos, DNA, which is very conservative. Conservative to people who are outsiders to this entire system. So hence, it becomes even more important for a communications professional like me to bring in the message of diversity now and inclusion. But that is not possible till the time the senior leadership or the management does not acknowledge it. So the baseline remains conditioning the leadership. And how do you do that? It is an extremely big challenge, of course. But yes, fortunate we are that we have tools, we have coachings which help us build those ethos. So first and foremost, I think what we have started doing within the organization is having constant conversations within the HR fraternity, the HR team, communications, the senior management, apprising them of where the gaps are or what the misses are, and then trying to find solutions which will help bridge those gaps. And I think over time, I mean, I have been with this organization 2 years in my prior stint and now about another year. And there is a slight cultural shift that we are seeing. It is becoming far more liberal. It is giving people space. And it is all happening because the senior management has opened its arm to welcome those changes.
Right. So is it only the leadership or should each and every employee be accountable? Sir, do you want to talk about that?
You said...
should each and every be accountable where diversity and inclusion is concerned? Because at the end of the day, everybody's actions matter or they don't.
Absolutely. Because without that, it may start from the top. You may say it is top down, but there are a few things which go bottoms up. So, one thing which I used to do always in my, the companies I worked for, whichever teams I would lead, I would do a small offsite for them, which would be learning and a lot of fun. Because one thing as a part of culture, if you are building, and I don't know, it is like she said, it's a very kind of conservative Tambram company. But I have worked with Tambrams like Indra Nui. She was my boss in PepsiCo. But, so the question is how you understand what she wants and what is the message she wants to give down the entire organization. The good news is that, so now let's come to talk about the clients. I'm a communications and an advocacy firm. So I have got, say, about 30, 40 clients where I work with 40 CEOs. And with these 40 CEOs, when we work, we look at a messaging not only to the outside world, but how do you internalize it? And many times I have seen that the CEOs and the CFOs are so mindful of the kind of investors that they forget that what impact it will have on the internal audience. So we tell them, look, you need a balancing out. And that is something what we bring to the table, because that is a very critical spot. Again, as I said, Rome was not built in a day. I think it's the slow process, how you absorb the employee. And I think, I would give an example of one of the finest CEOs who worked in India, Suman Sinha, who was the CEO of PepsiCo for 10 years. And he says, in Pepsi, in those days when we were there, we have so much of passion that anybody who is not living up to the passion, up to say 1.5 years, will get ejected out automatically. And that's what builds the confidence that, so everybody's 5 fingers are different. But I saw people of very conservative background changing to the environment, because this is what it was. If PepsiCo was irreverent, I found 50% people at least becoming near that, if not. But that is the DNA of the system. And let me tell you, 2 companies I worked, and that is where inclusivity and diversity matters. We have a WhatsApp group of leavers. I write something on the Unilever group today. I have a problem. 10 people are referring numbers of people. This is not so in many new age companies I've worked with. Even the finest companies, and even the technology companies, you think about. I wouldn't like to name them, but the fact is, these are the companies which contributed, their leaders contributed to building a strong bond culture, and they permeated the values. Because nothing can, work on inclusivity till the time you foster 7 or 8 values in a company or a system. That's the first beginning. Now, whether you, diversity I find is much easier once the values have been ingrained in the employees. And that's the critical piece.
No, absolutely. And this brings me back to us communicators. And I want to understand that do we somewhere need to step back and re-skill ourselves, reinvent ourselves to be able to come up with strategies which are more in line?
Can I just add?
Yes,
I've been 40 years in the industry, 39. I have reinvented myself every year. Carry on.
Yes, definitely, Charu. So I'll also touch upon a few factors here. We spoke about internal communication. Now, from an external communication as well, what a brand really stands for. And a lot of things that the brand throws out or talks about is also driven by sometimes personal bias of the marketeers or the communicators as well. So you would have seen, right, very recently, there's been a Dio ad, which was all around men, like, sexism. People haven't learned it, right? So this point about, upskilling ourselves, it's also about learning from others' mistakes so that, you don't keep making the same mistake again and again. Because, we know that, Dio brands have gone to a route where sexism has been coming out. And quite recently, it was so offensive that ASCAI and, all the regulatory authorities had to pull the ad completely off, right? So that is one example. Now, I also worked with the beer and beverages industry, right? And over there as well, and it is also changing now, that a lot of communication or the visual imagery would be around men having good time, right? And that somehow alienates the ladies and says that, we don't think ladies would enjoy the beer, which is not true, right? And you'll see the wait staff, even from a hotel or a restaurant, industry perspective, he will give the beverages menu to the man and the food menu to the female. So these are a lot of training things that needs to trickle down right from the senior management to the guy who's actually, because like a consumer will not see the strategy, he'll see the execution, right? He or she will see the execution of what is happening. Now in BFSI industry as well, the imagery that has been going around is a man is giving the card to the wait staff or whatever. Like he's buying, and a lot of women you'll see in the kitchen, in the visual imagery, right? Or ordering groceries. So all of that needs to change. So this can only come if we upskill ourselves, right? Or get to know what is happening elsewhere. Now, even as communicators, right? For example, metaverse has become a big deal, right? But how do we ensure that the real world that we were in, the same mistakes don't go there? And so the idea is to learn from the past as well, from a communication standpoint. Yeah.
Thank you for those points. Ananda, you want to add to that?
My mind is buzzing with ideas, and I'm like trying to recapitulate everything. As far as, see, I do agree with most of our panelists here. I still feel a lot of onus of change still lies with the leadership. Let me just the leadership is the one that's the driving force, right? There needs to be, I understand, like, top to bottom, but giving a very short example, I can take anybody on my team, I ask them to make a presentation. The presentation is probably done by a junior level person. And then it's taken to your supervisor, who's further taking it to the vice president, who's further taking it to the client. Eventually, the guy who actually made the initial presentation does not get the feedback. The vice president who's actually presented the whole presentation to the client or wherever has not understood the whole idea behind the draft, the first draft. A lot of it depends on how the leadership is actually coming back and giving you. Has to be a two-way feedback culture, first of all. Secondly, you can't have 10 people from Harvard sitting in the boardroom, because then you know where it is going, right? So there is no diversity or inclusion. You can forget about diversity. It can be male, female, anybody. But if you have 10 people from Harvard, what diversity and inclusion do you expect in a company? So I think it has to be more, the onus there lies on the leadership primarily. The second thing about, India and why aren't we really learning lessons? That's the last point I'll make, sorry to make it longer, is, on the one hand, we say India is a huge country. See the sheer volume of work that we are doing. See the sheer number of people. Smaller countries, more developed countries do not have to work with those challenges that we have. We have mailing lists of 10,000 people for one sector, one beat. This is something that, it's definitely a very big advantage, but also makes our work harder. So I'm just trying to kind of bring the various factors, and we really need to have the skill. And lastly, when Seraphim is looking out for any kind of person to employ. I am primarily looking at people who have a diverse skill set. You know, I would love if somebody would come in with I myself am not from the conservative background, as Mr. Jolly was saying. I myself come from a very, unconservative background. So, a singer, an author, a documentary filmmaker, we have had people from all walks of life. So I think that diversity of mindset, skill set, plus mentality is, for me, the key. Thank you.
Thank you. Interestingly, what you've pointed out also is that somewhere we are conditioned in our minds to say that, okay, only a person from the best of these schools is possibly the right person to be in the room. And we forget somewhere that education needs to be, we need to look at diversity in education as well. I'm going to just end this panel with a round robin and ask each of you for your suggestions on how we could really reinvent and how we could come up with better ideas and suggestions when it comes to internal and external communications.
Thank you. Can I start? Yeah. So, I think the best part of reinventing oneself is to first look at what you did in the past. And then look at where the world is going and where are your own gaps. And these gaps, if you can fill maybe about 30% or 30% or so, it's a great job. Let me tell you, one should not be shy of saying that, okay, this is the way. So people have earlier used to have longer communication, longer dialogues. Now it's the time of shots. What are they called? In shots. In shots. 100 news items in 10 minutes, So the fact is, in this unipolar, pluralistic democracy of India, how do you keep your point in short? Teach your employees about that, because they can take ages, but they will not come to the point. So I think the first and foremost is that. You change yourself, you ask change for people you work with. They bring that change. And then I think what is important is, I'm not a HR specialist, but let me tell you, I work with so many CEOs and they tell me their personal issues. And I work with them, okay, how we can change, even make a 10% difference to their life. Believe it or not, we get appreciated much more than just being consultants on advocacy or PR. And that's the way to go. Over to you.
Well, I would just like to highlight two words here. One is disruption, and second is transparency. These are two critical aspects which one needs to keep in mind and internalize into the system, whether it is the management, whether it is HR policies, whether it is communications. And that is how we can really bring about change.
Great.
Yeah. All right, sure. So I think I'll spend just 2 minutes on this one, because this is very important, because any organization or a brand, whatever the purpose might be, right? For example, in fintech, our purpose is financial inclusion, right? So we have to look inside and say that, are we practicing what we are preaching, right? And it's a thought that came to our mind when we were going to launch a women card, right? First of all, why should there be a need of launching a women card? Like, card is card, right? But then we've not really reached that stage. It would be a utopian stage that, wherein we don't need to talk. We don't need to do these kind of sessions, right? But we're not there, right? So we felt that, and then how do you communicate it into the right manner? So when we were thinking of a name to put there, which is going to be Live Boundless, the name of the card itself, we felt that, is it really true to, what we want to launch? And that's where the whole communication aspect happened. Women are used to be listening to really inappropriate things in their lives, right? Right from when they were born, right? For example, a woman can't drive. A woman can't be good with numbers. Once married, she should just, stay away from work and all of that. So somehow, somewhere, all of this is actually bounding you down and lowering down your confidence. So the brand purpose has to be, can you, put that insight, that, the unspoken truth that is out there, and, create your product or your communication, like on the lines of Live Boundless, to give that kind of a confidence to a person who's, and give the freedom or, flexibility to be a part of a bigger financial inclusion or the overall inclusion for any brand that the purpose might be. Yeah.
I'll keep it very short, 10 seconds. In this age of social media, every CEO has a LinkedIn handle, every CEO has a Twitter handle. So it's not like they're not approachable. We can, so when we talk about inclusion, it is the entire philosophy of inclusion. I mean, am I approachable? No. You can write blogs. CEOs are writing blogs. We have like paragraphs after paragraphs. Is he actually touching the lives of his employees or not? I think a little bit of thought has to be given to that. Plus, as I said in my previous round, that it's about diversity and personalities. We need to kind of, enhance the personalities of the people who work with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think to my mind, talent is truly genderless. And talent needs to be devoid of all labels. And my key takeaways are the words tolerance, transparency, and right from the leadership to each one of us needs to be truly accountable. And the onus lies on us as communicators to bring in that change, to ensure that this is a part of the culture, the way we communicate both internally and externally. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience.
What an amazing value-adding sessions.
Thank you.
Make some noise for these amazing panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Charu Raizada, Ina Chakravarti, Sunanda Rao, Gaurav Nijavan, Deepak Jolly sir. अच्छा मेरे पास ना आपकी इस कॉन्वर्सेशन के बारे में मेरे पास कुछ वैल्यू ऐड करने के लिए मैं सबसे छोटा हूँ इसमें लेकिन मैं कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ आपको. I studied science, wanted to be an astronaut, came into PR, right? Now I'm an anchor. Okay? Diversity, number one. And number two, when you go on International Space Station, there are so many astronauts. Becoming an astronaut is not an easy task. You have to have multiple PhDs. I might be wrong, you may correct me later on. They have multiple PhDs. कोई वहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा खाना भी बनाता है, and there are chemistry PhDs and multiple like that. And diversity has to be respected anyhow, anyway. And that's how we will grow in different dimensions, different demography. What PR we could do in India, we cannot do in Thailand. And that's how it works. So diversity has to be respected. Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure to have you on the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I would request you to please have your seats. Moving on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying. If you're not enjoying, I'm sure it's adding some value to your life in some possible way. This is Imagexx 2022. And I am Maddie. If you know me from before, pretty good. If you don't know me from before, well, you will know me. Moving on to the next session. It's going to be an amazing one as well. And we are going to be having the award ceremony in some time. But the next session, for the next session, I would like to call upon on stage Shivani Gupta, Managing Director, SPAG, Vandana Sandhir, India Lead 6 Degrees, BCW, and Chief Client Strategy Officer, BCW India. Nikhil Day, Executive Director. Nikhil sir is back, I'm sure. Welcome back, sir. And Kiran Ray Chaudhary, Co-Founder and Joint Managing Director, ATDB Communications. Rekha Rao, Director, Zeno Group. I would request the panelists to please have this seat. All right, what a beautiful looking panel, guys. You can make some noise and give a round of applause. Once again, introducing Shivani Gupta, Vandana Sandhir, Nikhil Day, Kiran Ray Chaudhary, and Rekha Rao. The topic for your discussion is the PR industry back on track post the pandemic? What are the new challenges? Off you go.
Good evening, everyone, and hope you all are having a great day, great learning and networking day. And thank you, panelists, for joining us here for this so much talked about conversation. And thank you, Ad Gully, for inviting us. So like Maddie said, the topic is the PR industry back on track post the pandemic? I don't know, post the pandemic, it's like beyond the pandemic, yeah? And what are the new challenges? So when I heard about this topic, the first thing that came to my mind was about the book, Think Again by Adam Grant. I don't know if you've heard about it. it talks about rethinking and unlearning. So my first question actually starts from there. And I think I'll start with Rekha and, of course, Kiran then. What are some of the new challenges that have emerged post the pandemic, again, like beyond pandemic, for the agencies to realign themselves?
I think the pandemic, of course, taught a new way of work to people. And as the pandemic has progressed and we've started accepting living with it, coming back to work or coming to work in the new way that we have right now is a bit of a challenge for people who've gotten used to working from home, is a bit of a challenge for people when you tell them that, okay, come back to office and, start working from office, because it means going back to an old way of working. So I guess the attitude of taking work at your own pace because you were working from home versus, again, having the discipline of doing things in a certain time within a certain, certain hours, that bit has created some bit of a flux with, the teams especially. The second is also the same thing when it happens with the client. The client's expectations have not changed. In fact, when work has started to come back to being normal, the expectations of clients has ended up being as it was in the pre-pandemic times. And there's a little bit of a disconnect between the intensity that clients wish from the work perspective and the teams in terms of the intensity of how they're willing to deliver. Because during the pandemic, again, working from home was very stressful for a lot of people, and it would have also added a lot of pressure for them to try and do a balancing act of being in a profession which is very social, but having to practice that profession in a very personal space and in a very disconnected with connecting with people space. That bit of a disconnect and that psychological pressure that happened in this particular, and especially to our profession, made people feel that they were working in silos, working alone, and the client pressures being the way they were, a lot of times I think teams felt that maybe they were in it on their own, and they didn't have the team support, they didn't have the agency camaraderie, which tends to take the pressure off them. So those challenges have now translated into another situation where people are skeptical about coming to work and working because they don't want to go through the rigmarole of travel. They don't want to go through the rigmarole of not having to work in their home clothes. And at the same time, they want to be a part of a culture which is more bonded, which is more with people, but it's a disconnect. So it's a lot of, I think, paradoxes in terms of feelings and attitudes and behaviors and more of emotional stability. So to me, that is the biggest challenge, because we are a business of people. So at the center of everything we do, it is people and how they feel about things that actually dictates, how we go about in practicing the profession that we are in.
I think very well said in terms of business of people, yeah. So Kiran, what do you have to say?
So, it feels to me that the PR industry is thriving. PR industry is thriving post-COVID. I think there's many more places that we are intervening today with clients, from, traditional media to social to digital. So there's a lot happening, there's a lot coming at us. And I think one of the biggest challenge that we also spoke about earlier is talent. Retaining talent, engaging talent, is a big challenge today. And I think that is something that we are all trying to solve for, and sort of, there are many ways that I guess we're going to discuss how we can do that. But I'm just going to keep it brief to that talent is, to my mind, the biggest challenge.
I think that's one very interesting point, which brings me to ask Nikhil and Vandana here in terms of when we talk about, Nikhil, when you're talking about talent point of view, how do you see, like, in terms of when you are managing maybe like 3 different generations, 3 or 4 different generations together in one organization, and, how do you align them? How do you kind of upskill them? What is it that you think that you would want to contribute as a leader?
So you opened with a comment around a book that inspired you. The book that came to my mind was one on anti-fragility. For those of you who are familiar with it, Taleb is the author, but basically the simple analogy is that if you think of a stress ball, those squeezy balls, if you squeeze it, because the pandemic has squeezed us, it's a tough, chaotic stressful episode, and then as it's releasing its grasp, the stress ball normally returns to its original form. The concept of anti-fragility is that you don't go back to your original form, but you take on a new form, right? So it's the opposite of fragile. There's no word that is good antonym for fragile, so anti-fragility. But the reason I brought that in is, I think that's the challenge right now of managing the mindset of talent. Because everybody is trying to go back to the way it was, and that ain't happening, right? And therefore, if you see that as a challenge, then you have a problem. If you see that as an opportunity, that is brilliant. And I think for PR, therefore, to reinvent itself, and for all three generations to reinvent themselves, it is a turning point. It's a beautiful opportunity to try and figure out how we exist in this new world. And my favorite quote on this is, new rules, new tools, same old game. And we are masters of that game. But there are no new rules, there are new tools, and all three generations, we have to upskill, reorient, change their mindsets, enable them, encourage them, hold their hand and take them into that future with a smile.
I know that's very well said. So what do you have to say, Vandana, in terms of when we talk about upskilling here, and how do we kind of bring that alignment, upskilling of the older generation and the younger generation per se? How do you align that?
So actually, I want to start by saying that we should celebrate and congratulate ourselves as industry professionals on how we adapted so beautifully in the pandemic. I didn't know Microsoft Teams. I couldn't for the life of me ever operate. And if 2-3 years ago, before pandemic, anybody asked me saying, can we get on a Teams call? My first reaction would be, forget it. Let's just do a normal call. But in 24 hours or maybe even less, I had my 94-year-old grandmother actually saying, look, I need a mobile phone and teach me how to do a WhatsApp video call. So I think that's been the adaptability. And while we look at the challenges, we should pause and take a moment to celebrate how we've been resilient enough not to let this hold us back. In terms of upskilling, particularly, I think it's important to start from a space to say that we are not the be-all and end-all. We also were privileged to have great sets of mentors who probably felt as frustrated when they had rookies like us in their lives as we feel when we have newbies coming into. So I think a lot of a case of reverse mentoring, if I may say so. So I'm very proud to admit that I have 2 colleagues who are mentors for me, and they teach me and into the whole social media world in terms of what are the rules or the new rules of the game there. And I work with them to be able to speak their language and see how is it that you can make something relatable for them. So, earlier we were having a discussion, and it was very interesting when I picked up and one of our colleagues said that, let's not use the prism that we are so used to because we hated our parents or our mentors saying that when we started out, this is how you should do it. It won't cut any ice. So I think new ways, making it relatable, making it relevant for them in the cool language, symbols, analogies, and examples that the younger talent is used to, and all in all, taking it with a pinch of salt and having a bit of a hard skin, I think would be at it. But just borrowing another phrase, it's a classic case of munna bhai lage raho. You'll have to just be at it.
I like that. Yeah, when we talk about, of course, challenges and we talk about repurposing, and in terms of, in COVID-19, I think audiences have started to feel the emotional needs they want to see in the campaigns. So apart from the challenges that, the talent challenges that we are talking about, what are the client-related challenges in terms of repurposing, asking them to repurpose their, campaigns as per the emotional needs of the audiences? What do you have to say on that?
I think the first place for us to start is to say that whatever we used earlier is not necessarily the playbook that we adopt at this point in time. our consumers, our audiences have changed. So it requires a deeper look at what is going to move the needle with our audiences. Everyone's emotionally fragile. Everyone's looking for an anchor. Everyone's releasing pent-up, the needs of unmet needs of the last 2 years. So what's going to be the key thing that's going to eventually get our clients, brands closer to people? I think that requires revisiting to establish the start point to be something fresh, and then pretty much take it from there, I would say.
Thank you. So Nikhil, any campaign that comes to your mind which has done amazing work during COVID-19, keeping in mind in terms of what the people, the emotional needs are at that point in time?
So I think it's less about one campaign, but the ones that have cut through the clutter, I think, are the ones that are more raw and real. Not slick, not overpackaged, not in a classical sense PR sanitized, right? So I met a bunch of our colleagues right now sitting downstairs in the lobby having a fantastic conversation and a chat. And I went and said hi to them, and they said, oh, your panel is coming, we'll come up. I said, no, don't. This conversation, what you're having right now, is probably what you will remember more than what we're going to be saying on stage, right? Because there is the real worry that you have to speak politically correct when you're on a podium, and so on and so forth. But the real me and the real brand story and the real consumer connect comes when you are not in that box, right? And I think we've all been stuck looking into these little screens, and we've had access to global content, right? We've had the best content available to us because you can sit here and get access to anything. Therefore, when you're disaggregating it and doing work on behalf of brands and content, raw, real, meaningful connections is what I think is still working. Maybe the tide will turn as we get back, but for now I would hold on to raw and real.
That sounds good. So the reason I asked, I know this was out of course question here. So the reason I asked this is because, how as PR industry and PR agencies, we are reinventing ourselves. So what do you think, Kiran, in terms of the new purpose, or the, if you say that PR industry has to reinvent or steer the new wheel into a different direction, what is it that we are taking it towards?
So, it feels to me that the opportunity to do a lot more is immense. So from traditional media, we are seeing our mandates become more and more integrated. Clients are more and more open for suggestions as to how we can deliver on those. I think clients are becoming very keen on having their CEOs be have a great presence on social, and this is all being bucketed under PR firms. I think the fact that PR firms are being seen as storytellers who can bring great impact when it comes to organic content is where we are seeing our interventions becoming manifold. So I think integrated comms is one way, and I think it's at one level, one may want to believe that this is happening, but we do see a lot of disconnect in this case. There's still a lot of silos, and for it to all to move together, I think will take some time. But I think we're getting there, and I see repeatedly that in the campaigns that we deliver on in an integrated fashion, have a much more heightened impact. And this is also true because traditional media is becoming limited. So finding newer ways to get your stories across. So the way we look at it is, we're looking at delivering on a client's objective. Mediums are irrelevant. You decide the mediums when you decide the kind of stories you want to tell. And it feels that if you can bring a rationale to the clients we work with, they're more than open to looking at this. So it's a really exciting time, but it's also, a sort of time of, anxiety in being able to deliver it to the level you want to or expect to deliver, because there's a lot of learning and unlearning also going on with people. I think the only way to do this is by, sort of coaching, caring, and just sort of, trying to carry everyone along.
Absolutely. So as you say, I think this is what we were discussing backstage when we talked about the lines are blurring between advertising, digital, and marketing and PR, so that means the kind of talent that PR industry now needs to hire is, from different zones and different silos and different expertise. So what do you think is the need of the hour now, keeping in mind what, we have just discussed?
So I think two elements. One is, of course, the insight process, which happens with data and analytics, and therefore data and analytics is a very important element of, how do we look at data? How do we analyze that data to provide us with the insights that are needed to create great communication? So that's one element of it. And the other aspect is, of course, the creative rendition of this insight. So today, for a lot of the talent that is in PR, it's not just about reaching out to the media and pitching a story and getting a story out there, right? It's also about, how do we convert that story into a great conversation that can be held with maybe end consumers or influencers or people who follow these influencers in these, on the social media, as well as how can it create conversations, which is an interesting enough conversation for a journalist to pick up and write a story on. So therefore, the element of creativity is, again, a very important element, irrespective of the vertical that one services. So I think a great creative story can be pitched on a technology client as much as it can be pitched on a consumer client. So the creativity aspect is agnostic to your practice, and that the input has to come from your data analytics and from how we convert it into a great insight, and how do we convert them into great campaigns or stories. So taking from the point that today most matured clients, and I will use the word matured here because there are still a lot many who need to get there, most mature clients understand that an idea can come from anywhere, and which is where I think the concept of the earlier practice of resting the ideation and creation to advertising and then giving the organic amplification to PR, that somewhere has blurred lines with certain clients, thankfully, and it has also given a scope for agencies to showcase their talent beyond just pitching a great story or getting a great organic piece of coverage going. And therefore, a lot of clients are also willing to invest and redirect their monies to PR agencies. So suddenly we've become the guys who know influencer marketing the best. Suddenly we've become the guys who know content the best. So the money which was getting spread is now getting specialized and diverted to agencies who are able to deliver this to their clients, and which is really good, because now we don't get judged only on free coverage.
Thank you, Rekha. Vanda, in terms of when we say we are moving towards digitization, we are moving towards, technology transformation in the organizations. What, again, I would come back to the same point of being talent, hiring talent. What kind of talent do you think is the need of the hour for the PR industry now?
I think it's still about human connections at the heart of everything. That has not changed. That reality has not changed. And as far as talent goes, it's really about looking for diverse set of skills that people bring to the table, and not really look for more of the same. You certainly can't find the perfect person who would be, a blend of research, execution, media understanding, new genres, strategy, measurement. Absolutely not. But yes, definitely you could look at building a perfect team, if I may, say so, and if there's something like that, where you have different skill sets coming together. And at BCW India, that's our endeavor, to see that how we can get these islands of expertise, these experts from different fields who come in together to be able to create that magical idea that really moves the needle and makes a difference to a client's business.
That's a very interesting point. And I think, Nikhil, when Vandana talked about the different skill sets in terms of the technicality part of it, it brings me to think in terms of what about the soft skills, when we talk about the newer generation, in terms of how do we kind of lead them to those soft skills that is expected from the client or the campaigns or the organizations?
So that's, I could talk for hours on that topic. My morning address was about soft skills for a hard world, and I shared a lot on that. But before I come to that, on attracting new talent to our industry, I think we have to look at it at a multi-layered approach. And I mean by that, we have to start with, we are launching, for example, on the 20th, a pilot program called It's My Turn, to bring in interns from institutes and colleges that typically we have never hired from before, right? So I'm going to try and woo talent who has never considered public relations to give them a taste of it. Now they're going to spend 2 months with me, but we're putting serious thought and effort behind curating a program that pays them well, that gives them senior attention, that trains them, and the industry will benefit, right? We're starting with a small pilot batch of 10, we'll increase that, and they will go into the industry, right? So we are widening the talent pool. Now, if each one of us think of ideas like this, so that's at the real entry level, right? The internship program. For the last 2 years, we've been hiring 150, this year 155 from campuses. Again, we have gone way outside. Of course, we go to all the wonderful comms institutes that have supported our industry, but we've gone to the MBA institutes, we've gone to medical institutes for our healthcare practice. We're trying to find, for our BFSI practice, from financial institutions. So again, people who normally would not come into PR, and bring them into the fold. Now, even because it was a COVID context and there was a lot of companies that pulled back offers, we were successful. But it's not enough to attract them in. Once we bring them in, we have to train them. We have to equip them with the skills, because they've never heard of a press release. They don't know anything about our industry. And there we partnered with SCORE, and we've created a 9-month program so that they get inducted and they have 9 months of learning. Now again, not all of these will stay with us. Many of them will go into the industry. But I think we have to, therefore, at intern level, at entry level, when we create a new practice, right, like we launched the social impact ESG practice, Pooja sitting over here is a dentist by profession, right? She's got serious experience in the world of the NGO. Never before have I led a team where I'm the only PR guy, right? I've got people from the ESG rating agencies. They talk a language I don't understand. I'm learning every day from them. So whether it's entry, middle, senior, new practice, it's uncomfortable. When I'm hiring for digital, I have to study to interview, right? I don't understand the questions I need to ask, but I'm learning. And I think that's the journey we all have to go on to attract new, fresh talent into our industry. Otherwise, we'll get more people like us. And while we all love us and we're great, we need some fresh ideas and new minds.
Absolutely, and I think that's where aligning the leadership as well as aligning the new joinees, that's where it comes in. So coming to my next part in terms of what do you think would be, Nikhil, a year down the line or 2 years down the line, you would think that we'll be sitting and discussing about the evolved PR industry? Just one line.
Yeah. I think I can speak for my firm. We are known as the best in media relations, right? Cut through everything. When you have some really hardcore media work to do, earn media attention, this company, Advectors, does a good job. Now, if we have to reinvent ourselves and still be valuable and still stay true to our essence, we are graduating to earned attention. Full stop. We have to be able to earn attention. Now, what it will take to earn that attention is for us to figure out, and that's the journey we are on. But I still think public relations is seen to be in the space of earned attention as opposed to paid. And here's where I often differ with people that look at integrated. I'm not opposed to paying. We often have a sprinkling of paid content in, but there are hundreds of other disciplines looking at that. When we are called forth, we are primarily called forth for earned attention. So to be able to use paid to earn more attention is still okay, but that's what I think we are going to have to reinvent ourselves to be able to do.
That's your hashtag, Fubsik.
Yes, absolutely.
Vandana, what would your hashtag be for the new PR industry?
For me, it would be trust and purpose. I think the journey started much earlier, got fast-forwarded due to the pandemic, and now I think that's the only way as we move ahead where, it will have to center around trust and purpose.
Okay, thanks. That's interesting. What about you, Kiran? What do you think your hashtag would be for the new PR industry?
I think it would be model coach care.
Nice. Model coach care. Yeah. Okay. What about you?
For me, I think it'll be platform agnostic, because that's what we need to be when we think.
The hashtag platform agnostic. Thank you so much. I think it was a wonderful session. Learned a lot, and what I think I could take away from this session was more about how our, in terms of the new leaders, the leaders here are kind of open to aligning with the new leadership which is coming on board, and there is no mind block, or there is nothing, no constraints there, and like with an open prism we look at it. Thank you so much.
What an amazing session. I don't know about the PR industry, but I'm really happy that I am back at work, and that's what matters to me. Thank you so much for this amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to take your seats. Moving on quickly to the next session. Also thanking the last panelists, Shivani Gupta, Vandana Sandhir, Nikhil Dey, Kiran Ray Chaudhary, and Rekha Rao. Moving on to the next session, I would like to call upon stage Shivalika Chadda Malik, Associate Director, Corporate Communication, PepsiCo India. Abhishek Roy, Head of PR, General Manager, Just Dial. Soumya Bhushan, Lead Corporate Communications, Reckitt India. Amit Arora, Head of Corporate Communications and Public Relations, Housing.com. Bibhu Mishra, Director of Public Relations in Mobi Group. I request all the panelists to be on the stage, and that would be great. Can we have a big round of applause for the panelists? All the panelists, welcome to Imagexx 2022, and your topic of discussion is social chatter and PR winning the conversation game. Off you go.
So hi everyone, it is indeed a pleasure to be here, and this topic that we're trying to discuss, I think you guys are going to relate too much to it as well, because while we all have been on digital, but since COVID has hit us, digital has taken an uptake like no one could have ever imagined. And how PR strategies are kind of aligned, and how we mitigate risk, look at opportunities through social chatter is what we're going to discuss. A very warm welcome to the panelists here, and I'll start with you, Bibhu. So digital is a way of life today, right? We're having conversations, we're practically living on digital. How important do you think, and especially post the pandemic, how important is aligning your PR strategies or looking at opportunities when it comes to social chatter?
Yeah, thank you, Shivalika. So just before coming to this session, I was dealing with something similar on my way here. We have just launched a campaign. I was monitoring the social media behavior of how people are reacting to it. As you may be knowing, I represent InMobi. It's India's first unicorn startup. We have another unicorn startup also called Glance, and it provides lock screen platform on Android phones. Recently, another phone manufacturer has also announced their own lock screen platform. So the campaign is about this innovation started out of India first. So we are the innovator, and now the West is looking towards us. And there is a whole campaign going on now. While on my way here, I was watching how people are reacting to it. There will be criticism, there will be people who will be telling us, but as a storyteller, as someone who drives PR strategy for the group, I keep observing all of these, right? Let me come from a different perspective also. I had been a journalist for the longest period of time. Those days, a lot of my time was going just watching the social behavior of people, right? And that also became a hunting ground for getting a lot of stories, right? A lot of the journalists watch social media very clearly. And if you look at public relations, social media is a very important channel to get access to stories. There are many meaningful conversations happens. If you watch very closely, you'll find a lot of them. There are media companies who have social media reporter, not just, they track social media companies, they watch the social media behavior of the users also. So post the pandemic, we know, how everything, people, the more and more we got digitized, there has been a spot in this. Even people who are not here, part of social media, they are the ones now, they are, engaging the maximum. So I feel post the COVID, it has become, of utmost importance for companies as well as, PR managers like me to monitor, to watch out what is happening, and also drive the strategy.
I would like to add to what Bibu just mentioned, that, in the recent report by Reuters, it has said that, people, the millennials or the Gen Z who are below 30 years of age, they have lost trust and they don't have direct link with any news platform. So they are not at all, neither they are subscriber to any news website or apps or anything else. So they are obviously, then where are they going? They are going to social media. So whatever they are consuming news is, directly through social media. Hence, I think, for brands, for PR strategy, it is very important that you need to have, diverse and integrated, approach toward the PR so that you reach the diverse audience through different platforms. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, both of you. And I think it's a very valid point that today we need to be, there's a lot of diversification happening on social media. You need to be observant, like you mentioned. And also there are a lot of opportunities. But with opportunities, there's also one more thing, that when everyone is on the social media bandwagon, right, listening becomes really, really important and not just engaging. So Abhishek, my question to you is that how important do you think social listening is? And how can we make it better from a brand perspective so that tomorrow you're also enhancing the corporate reputation as well as ensuring that you're engaging with the consumer in a very, very meaningful way?
I think social listening has put up a huge opportunity in front of us, because that's the real-time engagement that you can do with your audience, and also mitigate a crisis if it is there and nip it in the bud and not snowball, let it snowball. But again, in terms of social listening, the content that you want to create and engage with the audience also has to be very relevant and contextualized, because it's real time. So how at a fast speed you can use that an opportunity, or if you let it go, an opportunity is missed. So about contextualizing the content has to be very important so that you can engage with the customer in a very engaging way, because that is also an opportunity, because today the challenge that brands are facing is in terms of customer retention and loyalty. If you use that as an opportunity to engage with a very personalized message with the audience, it also helps you to address the challenges of retention and loyalty.
Thank you, Abhishek. Just taking a cue from there, like you all are mentioning about opportunities for PR, right? Soumya, the next question is for you. I would like to understand that how is social chatter and PR strongly interlinked, and it'll be great if we can get some examples from you as well.
Thanks, Shivalika. So I think in the generation that we are sitting in and the generations that we are looking to address, everyone is on social media. In fact, people are more trigger happy, and that's what they are doing. So social listening therefore becomes important. And what becomes integral is to get those insights. Based on those insights, if you don't focus on a social plan, which is a social media plan, and PR as an integrated effort, it's not going to work, because you're leaving out most of your audience who is sitting on social media. And like Amit said, most of the audience is on social media, and they don't even look at apps which have news, and that's what we've been doing, right? So we do need to look at that. If I were to give you an example, one of the things that we did, and I was just sharing that with you, was the Dettol Salutes campaign. And what we did was we listened to social media, because people were anyway not reading newspapers, and they were listening to news, but the news, the negative sentiment had grown really high. And we found that hope was a quotient after the second wave, or during the second wave, that was really low. And the insight was that, can we rebuild that hope?
And that's what the campaign Dettol Salutes was all about. And I think that's the reason it got accepted the way it was across media, right? And it broke categories, whether it was with traditional PR or on social media, because it just resonated with what the people were looking for. And I think that's what makes it important with campaigns to make
I
it
think
holistic.
timing was also key over there at that time.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the thing about social media, right? It's all about what's trending then. It's all about what people are talking about then. And real-time marketing comes in with that. I mean, if you think about Durex, why do people love the brand Durex? It is solely because we tap into what the audience is talking about right at that point and speak about it in the same language that they are looking for from Durex. So it is one of those things.
Again, a very, very valid point in terms of, being relevant, being relatable. And also, I guess, one of the key points that you mentioned is integration is key. And to that, Amit, I'd like to talk to you about, while we're talking about PR and social media, so as to say, today, when you're talking about social chatter, we cannot miss out on influencers, right? It's an integral part of how brands are engaging with the consumers, their audiences out there. However, now there's this wide variety or category of influencers, if I can say so. So you've got the celebrities, and you've got the macro influencers, and the micro, and the nano, and whatnot. So how do you think, as a brand, that you would look at the influencer campaign, ensure selection, and what do each one of them bring to the table? How is it different, and how do they add value?
Thank you. So, I think I would start with an example of our own brand, housing.com. So last year, mid of last year, we launched a campaign, Yahan Search Khatam Karo. So the protagonist over there was Manoj Vajpayee, who was as a seller of his house. And, as we all know that, we got to go, with a lot of hardship when we have to sell or buy a house. So Rajkumar Rao, we launched him as a buyer who's looking for a new house as his wife was pregnant, and he has to move to a house. And at the end of the ad, he was about to book 2 BHK, and he got a news that he has got twins. So he booked 3 BHK through housing.com, and the headline comes that, Yahan search khatam karo. Although you do all the hard work and you search over there. And, we launched the campaign through a Twitter campaign while, engaging all the celebs. In addition to Manoj and Rajkumar, we also engaged with Sehwag and Rishabh Pant. And Rishabh Pant that time just came from Gaba after the Australia win. And Sehwag also tweeted, Rishabh Pant tweeted that, I'm looking for a house. Parents are saying that I need to buy a house in Gurgaon. And Sehwag said that, I think you should buy a stadium itself since you are a king now. And Manoj Vajpayee, tweeted that, I'm looking for a house. And obviously then, Rajkumar Rao tweeted that, I am also looking for a house. And now I got a house through housing.com. And wherein, Sehwag tweeted to Pant that, since Rajkumar Rao has got a house through housing.com, I think you should also search the house on that platform. I'm coming on to the main point over here is that, in place of engaging with those kind of celebrity whom people can relate that, these are the people who can search for a house and who would go to some hardship, to search for a house. In place, if we would have hired Amitabh Bachchan or Shah Rukh Khan, if they would have tweeted, then it would have gone to a different tangent, and people would have trolled them that, is it a joke? And people would have, it would have become quite obvious. But those are the people whom people can relate to. Be it, for example, the ages-old example of Nirma, that people could have related to that lady who was in the ad, the household lady would have related to her. The same goes for, the opposite side is Lux, that, there is always a glamour which is related to it. Yeah. Hence, it's very important that, you basis your objective and your target audience, it's very important that you choose the right influencer, be it celeb or non-celeb influencer, which are social media influencer.
I think again a very valid point that you need to choose the right person who you can relate, your audiences can relate to. But how do you kind of make those choices? People, if you can throw some light in terms of how, when you are actually engaging with influencers, what is it that you look for a certain campaign when you're selecting an influencer?
In fact, this is one of the most valid question for me because I also deal with multiple brands. We have a company called Roposo. In fact, Roposo kind of, transformed itself as a influencer-driven live entertainment commerce platform. And the way we did it is, this is, we know about the source of social commerce. There are a lot more companies, right? These influencers, they have got large followers. They may be, micro, macro, or the celeb kind of influencers. Here we have a base of around 500 odd influencers who have got mass followers, and they do live shows for us, right? And what is the kind of reach they provide us? Just imagine somebody sitting in the in a far off village in Udaipur, who has got millions of followers. One young lady just got recently married 60 kilometers away from Udaipur. She is doing live gaming shows on Ropos and Clans. And every show you get millions of viewers, followers following her. And that is the power of that, right? Because we have identified those followers. It's not like, any random guy coming in and trying to do anything, because we have shortlisted. So the messaging is controlled. It's not uncontrolled social media. It's very controlled. We know the people who are there. So similarly, and also being a consumer technology company also adds additional responsibility onto you, on your shoulder also. So many of our products, for example, right? Recently, a couple of months ago, we launched a new product called Glance TV. So this is what it's making the TV intelligent enough. So you interact with the TV, right? It's a two-way communication. You are not just watching the TV, sitting on your couch. You are also interacting. You're asking and they're replying, right? And this product came out of the, we got massive feedback from the users who suggested us, why don't you come up with something similar, right? So this is an example of also how product can also be customized and innovated, taking feedback from the users. And these are, next generation millennial users, right?
So taking feedback is very, very important. And I think it's a two-way. We keep talking about it to be a two-way communication channel, but I think it's also the responsibility of the brand to make it happen that way. While we're obviously talking about, social chatter, and we're talking about the digital uptake, Abhishek, my question to you would be that today, almost all brands are jumping onto this bandwagon of being digital. How does one differentiate? How would you look at, execution on your social media channels? And how would you stand out of the crowd? What are the factors?
So today we have a problem of plenty. So every brand post-COVID is on social media, and like you said, chatter. There's too much of chatter. So in chatter, how does a brand stand out? I think there are, we believe in the power of 3 C's: content, contextualization, and consistency. Like if the content has to stand out, it has to be the standout content that attracts, because you have 3-4 seconds to attract the attention of the customer. And from a PR point of view, I think that today you're not even thinking social first, you are thinking about the size of the mobile phone. So whenever you are designing any content, you have to think mobile first, so that because the consumer is spending most of the time on phone. So that's how you have to design your content. And then contextualization, because it has to be like the right frame of the mind that the consumer is. You have to, that's create a lot of content, connect. And in terms of consistency, if you look at red, the brand colors, when our brand colors are blue and orange, so that should instantly connect with the customer. Like, okay, there's a just that. So look and feel of the content also matters the most, where it can, so that comes with a lot of consistency in your design. And that's how I think you can stand out in the crowd.
Great. I think I love the fact you said content, connect, and context.
Contextualization and consistency.
Consistency. So that's very good. Soumya, my next question would be to you. Again, we're talking about social chatter, and with a brand like Reckitt, you've got like a conglomerate like Reckitt, you've got different brands. So there's various kind of audiences that you deal with. A Durex would have a very different kind of audience, while a Dettol would have very different. How on social chatter, and how on how through your PR alignment are you interacting? What is the impact that you think the social chatter is having, and the differentiation that you're creating vis-a-vis audiences?
So for us, each brand has to stand out. I mean, and like Abhishek mentioned, right? There is so much chatter, and there are so many brands, and Dettol, you mentioned it, and during the pandemic, there were just so many brands that came in, and everyone was talking about sanitizers, and everyone was launching sanitizers, right? So each brand, while you're listening to it, you also have to understand what your equity is. What are you really known for? And make that stand out, because that's what the consumers have liked about you. So it is about putting that right in front. So your foundation, if it's strong, and you go in with the right approach to your consumers in the way that they've loved your brand, there's no way that you can go wrong. And the ideal thing would be to engage with them just the way they expect you to. I mean, in the chatter, you will have these comments coming in, and if you ignore it, and if you're not on top of it, you're just going to lose the plot somewhere, because it's going to be like, okay, when you need us, we are to be there for you, but the consumer needs to feel that you're there for them as well. And that becomes very, very important, the two-way street like you were mentioning. So for each brand, there's a differentiator that sets them apart. I mean, a Durex can nowhere have a similar kind of a tonality like what a Dettol would, and a Harpic again won't have the same tonality like a Durex or a Dettol would. So each of these brands are known for something different, and that is what needs to come out in every campaign that you're putting out there on social media and PR coming together beautifully.
I think that's a great point made there in terms of know yourself first, and I think know your audiences as well. Yeah, please.
Brands that stop listening to their customers, they lose relevance. So, and social listening helps you to target your audience with customized deals and discounts. So I think from a engaging point of view, that's a huge opportunity, like that opens you to turn that fence sitter into a customer as well.
Totally. I think, again, true words said, and in interest of time, I think I'm just going to ask one common question to all of you, and if you can go one by one, starting from you, Bibu, that one piece of advice that you would like to give everyone out here when they are trying to be on social, when is it a good time and when is not?
I think we are talking about digital natives, right? No more digital pilgrims. So people are born on social media now. And if you ask my 8-year-old son what does he wants to become tomorrow, he's saying, I want to be a YouTuber, right? So I think there is no good time, than these to be on social media. But also that also kind of puts a lot of burden on us also to how to be sensitive towards various things, right? Social media is a double-edged sword, right? It can go anytime. So how do we as users behave on social media platform is something important, right? Many times, if I represent a company, the way I behave on social media platforms, or the way I express my political feelings, affiliations, the way I talk about, comment on various things, the people may be taking notice of this, right? So that puts a lot of burden on me, how to be responsive. Also, from the other side, if I talk about, as brands, users comment a lot about us. Many times I've seen people using bots, to respond to that. But there is no, actually what happens in that, there is no empathy in that, right? There is no power in that communication. And there is no harm if there is a human brain getting involved and getting it resolved, because that actually shows the culture, the how you care about them, and it can also minimize the impact of that. So for me, social media as a user, it's of the utmost importance. And as a company, digital and social media is deeply, ingrained in any of the campaigns we do. We plan much ahead in advance, and we execute in a very integrated manner. So that's powerful.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir. And I think it's very important to be there on the social media at the same time, but that is not be all and end all of the world, because we need to, for any brand, you got to have a integrated strategy basically to catch the imagination of your target audience. Hence, as we all know, the word thought leadership is something that only comes from, when you're there, wherever your customer is looking for something, be it your brand or be it any industry for that matter. So I think integrated is something which we need to look at, and social is definitely an important part of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Abhishek?
Yeah, like what Amit said, that integrated is the way ahead. And again, because you are telling same story across different platforms, but again, different platforms have the different tonality and different flavor. So it's also important to customize your message accordingly in different platforms, so that you can control the messaging, which sometimes you lack in terms of traditional media. So that gives you more, and also like to gain brand empathy and equity. I think today, for especially for consumer internet companies, they have to be on social media because that's their bread and butter.
So while I think everyone's brought out really relevant points, right? And when we talk about storytelling, and strategy is what we are going by. So your story has to be aligned to the business strategy. At the same time, your consumer, if you see a gap, then that's great, right? That's a win-win situation because you've just hit it when the consumer is looking for it. But to find that sweet spot becomes very difficult, and that's where it takes, I think, the maximum amount of effort. So on the one hand, we are looking at the platforms where, like Abhishek said, every story, depending on the platform, has to be different. There are specific LinkedIn narratives which have started going out, and there are specific tie-ups. Instagram would have a very different and a more younger audience. So how would you, communicate to them? So every platform has to be very well thought through and overarched with the strategy that you require from the business. And I think it sounds simple, but that's where all the hard work comes in.
Absolutely. And I would like to thank you all here, for sharing insights, and I'm sure it's helpful. I would just like to say that social chatter and PR go hand in hand, but I think it's very, very important to first understand your company, look, introspect inside to see, one, do you need social chatter? And if you do, then like everyone said, just ensure that you know yourself and you know your audiences and be relevant. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, panelists. It was a great session, adding value to a lot of things, and glad to have you on the panel. I would request you to please take your seats. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you are at Imagexx 2022, and without further ado, we'll be moving to the next session. And the next session is a fireside chat. I would like to call upon on stage Kunal Kishore Sinha, co-founder of Value 360 Communication, and Amit Khatri, co-founder Noise. In the meanwhile, don't forget you are at Imagexx 2022, presented by Ad Factors PR, co-powered by Kaizen Media, Mantra Value 360 Communication Private Limited, Grace Cell Public Relations, Gold Partner ATDB Communication, Hill Plus Knowlton Strategies, Silver Partner Teamology Softtech and Media Services Private Limited, Bronze Partner The Mavericks, Personal Care Partner McAfee, Gifting Partner Ecokari, Humanizing Fashion Rene Cosmetics, Innovation Partner PR Hub, Support Partner Seraphim Communication LLP, event managed by Pixel, and my name is Rapper Maddie and I'm your host for today. Moving on to the, welcome sir. Would request the other panelists to please be on stage as well. Once again, introducing the panelists, Kunal Kishore Sinha, co-founder, Value 360 Communication, Amit Khatri, co-founder, Noise, and इनका topic जो है वो है Building Category Leading Consumer Brand in Digital Economy. Off you go, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope a lot of you might not be from the morning batch and you are from the second batch. So we'll have some sense of engagement with you guys. So here we are talking about outliers, people who've actually have gone ahead and actually built and did something which is where the traditional way of doing business or traditional way of building business was completely defied. And here we are sitting with um, Amit, who's co-founded Noise. If you look at India's wearable market, it is growing exponentially, recording a double-digit growth in the first quarter of 2022. And one homegrown brand is responsible to drive this growth. And Noise has been leading the category by far. And the only amazing aspect of this is not a traditionally funded organization. It's a bootstrapped company which has actually built a brand, and now they are at a ARR of 2,000 crores touching, effectively in a market which is actually also flooded by many well-funded Chinese organizations. So in the current ecosystem, effectively, we would want to actually have a conversation with Amit and understand his journey. So typically, if I remember, you started off Noise with a mobile accessory brand and mobile cover brand, and then you moved on to actually introduce the wearable, and actually now it's a history. You've been actually the number one for last 4 quarters or almost 2 years now. 8 quarters. so, so effectively that goes on to establishes you as the number one wearable brand effectively in the India market. And very, very interestingly, I would want to highlight here that because they're bootstrapped, it is important for us to understand that how digital ecosystem has actually created a level playing ground for a lot of brands who might traditionally not be a multinational brand, might be cash crunched, but effectively have been able to create attraction with their audience, with their consumer. So Amit, just wanted to have a reflection on your journey. How did you start, and what was your go-to-market strategy when you started to build your consumer brand, and especially when you didn't had funds to flood the market with mass media campaign and targeting big consumer there?
Hi, everyone. First of all, I got to know that none of you are allowed to move out the room since morning. So we would try to wrap it up quite fast. So, sorry. So, I feel bootstrapping has been a blessing for us because it was not by choice. When we needed funds, those were not available. We started 8 years back, so the capital market was not like that. And when funds were limited, so we had to build product so there were giants in the market, companies like bigger Chinese mobile players and all. So we had to come in for a product which could fight with them. So obviously we couldn't go mainstream. So we had to find out areas which would solve problem for people. So we started identifying categories which are easy. I mean, which is nobody is there. So we read that book called Purple Cow that time. So it was like, do something which people would notice. So we thought of why not we enter into a category which is wearable, hearable, where very less competition is there, and that's how it started. And fortunately, the mobile boom was there. So it was an inflection point when every consumer was moving from a feature phone to a smartphone. So which means an entire era was going digital. So I mean, 10 years back, it was all offline businesses. It was distribution. And now so we started first from our website, which was D2C. So it was very easy. The inventories were very less. You could sell what you want, and there was no middleman. So I think that differentiation in product really helped us to take an advantage in the age where bigger brands were there.
Sure. So I heard D2C presence, effectively web presence. That gives you opportunity to actually reach out to your end customer through a lot of mediums where you do not need to necessarily pump in a big chunk of budgets. So a reflection in terms of how did you actually start to look at the mediums where you should actually effectively first start with consumer outreach, and in your experience, which medium would have driven the maximum brand loyalty or consumer acquisition for you?
So I feel we need to see so as a brand, we talk to consumers who are 18 to 35 years of age. So primarily they are not offline consumers. No, they are online buyers. So they are very digital savvy. So for us, all we don't do spends as such. All our performance. So people watch, people spend time on Insta, people spend time on Google, YouTube. So these are mediums which has given us high ROI and growth. I mean, we have hardly spent on mediums like newspaper or TVs. TVs we have never spent. It's all OTT. Wherever there's a young consumer, we spend money is there. And if you look at it, it's very easy. High interest people, you can show them a ad once, you can retarget it, you can measure it. So I think the time is moved towards these kind of mediums now. People don't want to spend more than 10 seconds now. Short form content.
So actually, overexposure of the content across platform, we are cluttered with the kind of content that we are actually looking at. At this given point of time, it is very, very critical and also important for any brand to have a very, very strong digital approach, and that's what Amit was explaining. And in the morning, one of the session, we had this discussion where we talked about that how this whole ecosystem, which is evolving into digital multimedia format, content consumption that is happening, how it is creating opportunity for many brands to actually go beyond and reach to their end customers, not even have to spend big budgets, and you can actually start to acquire, because you can do a lot with your digital marketing. Like Amit was explaining, you could possibly start to retarget some of the customers who have engaged with your content, somebody who's actually liked your product. You can actually repurpose your content with them on a time-to-time basis to ensure that there is a conversion that is happening. And effectively, that is also a reflection. So Amit, just touching upon that, beyond digital marketing, what were the other mediums that you or your team actually invested in? So when did you guys went on from your own D2C platform to a marketplace?
So we started first with our website. Maybe late 2014, we started doing mobile covers, mobile accessories as a space. And when we started moving to marketplaces for getting more penetration or getting more sales, there we realized that the KPI was to generate more consumers, which means they were primarily price driven, give us more cheaper. And we realized that if we have to sell something meaningful where we could drive more, a better product to a consumer, it has to be D2C website. But I think maybe 2016, we realized that it is very difficult to scale beyond a point on a website. And these marketplaces were really burning a lot. And anyways, they have the largest chunk. I mean, 70% sales come from Flipkart, Amazon. Maybe at that time we realized that we should move on to those platforms, and that really helped us, because there is a lot of digital marketing, by the way. If you have to sell on Amazon, you have to run ads there. So those are also targeted ads, gender, or what they have purchased before or not.
So effectively, I don't know, and a lot of people are from communication. Effectively, it might come to you as a matter of surprise, but commerce marketing is a very big deal. And commerce marketing is enabling a lot of D2C brand that has gone and become big, like your Sugar Cosmetic or Mama Earth. All of them, they have used commerce marketing in a big way. So like you had at one given point of time, search engine marketing. Similarly, now if you are unable to actually effectively do your commerce marketing on your platforms like Amazon and other marketplaces, effectively you will be failing when it comes to people who are already interested in a category of product that you are actually selling. And that's where I think I believe Noise and the team were able to excel effectively.
So if you look at all traditional brands, they are struggling on this part only. I mean, the primary medium was TV, newspapers, but they also have to pivot themselves to digital medium, and that's where the growth. If you look at brands like if this beauty cosmetics, look at Mama, Sugar. I mean, all are giving tough competition to HUL and all, and they are doing wonders in the space.
Effectively. One learning that you would have and that you would like to give us in terms of just how important is communication, and when I say communication, PR would be in your brand journey, where your story needs to be effectively told to your stakeholders. So a reflection on that.
So as entrepreneurs, we always tend to focus on doing business growth and sustaining ourselves, and we put PR as a last leg. But I think we started very late. Maybe a year back, we started doing PR. But it's about the right communication to the people inside, to the people outside who are consumer, and there is a third world also, which are your investor community, and they need to know your story. So it is really critical, and I think any organization should focus it on the day one. I mean, people say that you are doing wonders, but if nobody knows, what's the point of it?
You got the headline for your story if you're writing at Gully Team that uh, directly coming from the co-founder of Noise that while as an entrepreneur we think PR as at the last leg, it is one of the most important part or function within the brand building exercise. And I agree with it because I believe that if you're doing great business, you have a great story to tell. If you are unable to tell your story effectively, you are doing injustice to your people, to your organization, and effectively to your brand also today. And as we...
Sorry, a Hindi quote, I was, Kunal, sitting with one of a very senior journalist 6 months back, and he told me that jungle mein mor nacha kisne dekha. So that's how I realized ki
Okay, so that is true. And now आप तो जंगल में नहीं, आप तो market में top कर रहे हो.
that's what he generally
that is
mentioned
that is effectively a great aspect to even celebrate and be there. So now that you are on the top of the game, how, as in, because we've seen players like Nokia who've gone and become obsolete in times to come. So is there a fear that how do you retain your position at the top and what will it take for you? So here, and I would also like to plug in being a PR professional, how PR is going to play an important role here and how your product planning and innovation, because I remember you've just launched Noise Labs, which will largely focus on disruptive product in the market. And I've seen the first product and it's very, very interesting. So I want to actually touch upon that aspect, that how important it is for an entrepreneur to actually completely focus on being future ready and not become obsolete in times to come. And we have great examples like BlackBerry, Nokia, and others.
So, when you said staying on top, so we honestly believe that staying on top is the wrong race to be taken. What we believe in, let's build an organization which is sustainable for decades. I mean, let's say if you ask Noise to be on top forever, then the kind of decisions we need to take, we need to dress up the organization for that, and those would not be healthy for the organization to sustain for long. So, I mean, that's not the end goal. End goal is to make a sustainable organization. And for that, we need to be on top to the consumer, I mean, what they're looking at. So as Noise, we just launched a vertical called Noise Labs. So when you do a commodity play, it's race to the bottom. I mean, let's say you guys are in PR. So if you do the same pitch to the client, nobody's interested actually. You need to think out of the box. For communication part, let's look at this classic example, Cred, their campaigns. I mean, people like it or don't like it, but they're out of the box. So they spend good monies, but they're viral also on that point. So coming back, we believe in, we need to keep focused on future technology. So there are a lot of examples. Nokia is there, BlackBerry is there. There are a lot of, Kodak is there, for example. So that's true for any brand to stay relevant to the consumer. So as Noise, we are very much focused to work on new age technologies, which are not mainstream right now, but they are expected or they have a potential to change the experience in the coming time.
Sure. Amit, 4 years and number one in the wearable category, there are many things that you would have done right. If you have to go back and correct something where you feel that you would have done it differently, and it's a short period of time, I know, but you feel that that is something that, or largely I want to actually talk about, these are all success. What was the failure in these 4 years where you feel that you could have done things differently?
So I mean, in any business, this the repeat customer is a key area. So when we maybe 5 years back or 4 years back, we never used to focus on after sales as a metric. So we were just focused on dumping the products in the market. And what we realized that one of the product had issues, but by the time we realized that there were defects in it, it was too late for us. We have dumped lakhs of inventories in the market, and it took 6 months for us to recover back. So maybe for your context, it has to be, the customer has to be retained with you for years actually. So for any business, after sales is key. So you can relate it to your business. How does the after sale matter? And second is what I feel when we started, or maybe a year back, we never thought that we can grow so fast. So building the team for future is very important. I mean, you hire a talent, they join in 3 months, you train them for 6 months, and by the time they are there, you've grown way ahead. So I mean, getting the organization future ready, start thinking big about where you want to see yourself in 3 to 5 years time, and believe in that and build accordingly.
Talent is a very important subject, and as we speak of talent, I wanted to touch upon COVID had impacted many businesses, and it had thrown new challenges for many businesses. However, I believe during COVID time you did the best business. So I want you to actually touch upon that aspect, and what was the reason, as in was there a strategy, or was this a buoyancy in the market because the content was on, people were getting into fitness at that point of time? So just a reflection on that.
So Kunal, we were D2C brand. So I mean, our prime, maybe 90% business was online. So when market was shut, it was all business came online, and when people were getting laid off, and we were the ones who were hiring people. So maybe we doubled our headcount in the last 2 years' time from where we are. But so right now also, let's forget that time also. Now you see every second day there is a news of layoff. So I was reading it today's newspaper, there is a crypto company which laid off 800 odd folks yesterday. So that happens when you are chasing inorganic growth, and which is not sustainable. So as organization, since we are bootstrapped, so we were very clear that who to hire, what cost to hire, and how many to hire. So that has really never hit us bad, and I mean, we are still hiring people. I mean,
so it's a very interesting debate that entrepreneurs will have, is that are we looking at high, as in, and it is also for investor-led organizations, they are looking at market share, which is hyper growth. And here you built a business which is a market leader, but you want to believe that we should be building a sustainable business rather than a hyper growing business. So as in, how do you maintain a balance? Tomorrow you might have a big private equity investor who would be interested in your business, will come flush in money, and they'll say that you go and become and take the market share, deepen.
Ab to koi nahi bol raha. So I think that was a case for the last 2 years, but right now everybody has said, all investors have said to their company, slow down growth, we need profitable growth.
That's true. Sequoia Capital's letter is all there in the outside. So
all investors are saying this.
Every investor is now seeing, after the IPO debacle of many businesses and many startups, that growth and market beyond profitability should not be taken into too seriously.
So before it was just growth, acquire customers at any cost. You have seen balance sheets of all companies who have gone IPO also. So they were 400, 500, 600 crores losses. The revenues were lesser than the losses they were making. But now the market, so I was reading an article, it was written, GMV growth is RIP, rest in peace. It's people don't talk about GMV. Now investors have started talking about EBITDA margins, profitability. So that was not sustainable. It just lasted for 2 years.
Yeah, and I think this is a very important metrics that has started to do rounds, and effectively it will help a lot of businesses who are actually very solid on the foundation of EBITDA and the unit economics. I wanted to touch upon one aspect, is does industry or the ecosystem today allows, I see you guys as an outlier, but does industry allows, how many, and I don't know how many bootstrapped companies in 4 years have created a 2,000 crore business, but today, looking at your own experience, does ecosystem and industry allows an organization like yours where, or similar to yours, where they can actually build such a mass scale brand?
Yeah, I want to twist it around, Kunal. It's just not about the industry, it's about your product. So if you have a right product, you will find a way out. I mean, we were the outliers there because we always focused on product and the consumer. Our thesis was clear, ki let's build a product which the consumers would want to and there is a market gap. Had we been, I mean, okay, when we started, there were a lot of brands doing wired earphones, which Sony used to sell. There are 100 brands used to sell. We realized that if you have to do it, first of all, we need to sell it a 10% cheaper price, and the distribution cost was so high that we had to bleed on day one. So had that been the case with noise, we would not have even have started or maybe gone out from the market in 3 months. We focused on what product to do, where there is a gap, what people are looking at, and we focused on narrow set of consumers. So product is the key, Kunal, and if you have a right product, I think today the ecosystem is very wonderful. You can start your website in 3 days' time. You can sell, there are a lot of enablers now. There is a lot of, specifically D2C, there are a lot of enablers which are logistics and all. And from here, you can start selling across the globe. There are brands, Vadam teas. They're a classic example. They ship internationally, sitting here. And what does it take? Just a website and the right marketing.
Guys, you have some ideas in terms of how you can actually look at building some venture for yours, because effectively there is a good ecosystem that has been created, and you have enablers where you do not need to really work hard to actually create your own logistic bit. I wanted to do a small rapid fire with you, like Karan Johar. So
go ahead.
So we'll ask you, and what is the first word that comes to your mind when you hear the following? IoT.
Future.
Startup.
Fun.
Competition.
High performance.
Okay. Music.
Relaxation.
Glocal.
Global.
Local. Glocal.
Vision.
Okay. PR.
Stay away. Be careful.
No.
Sorry, मुझे जब PR एजेंसी ब्रीफ दे रही थी तो उन्होंने बोला कि nothing is off the record. So आपको जर्नलिस्ट कितना भी पोकन करे, be mindful of that.
What he meant is that be always off record with journalists. There is nothing called off record, but stay close to PR. What he meant. And the PR partners. Millennials.
Future.
Noise.
Passion.
This will be the last question that I want to ask, and this is important for me also because I'm an entrepreneur myself. What are the avenues, from a business standpoint, what are the avenues that an entrepreneur should invest on? So, like you're a tech company, whether you should be investing on talent or technology or market growth. So, effectively, what could be your focus? So your two co-founders, effectively you would have a role to play. So your take in terms of what should be some key important aspect to focus on your business side of it.
So I feel in most of the businesses, technology is an enabler. So in our case, it's a product, but most of the cases, technology is an enabler. So that definitely, if you have to survive, you need to invest on technologies. But for me, the key aspect of investment would be people, because like we are not in manufacturing actually. So whatever you do, it's talent, be it marketing, be it product, be it technology. So I given a choice to me, I would put all my investments in right set of people who would help us to build organizations for future.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you for your time and lovely insights from your journey. And I think your input here is mutually agreed upon by me, because I think we are a people-driven industry. Mostly, while technology will come into play and there'll be new technology play that will ease our job, but I think people are going to drive our business effectively. So
at least in your businesses,
it is the key. So in PR, I believe that there is nothing beyond our people, and the investment there is most critical. So thank you, Amit. I think this was a lovely discussion, and I personally learned few things from you today.
Thank you so much. My pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, panelists. A big round of applause for both of them, Kunal Kishore Sinha and Amit Khatri. मुझे भी पता लगा कि यार मैं भी ऐसी कुछ चीजें कर सकता हूँ. और ये आपसे पता है क्या करवा रहे थे? ये आपसे कुछ बुलवाना चाह रहे थे, पर आप बोल नहीं रहे थे वो. और ये बहुत अच्छी डील थी, but very nice. और उन्होंने अपने लिए भी मालूम कर लिया कि क्या, कहाँ और कैसे इन्वेस्ट करना है अपने लिए. खैर, anyways, I hope that this added some value to you, your lives as well. And thank you so much once again. I would request you to take the seats. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Imagexx 2022, brought to you by AdGully, presented by Ad Factors, PR, co-powered by Kaizen Media, Mantra, Value 360 Communications Private Limited, Graysell Public Relations, Gold Partner, ATDB Communications, Hill Noelton Strategies, Silver Partner, Teamology Softtech and Media Services Private Limited, Bronze Partner, The Mavericks, Personal Care Partner, M Caffeine, Gifting Partner, EcoCari Humanizing Fashion, Rini Cosmetics, Innovation Partner, PR Hub, Knowledge Partner, Rudder Fin, Support Partner, Seraphim Communications LLP, event managed by Pixel. And my name is Rapper Maddy. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to be the award session. And I'm sure आप में से बहुत सारे लोग awards जीतने वाले हैं. बहुत fun session होने वाला है. 7:30 we'll be meeting back again. Until that time, you can enjoy, chit chat, have a coffee, possibly take numbers of other people if you want to. Thank you so much for attending Imagexx 2022. 7:30 we meet again. Can we have the sponsor AV and intro AV?